Ya no fuimos live.
Lo puse live, dice working on your live stream, está diciendo publish YouTube broadcast 60%. Es que tú me dijiste que te llega notificación para que me avise.
Te digo ahora. Sí, ya acaba de llegar la hora.
Entra y chequea que
Ya no
eso
fuimos
esté bien.
live. Lo puse live, está como medio atrasadito, pero ahí vamos.
Bueno, va a tener un atraso porque está grabando lo que lo que estamos haciendo nosotros y después ellos lo ven. O sea, la comunicación. Va
Sí.
a haber un delay.
Solamente veo lo de DC Fandom, pero no nos vemos nosotros
No, eso no lo he
todavía.
puesto, eso no lo he puesto. Nada más se tiene que ver DC Fandom y nos escuchamos nosotros.
Está como sí. Medio atrasadito.
Juan, habla tú.
Ahí vamos.
Buenas, probando 1, 2, 1, 2.
La comunicación. Va a haber un delay. Solamente veo lo de DC Fandom, pero no nos vemos nosotros. No, eso no lo he puesto, eso no lo he puesto. Nada más se tiene que ver DC Fandom y nos escuchamos nosotros. Sí. Asegúrate de que esta prueba la borres después, ¿oíste?
No, yo la copio, pero eso lo está viendo ahora todo el mundo. Voy a hacer algo, una última prueba y después estamos bien. Poner el link. Te aviso.
Ok.
Ok.
Ok, mira a ver si nos vemos nosotros ahora.
Asegúrate de que esta prueba la borres después, ¿oíste? No, yo la copio, pero eso está viendo ahora. Voy a hacer algo, una última prueba y después. Ok. Ok, mira a ver si
Nos vemos.
acá aparecemos.
Estamos cool.
Aparecen 3 cuadritos. Juan, después le sigo yo y abajo estás tú.
Exacto. Estamos cool entonces.
Y está el logo de Brainstorm y el logo de Fandom.
Hey, te pongo. Déjame ver. Voy a poner algo de sonido de un video de YouTube para ver si se escucha el audio.
Aparecen 3 cuadritos. Okay. Juan, después le sigo yo y abajo estás tú. Exacto. Estamos juntos. Y está el logo de Brainstorm y el logo de Fandom. Sí. Te pongo. A ver. Voy a poner algo de sonido.
地上で巨大兵器同士がウェザービームで戦ってる間をリンクが駆け抜けていくような動画をその開発ツールを使って作ってしまってでそれを動画にして
Me llegó el reminder de Wonder Woman 1984 panel.
Sí, acaba de llegar ahora. 10 minutos antes. ¿Hay alguna forma de coger el video del fondo y subirlo?
Madera, ¿se escuchó el video del Zelda?
Se escuchó, pero el problema es que el micrófono de nosotros está tan alto que opaca ese sonido.
Ok.
¿Hay alguna forma de coger el video del fondo y subirlo? Madera, ¿se escuchó el video del Zelda? Se escuchó, pero el problema es que el micrófono de nosotros está tan alto que opaca ese sonido. Ok.
Ahí, pues, el problema ahí es que el audio de ustedes me sale por el audio del desktop, so se va a mezclar. So, mientras esté cogiendo las cosas de DC, no hablar.
Ok.
Pero,
o uno que otro comen, por si acaso.
Bueno, sí, así, pero si el trailer está cogiendo, pues veamos el trailer, no. Voy a cambiar otra vez a DC Fandom y creo que estamos ready.
Ok, pues envíame el link para ponerlo.
Madera, envíaselo, lo tienes ahí ahora.
Ok. Pero uno que otro comen, por si acaso. Si el trailer está cogiendo, pues... ¿Lo envió a Brainstorm?
Sí.
A Juan Solo. Okay.
¿Cómo? Ok, pues envíame el link para ponerlo.
Ya le hay como un
se escucha,
feedback.
sí, se escucha un feedback bien, cabrón.
Sí. A Juan Solo. Ok, pues envíame el link para ponerlo. Van a tener que poner
dejarlo en mute porque es que se escucha un feedback bien fuerte.
Ah, esa es buena, ponerlo en mute. Mira a ver ahora, pero es que yo creo que lo bajé demasiado. Y ahora.
Ahora no se escucha. Digo, no se escucha el feedback, perdón, lo que quiero decir.
Exacto, sí, porque digo, es que no tengo ningún sonido cogiéndose. ¿Se ve y se la? ¿Qué? El delay. Te estás escuchando, ¿sabes? Ya son el delay. Ah,
Ok.
está cool, se ve todo. Bueno,
Para prendela.
¿qué hacemos, Juan? Yo puedo, tengo el intro que preparó Juan
Suavecito.
de madera.
¿Sí?
¿Lo tiro ahora y empezamos a hablar o...?
Sí, tíralo y vamos a empezar a hablar.
Ok.
Es que no solo se prende, papi.
Te están escuchando, ¿sabes? Todo eso.
¡Ay!
Acuérdate, pagar el micrófono.
Sí.
No hay nadie viendo ahora, pero... Anyway, pues voy a tirar el intro.
Sí, tíralo. Javi, me avisa.
Y estamos en vivo.
Ahora sí.
Vamos ahí.
Mi gente, hoy sí que sí, estamos en vivo y a todo color hasta que Laura me lo permita aquí en Puerto Rico. Como saben ustedes, mi nombre es Juan, tenemos a José por ahí, a Javier. Vamos a estar hablando hoy del DC Fandom Hall of Heroes, un evento que tiró DC de 24 horas, va a comenzar dentro de los próximos 5 minutos. Ya saben, estamos pasando por una tormenta aquí en Puerto Rico, así que esperemos que la energía eléctrica me dé para darle todo lo que vamos a estar hablando hoy de DC Fandom. Hay muchas cosas corriendo. Van a estar hablando de Wonder Woman, es el primer panel que van a estar hablando, de los próximos juegos que van a estar saliendo, de todos de los superhéroes, tanto como de Batman, Justice League versus The Suicide Squad. Hay un par de juegos por ahí que vienen por ahí también. Van a estar hablando de Shazam, Black Adam, bueno, you name it. Tienen un evento de 24 horas donde van a estar hablando de todos los próximos eventos que van a estar teniendo esta gente de DC, incluyendo también en cómics. Van a estar hablando también de cómics. Sí me voy, obviamente si me desaparezco pues se me fue la luz, pero no se preocupen porque tenemos a Javier y a José que están desde Texas transmitiendo y la transmisión va a continuar. Así que no se preocupen por eso. Otra cosa es que lo vamos a estar también reposteando. Bien bonito que me quedó el anglicismo. Vamos a estar haciendo un repost de todo este evento. Vamos a estar realizándolo durante el día, entre mañana y el lunes. Vamos a estar poniendo todo y vamos a ponerle como un itinerario de lo, ¿verdad? De lo a minuto de lo que va a estar hablando, vamos a estar cubriendo ahora en vivo. Estamos en vivo, así que cualquier error, ustedes perdónenlo. Es la primera vez que lo estamos haciendo, o sea que vamos a ver, hasta que Laura hashtag, hasta que Laura me lo permita, o hasta que DC venga y diga, ¿qué ustedes hacen? Pues puede ocurrir también. Así que...
O se saturen los servidores de DC y pues se cae también.
Exacto. Vamos a ver qué es lo que está pasando, ¿ok?
Pero de mi parte, familia, bienvenidos nuevamente a Brainstorm. Estamos aquí bien pompeados. Estamos esperando a ver cuáles son las cosas o las sorpresas que este evento nos va a brindar a los fans de DC y cómics. Estamos pompeados.
Lo más que me interesa ver Wonder Woman, que van a darse el nuevo trailer y me imagino que por fin van a enseñar a Cheetah. Eso tiene que ocurrir. Y quiero ver lo de Montreal Games, que llevan como un año teasing Court of Owls, o lo que sea que están teasing, y todavía es la hora que nos lo dicen, y por fin vamos a ver qué es el juego. Que los rumores es que es Gotham Knights, que se va a enfocar entonces en la familia de Batman, que en eso acaparra pues Red Hood, Nightwing, Robin, Batgirl, Batwoman, todos ellos. Estaría cool un juego así como los juegos de Batman que hemos estado viendo de ellos, pero usando el elenco de Batman, yo me pompearía bien exagerado.
Y usarlos todos
Exacto.
a ellos. Uf.
Lo otro es, bueno, por fin vamos a escuchar algo de Black Adam y update de Batman. Que de Batman va a reanudar producción en Londres en septiembre. So, ellos están determinados a terminar eso y tienen con mucha confianza en la película, así que vamos a ver. A ver, ¿qué te pompea a ti más, José?
Pues estoy bien pompeado para esto de Wonder Woman. Quiero realmente ver si es que la famosa pandemia pues nos deja algún día ir al cine nuevamente.
Exacto.
Y tener la oportunidad pues apreciar estas películas en la pantalla grande. También estoy pompeado para el juego de Batman. Estoy pompeado para ver qué sorpresitas pueden mencionar acerca de Black Adam. Si en la película oficial ya van a mencionar algo de eso. O van a dar un bonito de Shazam por ahí también para mezclar. Y pues tengo también varias altas expectativas para este nuevo de Batman, estas nuevas películas. So,
la película de Batman a mí me llama la atención porque a diferencia de la otra que siempre se enfoca en el viaje de Batman nocturno, pues de que perdió la familia y él intenta de buscar su camino y encuentra él se va a entrenar y se enfoca en ese aspecto, pero ya habían confirmado que esta película se va a enfocar más en el aspecto detective de él, que él es el mejor detective en el DC Universe, siempre lo han dicho. Y verle ese lado, pues no lo han explorado mucho en las películas. Y este no va a ser un Batman que está creciendo ni nada de eso. No, es un Batman que está empezando, pero ya tiene su experiencia y se va a enfocar más en el aspecto de él resolver un misterio.
La cual está interesante, no es por nada. Me gustaría ver cómo ellos separarán la acción de estas partes de que son detectives y todas esas cosas. Bueno, las pueden mezclar, yo sé que las van a mezclar y todo va a estar bien awesome. So.
Mira, ya quedan 5 segundos.
Yo voy a empezar.
Vamos a ver qué es la que hay.
Vamos a ver qué es la que hay.
Ahí está.
¡Oh!
A ver. Tenemos chat.
Sounds on. Y a rayos.
Just tell me what I can do.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Nothing good is born from lies. And greatness is not what you think.
Wow.
Welcome to the Hall of Heroes.
Ya se botaron con el browser todo. Parece que todavía no están ready. Vamos a empezar. A ver. Ya. Goosebumps.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to DC Fandome. I'm Aisha Tyler, and I am streaming to you from the Hall of Heroes. Let's call this place Superhero Central, or maybe the DC Broadcast Studio. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before, guys. I mean, how cool is this place? I'm actually standing inside a stage that Jim Lee himself drew. How incredibly cool is that? I am beyond excited to be sharing this moment with you guys. This worldwide mega event is for DC fans across the globe, and we've got exclusive footage, insider info, the latest DC news, and huge announcements from WB Games, film, TV, and comics. And you get to enjoy it from the comfort of your own home, you lucky dog. Now, to help launch this global event, here are my co-hosts from all around the world.
Oi, sou Eric.
Olá,
olá. Eu sou a Aline Diniz.
Magandang araw mga kaibigan. Ako po si Gino Callamore. I'm so excited to be here today.
Hola amigos, I'm Damian Moya. It's great to be here.
Hola, hermanos de DC, yo soy Gaby Cami y estoy feliz de estar con ustedes en este evento.
Hey, it's Clara. Hallo zusammen, ich freue mich so sehr dabei zu sein. My name is Dominic.
Hi there, I'm Sam and I'm so excited to be here.
皆さん、こんにちは。リリコです。
Hi, I'm Tyrone Edwards and I am excited to be here. Let's have some fun.
Ciao, sono Andrea.
G'day everyone, I'm Jaden and I'm super pumped.
Hey, how you doing? Bonjour, moi c'est Terry.
We are going to be bringing you guys closer to your favorite superheroes, their creators, and the stars behind them. Plus, big announcements, guys. I'm talking huge reveals. So, are you guys ready? Yes. Let's get this thing started.
You know we are.
Muñeco.
Eso estuvo confiado. Óyeme, esto es un espectáculo.
Ya lo sí, mano. Me siento que estoy en el sentido cómico. Mejor.
Desde la casa.
¡Qué clase!
Espectacular.
Now I'm even more excited to kick off this epic event. This looks so awesome. Okay, just 8 months ago, Warner Brothers traveled to Sao Paulo for CCXP Brazil, where they debuted the first trailer for Wonder Woman 1984. Well, now we are back with Eriko and Aline for more thrills surrounding one of the most anticipated movie releases of the year. Eriko and Aline, bom dia!
Pero claro, no.
Thank you, Aisha. I'm Érico Borgo.
Oi, everyone. I am Aline Diniz, and we're going to have a maravilhoso time today. So, of course, we have to catch up with the amazing talent behind Wonder Woman 1984. So, let's not wait another minute. Here she is, director Patty Jenkins.
Hi! So happy.
Hi, Betty. How are you?
What an incredible way to engage with the fans. We had such a good time in Brazil. We had so much fun that we're super excited to be back together in a new and interesting way, but super happy to be here.
Of course, you've brought more people with you and some faces we did not get to see in Brazil, right, Betty?
That's right. I can't wait to have them here.
The one and only Steve Trevor, Mr. Chris Pine.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So great to have you, and we wouldn't want to do this without Wonder Woman's new nemesis. So let's welcome Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Nice.
Hi, Patty. Hi, Chris.
But this film has not one, but two villains. So let's bring in the Max Lord, Pedro Pascal, please. Come on in.
Hola.
Nice
And of course, it's time now for us to welcome Wonder Woman herself, Gal Gadot.
Guys, I miss you so much. This is so crazy. This is how
cool.
Me va a dar algo aquí.
Great to see you again.
My Wonder Woman mates.
I just invented this in the moment. I just
That's great.
It's like my own. Wait.
We'd love to hear questions from the fans and interact with the fans, and we're excited to hear from everybody today.
Well, it's been 8 months since we met in Brazil, and we know how long that is in fan time. So we're waiting for a DC superhero movie to come out, especially one with this character who is so beloved all around the world, right, Patty, Gal?
I really think the movie is it's so great on the big screen. We all worked so hard to bring something that would be a big, visual, spectacular, great time. So we're gonna stick it out. We believe in, putting it in the cinema, but I can't wait for you all to see more today. We're gonna show a little more, and I can't wait for the movie to come out soon.
Totally, and at least we're also, as much as we want to share the movie with the world, at least we figure out creative ways to communicate with our beloved, most amazing fans. And this is a great opportunity for us to say hello and to thank them and to share something from the movie.
We received so many fan questions. I wish you could get to all of them, but there just isn't time enough in these short 24 hours. So let's start with a video question from Adam in Malaysia. Let's take a look.
Hi DC Fandom, I'm Adam from Malaysia and I'm a huge Wonder Woman fan. So my question is, since we're transitioning from World War I to the 1980s, what kind of inspirations that you took to create new and updated costumes for the characters? I hope everybody's having a blast and I can't wait till we see the movie. Bye!
Aww. Oh, so sweet. It's a great question because when we did the last movie in 1917, 1918, it was an interesting process where you both have to kind of acclimate yourself to the period and make it very normal to yourself and then make things look the way you want them to look within that context. So Diana always has great taste and always looks elegant. Gal and I had an amazing time finding the most elegant but really grounded things. And Kristen and I had such a great time going back in our memory, remembering what a character like that would dress like, and like the details of it.
Yeah, Lindy Hemming is kind of a genius, really.
She is a genius.
The way that she started to show me, in my experience, these horrifying power suits from the 1980s, and the way that she ended up, I was like, there's just no way I'm gonna look like a fool, like in this 80s stuff. And she was able to make something so sort of animated and specific and feel and be completely stylish and feel like $1 million and serve the purpose of what it was. I was in awe of all of her image boards and how she collaborated. It was really incredible.
But let's go to our next question, which is a video question from Kiara in Japan.
Hi, my name is Kiara from Tokyo, Japan. I love you so much, Gal. What was it like working all together, and do you have any funny stories behind the scenes? Thanks for answering my questions. I love you guys so much.
Oh my God, Kiara! I love your vibe and your energy and the jumping. It was so full of energy. We had an amazing time working together, and there's something so like the drama queen. Okay. No, just kidding. But we had such an amazing time, and we got lucky that we all have such great chemistry, and we all adore and love each other.
That was my favorite thing about the shoot was you guys were so delightful to me on set, and then everybody became super great friends. And I would have to stay and work, and you guys would be off there having a good time, and I'm trying to pay attention to the camera, and I'm like, hey, guys. Hey, you guys coming back with music videos and everybody's laughing so hard. I mean, that was the most unusual thing to me, to feel like I'm making a film in the middle of like the funniest environment.
Yeah, all the cool kids were going off to the mall and you had to stay after school.
I had to stay after school watching longingly. It was so funny.
Our next question, I just can't believe it, but we have a massive DC fan here. I think maybe some of you may recognize Take it away, Venus.
Hi, it's Venus from Miami, so I'm a huge fan. I have a question. So who would win in a tennis match between Wonder Woman and Cheetah? And do you think they'll ever be able to put away their differences and team up for doubles?
I think both of you would overcome your differences to play doubles against her. You guys against each other.
I think Cheetah would win.
Claro que confidente.
Bien confiante.
Because Wonder Woman would have she'd have a gold tennis racket to go with everything, and it would just be too heavy, and I'm fast, and I just think I would win.
Very subjective. That's your perspective, and it's okay. I disagree with you on this one, but let's agree to disagree.
Well, then I'll see you on the court.
Oh,
Okay, so now we're going to Poland with Mina, who has a question for Pedro. Does Pedro Pascal know how much he is loved and appreciated by his fans?
Oh.
Yeah. Do I know it? I love it, and I appreciate it, and it holds me up through the tough times like these. And I don't know, I'm just so grateful that question exists, basically.
Next up is a question from Salma in the US for Chris.
Hi, Chris. I'm so happy and so excited for your return to Wonder Woman 1984. My question to you is, how does it feel to be the fish out of water in the 80s from your return, now having Diana Prince guide you around?
Yeah, that interest and curiosity, I would say. It was kind of like it was a good lesson for me as a human being to remind myself to open up and not be so cool, not be so over everything. And, and my job again is to be in love with Gal, which is not a hard gig, and try to make her giggle, which is always fun.
He does so much more than that, but I like that you always sum it up that way.
Now we have a video questions for everyone from Erin Lynch in the US.
Hi, my name is Erin, and I just wanted to know what was your most memorable moment on set. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah.
We love you back.
I know what mine is. When Gal and I were fighting. Well, I mean, the characters were fighting. And we were practicing this stunt, and we got it down, and it was great, and it was going really well. And she grabbed my hair, I think, and wig just came.
Grab it? It got stuck in my gun.
Oh, it got stuck in your thing. And I don't know if we were tired or also it was just, we laughed so hard.
Mine was in Washington. I mean, the fact that we'd shut down all of Pennsylvania Avenue to make this huge film. The little 8-year-old kid in you is can't believe that you're doing what you're doing and that you get the privilege of doing it. I don't know, it feels like a dream in some kind of way, like you're stepping into the fantasy of playing make-believe on this scale in all the films that you ever wanted to be in as a kid. So that was a pretty special moment, I think.
Can I change my answer? Yes. That was so beautiful.
We've got one last question from a very special guest.
¿Cómo es? No puede ser.
You look so beautiful.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God, Linda, look at you.
Linda,
Entonces el
everybody,
trailer.
Linda Carter, the reason that we're all here.
Hello, Chris. Hello,
Completamente cierto.
Patty. Hello, Gal. Hello,
Mama Bear.
Chris, Pedro. Oh my God, Gal. Hello, you beautiful woman.
Hi, Linda. How are you?
It's
such a delightful surprise to have you here.
Thank
you.
you.
So great.
I'm so glad. We think about you every day, Linda, and we talk about you all the time. So this would not be a Wonder Woman panel, truly, if we didn't see your face. So it's so good to see you. So good to have you.
I'm so excited. I've never met you. I've watched your show when I was younger. I had Wonder Woman Underoos.
Wow, qué recuerdo.
And I'm so excited to meet you.
Kristen?
Yes. I was also Wonder Woman for Halloween when I was a little girl. I mean, I'm like so excited to meet you.
Kristen, I think you're so great. So we have a mutual admiration. And anytime when I meet you, will you do me a favor? Will you just throw your arms around me?
Yes, I would wish I could right now.
I'm beyond excited. I'm beyond excited. You know that I have been a fan from day one of Patty's. When she was first attached to this film, when my daughter saw Gal as Wonder Woman, she said, "Mom, I finally get it. I finally understand why everyone idolizes you.
Wow.
I finally get what Wonder Woman means to everyone." You know? And that's my daughter. That's my flesh and blood. So thank you, Gal. Thank you, Patty.
Vas
That's
a
such
llorar
a great
aquí.
story. Thank you, Linda. That's such a great story. And like the first time I ever called you, Linda, I said to you, I want you to know we're not here to reinvent Wonder Woman, and we're not here to do a new chapter of Wonder Woman. We just hope to take the torch and pass it forward. And so that means the world to me, because I was that person who was so moved by you and your performance and the show, the beautiful show that you guys did. So being able to know that somebody as important as your daughter acknowledged that we could be having that effect on her is like a huge compliment.
You are a true life Wonder Woman, and I can't be more grateful to have your guidance and to be able to call you Mama Bear, and knowing your children now. Thank you for everything that you've done personally for me, and I'm sure to the world. And this thing is whole because you're here.
Oh.
Love you, Linda.
We love you, Linda.
So.
Yeah.
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 Whoop, whoop.
Ow! We also had some submissions from fans that sent us pictures of their cosplays and fan art.
Oh my God.
I love that one.
Yes.
Exactly like having Linda here. It's like the classic, like who doesn't love to see
cool.
The star pants, they're so cool.
Gorgeous.
Super
Radical.
Rocking it.
I know, she looks amazing.
I love
Yeah.
when men do that.
Yeah.
I love when I see people like a man or different people do Wonder Woman, because it really does go to the core of like, we are all Wonder Woman, and that armor can mean something different on all these different people. And that's a great Wonder Woman costume. I love it.
I love the armband.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Because I felt like
This is from the first one.
Yeah, the recreation on the beach and everything.
I thought that was your stunt
Eso es
double.
un cosplay,
Caught the
wow.
spirit.
Wow.
Like beautiful
Espectacular.
work, beautiful detail.
Oh, look at that shield. Oh my gosh.
Oh, amazing.
Wow.
It looks exactly like the original one.
Oh.
It's like the Norman Rockwell of Wonder Woman things, and so perfect because it's exactly why we're all here. It's like,
Look at the shoes she's wearing.
I know, so
Always
The red heels.
emotional about this character that, like, you know, we were talking numerous times about the fact that, you know, we've seen so many male superheroes, but we haven't seen enough female superheroes. And for girls, for little girls, once they see it, they believe it, you know? So for little girls to be exposed to these type of movies, whether it's Wonder Woman or any other female-driven movie in this genre, is so important, because then, you know, it's so empowering. I love this piece of art.
this is such a
Oh,
gorgeous
wow. Qué
graphic
cool.
one.
Yeah, I think I posted this one.
Yeah, I love the beautiful,
Wow,
you
eso
know,
está
like
brutal.
a different culture being brought to a hero, because it is so
Está bien
universal.
bonito.
And so I love seeing different people take it on and turn it, you know, bring it into something so personal to them. It's just beautiful art too.
I love the bracelets.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
I thought this was such a great one.
Oh my gosh, that's so
I just love the spirit of, maybe this is Nubia, and I love that it's the different Wonder Woman characters, and it's a beautiful piece of work, and beautiful art.
Before we wrap up, Patty, before we say goodbye, I know, and more importantly, the fans here know that you wouldn't have come to the DC Fandome without a little something extra for them, right?
Yes, please.
That's right, guys. We are excited to get to be here and see everybody and get to talk to everybody and answer questions for everybody. But it wouldn't quite be a good fan event if we didn't share a little something back. So we have our second official trailer to show you guys right now.
Yay! Vamos para allá.
This world is not yet ready for all that you will do. Your time will come, Diana. And everything will be different.
Citizens of the world, I'm here to change your life. Anything you want, anything you dream of, you can have it. You look like you saw a ghost. Diana, look at you. It's like not one day has passed.
I don't want to be like anyone. I want to be an apex predator. You've always had everything, while people like me have had nothing. Well, now it's my turn. Get used to it.
Oh.
I've never been one for rules. The answer is always more. The way I fly, they will never find us.
I forgot to tell you.
What?
Radar.
Will they shoot at us?
Barbara, what did you do?
You know, I'm not so keen on this one. I figure you are, but you know what? I'm ready to go.
I think we can do better.
Parachute pants?
Yeah.
Does everybody parachute now?
Wow.
Wow.
That
was great. That was amazing.
Thank you, Patty, for this. Thanks.
Okay,
Can't wait
and
to share more.
that, I think you have, as they say, dropped the mic.
Thank you. I'm so good to be here with everybody. You guys, I miss you so much.
Patty, Gal, Chris, Kristen, Pedro, thank you so much for stepping into the DC Fandome with us today. Thank you. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Guten Tag, meine Freunde. I'm Dominic Porschen, your German host.
Wow.
Now, before we reveal our next huge announcement from WB Games, can we talk about what we just saw from Wonder Woman 1984? Are you kidding me? I thought I was excited before, but now I literally cannot wait for this film to hit the big screen. I'm so excited to be hanging out with all of you today here in the DC Fandome. I'm a huge fanboy myself, and together, we are the reason comic books are published. We are the reason superhero movies and TV shows are made. So today, it's all about us, the fans. In fact, to celebrate you and your fandom, we are highlighting your art submissions and creative cosplay. Take a look at this art from some incredibly talented fans.
En lo que corre esto y empieza el próximo panel, que va a empezar ya prontito. ¿Qué les pareció lo de Wonder Woman? Estuvo súper nítido.
Bueno, me gustó mucho mucho el panel, la interacción con ellos. El Cheetah se ve tan espectacular, hermano.
Sí, por fin la enseñaron.
Sí, demasiado.
Que no la habían enseñado y estaba todo el mundo pendiente que la enseñaran. El segundo trailer y ya la enseñaron, eso estuvo nítido. Y ya veo por qué estaban relajando cuando dijo lo del week. Que cuando la cogió, oye, la cogió y cayó parado otra vez. O sea que Cheetah, la realidad es que Cheetah es uno de los personajes que yo creo que le mete las manos duro a Wonder Woman. Sí. Y obviamente también está Yanta, hay muchos personajes que le meten mano a Wonder Woman. Vamos a ver, porque tengo muchas expectativas de esa película, creo que va a ser espectacular.
Yo no creo que nos defraude, está muy exagerado y Cheetah es la archienemiga de Wonder Woman, so tienen que hacerle justicia.
Sí, no, ese trailer estuvo bueno, de verdad que
por obligación. Y estaba bien lindo, la secuencia de acción, todo. Y eso es el trailer, la película tiene que estar fuera de liga.
¿Cuándo podremos verla?
No
dijeron nada.
Lo que pasa es que tienes que esperar a que finalmente lo de la pandemia pase o disminuya. También está lo que está haciendo, ¿verdad? Esta gente de Disney que está poniendo las películas, tú pagas un precio y tú las ves en estreno en el streaming service de ellos. Posiblemente lo hagan con HBO Max, pero no todo el mundo está como que muy contento con eso y realmente ellas quieren llegar a la gente. Eso es lo que Wonder Woman, que eso es lo que explican ahí. Wonder Woman es un personaje que la gente lo sigue desde hace tantos años, que la gente le encanta ese personaje y la gente busca cómo parecerse a ese personaje de Linda Carter en su momento. Porque bueno que la trajeron también. O sea, esa parte que se ve Linda Carter, eso fue súper emocional. Súper emotional. O sea, espectacular. Me gustó mucho. La verdad que ese panel estuvo bien bueno.
Sí, como tú dices, Wonder Woman es una influencia en todas las mujeres y en la sociedad, ¿me entiendes? Ella es una influencia que tienen que hacerlo bien y eso no es una película que un personaje que tú vas a ponerla, vamos, dale, paga 30 pesos y verlos en HBO Max y no van a, ¿me entiendes? No van a recuperar el dinero que tampoco que invirtieron. So, quieren hacerlo bien, esperemos que podamos verla pronto.
Esperamos que sea pronto.
Ahí está Zachary Levi, voy a poner el audio otra vez.
Súper.
New footage from said game. We're about to play it right now for all of us. I've never seen it, so we're going to experience this together. Let's take a look.
Super adelante. Es zumba.
Somewhere north of the city. We're still waiting for the police to confirm if there are any victims. This story is evolving rapidly. Please bear with us.
We heard this really loud boom. There was smoke everywhere.
Emergency services have confirmed that they've discovered a body buried in the wreckage. We're still waiting for further details.
It appears that a large portion of the building has actually collapsed.
In international news, an explosion rocked Gotham City earlier today. We're now able to confirm that billionaire philanthropist Bruce Wayne is...
What?
Wow. Nah.
Brutal.
¿Eso es imagen del juego?
No me lo quiero imaginar.
Wow.
Sí, se ve flaquito ese
You're watching this. I'm dead. This is a code black.
Oh my God.
This message was automatically triggered when I destroyed the cave and everything it contained. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize the Batman is gone. And you can't count on the GCPD. Haven't trusted us since Jim died. Gotham will need its protectors more than ever.
I win.
I'm leaving you the Belfry as base of operations. Some of the technology is outdated, but it has the gear you need and all of my files. You've always had my back when I needed you.
Damian.
I know you'll keep Gotham safe.
Oh my God.
Good luck.
Oh my God.
Wow, that was just too.
No.
No. Bruce.
Oh shit.
Oof. Nice. No, para tu nivel.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Vamos a ver, se ve súper brutal. No, este juego va a estar espectacular. Muy bien.
No one talks about them. Not a whisper word is said. For if you try to crush them, then the town strikes you dead.
Oh, wow.
Bueno, lo vieron, ese trailer estuvo espectacular.
I'm Fleur Marty. We're both from Warner Brothers Games Montreal, and we're both thrilled to finally be able to show you Gotham Knights.
You may be wondering why we chose to tell this story and focus on these characters.
We wanted to shake up the status quo of Gotham City. We wanted to see what happens when you take away the safety of Batman's presence and then find out what happens. What happens when these heroes, the Bat Family, Nightwing, Batgirl, Red Hood, and Robin, have to step up and take on the role of new protectors of Gotham.
What's really exciting about Gotham Knights is that you, the player, will be able to grow these characters how you see fit. You get to see how you would step up and become Gotham's protector. You're not trying to become the new Batman. You're becoming your own badass superhero.
And as a bonus, we brought gameplay footage. This is captured in-engine from a recent build, and we just can't wait for you to see this. Take a look.
Oh, no.
Gameplay. Yes.
Oh my God.
Vamos a ver esto.
Pre-alpha, o sea, todavía está...
Sí, está todavía en proceso.
Y se ve así de espectacular.
So, asumo que esto va a correr en el PlayStation 5 y en el Xbox Series X.
Belfry, Elliott Center is covered in ice. Whatever's causing this is localized at the top.
Sí, la motora se ve nítida.
That's what the bike's for.
Wow.
Oh, ya estoy loco de meter en las manos.
All units at Elliott Center. Air support inbound.
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
Hostiles opening fire on upper floors. Air support, can you do a fly around? On it.
Guys.
We need a way to get through that ice. We need to let past these guys first.
Looks like Freeze is back to the vengeance.
If he wants a fight, he'll get it.
So, ¿qué co? Multiplayer.
How is the stop ice gun?
Imagino que lo puedes jugar solo, pero si quieres jugarlo co-op, pero co-op se lo
Co-op será ni nítido, online, brutal. Se convierte como en noche.
¡Ah, mira los bats!
Como Nightwing que cambia los bastones a un
Fun's
staff.
one word for it.
Just a heads up.
Exacto.
The chopper's under orders to fire on anything that moves inside.
Gotham City Police. Drop your weapons or we will open fire. Returning fire.
The storm is getting worse. You need to hurry and find a way inside Elliott Center.
The GCPD chopper made that part easy.
Fíjate, entonces el otro que está jugando como Robin está en otro lado haciendo otra cosa, pero te aparece en el mapa.
Míralo ahí.
This doesn't look up to code. If anyone asks, I meant to do that.
Oh, ese es Red Robin. Ese es Red Robin. Ese es el otro alias que coge Team Drake.
Wars were still going on when Freeze came through.
Those poor people. They didn't stand a
Ah,
chance.
mira, sí. Tienes
Me
razón.
encanta el vestuario.
Ves, mira, Javi, lo que tú dijiste. Oh, so que es co-op y mientras tú estás haciendo algo, yo estoy haciendo algo.
Sí.
¿Te fijas?
Sí, te puedes dividir, te puedes
Only
separar.
take a second.
Por eso que entonces,
Mira.
por ejemplo, si estamos jugando online,
Estamos en la misma misión.
estamos en la misma misión, pero tú estás en un lado y yo estoy en el otro.
Exacto.
Brutal. ¡Qué rayo!
No precision. Dad, you're it.
¡Oh, team!
Not the safest time to take the elevator.
You'd rather take the stairs?
These cables on the floor. Guaranteed they lead to Freeze. Belfry, status.
Countless dead, and the temperature's still falling.
We need to stop this. Now.
Belfry wasn't kidding about this storm.
Almost there. I see the weather machine. Ready with the disruptor.
That thing's drawing so much power.
Ya es espectacular.
Field disruptors in place. It's charging.
Get away from my storm engine.
Is that what
Ya lo que oso se ve.
You don't want to be on the roof when this disruptor goes off. Trust me.
Irrelevant. I already have what I need. The storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it.
We'll see about that.
Boss
You
fight.
cannot run from me.
Boss fight co-op. Eso es
Oh.
Eso está nítido.
Claro, el
You will not stop me.
Sí, brutal. veo ahí como que entonces tiene para crecer los de nivel.
Keep yourself to the cold.
No!
That was so good. That was so good. Thank you so much, Patrick and Flora, for giving us this insight, all this info. I, for one, can't wait to play it. I'm sure everybody at home can't wait to play it. Speaking of everyone at home, before you take off, if that's okay, we'd like to answer a few fan questions. Yeah, cool. Here we go. Callum from the UK asks, what has driven you the most in the direction of this game?
Wow. Well, I'd say really there have been kind of three consistent ideas at the heart of Gotham Knights. First is having like a whole cast of playable characters that can continue to grow and reinvent themselves. Second, a real living, breathing Gotham City that keeps challenging you, keeps serving up danger. And then finally, it's that fantasy of the superhero team up, and we want to be able to deliver that in co-op play.
Copy that. Alistair from Kenya asks, what goes into deciding which characters you are going to develop a game around?
Well, we chose characters who resonate with players on a few different axes. We wanted heroes who embodied different aspects of the Bat family. The detective side, as well as the fighter, the scourge of the underworld, the urban legend. We looked for characters that offer players a unique starting point and then a long runway for growth. Ultimately, we wanted heroes that could take on the forces that threaten Gotham City, but each bringing their own unique perspective.
Gotcha. Okay. Now we have Riley from the United States. Homegrown. Riley from the United States asks, could you give anything more on this WB Games Montreal game? Any other little tidbits?
We're actually sort of standing in it. The Belfry will be a very important location in Gotham Knights.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we gotta keep a few secrets. We're gonna have more to talk about later.
We can tell you this. The mystery in Gotham Knights is way bigger than just the protocols.
Well, is there anything else that you would like us to know?
Well, our game is coming out in 2021, and we can't wait for everyone to play it.
Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Patrick, and for sharing everything that you have. To everybody out there, I hope you've been enjoying DC Fandom. Continue to enjoy DC.
Pero siempre tiraba el último juego salió para las dos consolas, para las tres. Creo que también salió para el Wii en algún momento.
Salió para el Wii U.
Wow.
Exacto.
Pero
se ve bien. Se ve
honestly,
bien.
I've been yearning.
Eso es un juego que hay que jugarlo.
Wow, mano, bien pompeado. Me pregunto si quisiera saber el background de Red Hood en esta, porque Arkham Knight termina que Jason Todd es Arkham Knight, no es Red Hood.
Exacto.
So cambiará el alias.
Vamos a ver qué es lo que están haciendo. Sí, porque recuerdo, ¿verdad? El otro juego terminó distinto con él.
Exacto.
Tienes razón. ¿Qué están diciendo ahí de Batman? ¿O Flash?
No, eso es de Sandman.
Este es de Sandman.
Este es de Sandman, sí. Es la historia que viene ahora. Ok.
Global virtual experience, the only place to hear the latest announcements from DC. We've got one for you now, so let's check out what's new with Sandman from the creator himself.
Oh.
Hello, DC Fandome. I am Yvette Nicole Brown, and I am so excited to be here with you for the Sandman Universe Into the Dreaming DC Fandome panel. Today, we'll be discussing the comic book series and how it's been expanded with new stories, adapted into new media, and how it continues to enthrall audiences all around the world. Let's meet our awesome panelists. As one of the most popular and critically acclaimed graphic novels of all time, Neil Gaiman's award-winning masterpiece, The Sandman, set the standard for mature lyrical fantasy in the modern comics era. It has been translated in over 15 languages and is available in over 30 territories. I am thrilled to be here with Neil Gaiman. Hi, Neil. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Yvette. Lovely to see you.
Oh, you look so good in your little box. Now, Neil, you started The Sandman as a ground-up reimagining of an older DC property. At what point did you realize how much bigger the story could be? Did you know from page one, or did you find it on the way?
A bit of both. Started in 1987 when I was a 26-year-old writer, and I'd been asked to write a monthly comic for DC Comics. And all I knew was that I needed something that I could go anywhere with, that I could tell any kind of story, because I'd never had to tell a story a month before, and I didn't know if I could. So Sandman was originally imagined as something that would let me tell any kind of story I needed to tell. Probably by the end of the first year, I knew what kind of thing I was doing. And I'd say by the middle of the second year, I knew the shape of the whole story, and I knew what was going to happen. I knew who was going to live and who was going to die, more or less. And then it was a matter of just holding on tight and hoping against all hope that I actually would be able to tell that story before it got cancelled. You know, the original Sandman, the first book, Preludes and Nocturnes, is 8 issues long. And it's 8 issues long because at issue 8 was when they would call you and tell you they were cancelling.
Oh.
And that you would have, you know, you had a year, so you had 4 more issues to wrap it up. So I had, my whole plan was it was going to be an 8-issue storyline and then 4 short stories, and then obviously we'd be cancelled, except we weren't cancelled.
30 years from the original series, what's exciting to you about seeing the story continue, both in its new adaptations and in the Sandman universe comics?
Not feeling like I made a slice of history. Because, you know, the idea that a 30-year-old comic still has relevance, that a story that's 30 years old, you know, these were your grandparents' comics, and that they can still have relevance is incredibly exciting. So that's been part of the joy of watching over the last few years the Sandman universe stuff, where people are just taking ideas and...
Sí, porque Sandman empezó, él empezó, claro, ¿qué año era? 90. Y él tiene libros, ese es su personaje, pero DC fue el que lo auspició a él cuando empezó el libro y...
Sí, pero Sandman empezó en los 80, yo creo que fue.
Por eso, entonces ahora lo trajeron otra vez y crearon como su propia área, como Black Label, pero es de Sandman Universe, y ahí salen un montón de libros basados en lo que él creó en ese personaje de los 80.
En el 89.
¿Qué es lo que está corriendo ahora, right? Lo de...
Y corrió en Vértigo. Lo que pasa es que DC adquirió Vértigo otra vez para atrás y convirtieron todo bajo DC. La marca de DC, quitaron Vértigo, quitaron Dark Horse, quitaron todo eso y pusieron todo bajo una misma marca.
Por eso. Lo hicieron ahora que en vez de ser Vértigo, pues le dieron su propia marca, que se llama The Sandman Universe. Que es
Exacto. Oye, pero esas historias son bien famosas. Mucha gente las sigue. Yo, la verdad, no las sigo porque yo, pues, voy más al cómic más a este comercial. Este cómic no es tan comercial como los otros. Solamente se tira como por evento. Y la realidad del caso es que tiene una fanaticada bien... Y ella con el Switch tiene una fanaticada espectacular.
Promo.
Exacto. Anyway, no sé si estaban hablando del juego, salió un momento con un break, pero retomando la historia del juego, ese juego va a estar espectacular. Digo, todos los juegos de Gotham han sido buenos, excepto creo que el tercero o algo así fue que tiraron, que no fue...
Arkham Origins, el tercero.
Arkham Origins, ese no fue como que...
Pero ese no lo hizo Warner Brothers, eso fue otra compañía que ellos como que le prestaron los derechos y hasta este juego, en lo que nosotros hacemos Arkham Knight, y pues no fue tan popular como los otros.
Exacto, pero el Arkham Knight está espectacular. Arkham Knight. Ellos terminaron esa historia brutal. Y ahora vienen que parece que tienen otra historia nueva con el Bat Family y eso pues.
Y el Call of Duty. Y dijeron que hay más que allá. Yo espero que no se vuelva, sinceramente.
Oye, pero...
A mí me encanta el Joker y eso, pero yo espero que a lo largo no se vuelva en otro enfoque en Joker. Porque yo espero que eso como que lo hayan dejado a un lado en Arkham Knight y en Arkham City, que supuestamente murió el Joker.
Murió, exacto, sí. Pero vamos a ver. Supuestamente sí, porque acuérdate que a los que no han leído la historia de Snyder, de Scott Snyder, él tiene un Lazarus Pit escondido y por eso él sale. Pero vamos, hay varias historias de Joker raras que todo el mundo tiene, ¿verdad, Javi? Que es como que y ahora vienen los 3 Jokers.
Exacto, eso es lo que iba a decir, que ahora el miércoles que viene va a salir el primer issue bajo Black Label de Jeff Jones y Gary Frank, si no me equivoco, el artista, o Jason Fabok. Y van a ser 3 issues y se va a llamar The Three Jokers porque de Red Hood, Batgirl y Batman se van a investigar porque aparentemente han habido múltiples Jokers en el universo. No siempre ha sido el mismo Joker el que se han enfrentado. Está el Joker que mató a Jason Todd, está el Joker que dejó inválida a Batgirl y el Joker de la era de Adam West. Son los 3 Jokers que han existido. Y eso van a indagar en ese misterio en las cómics que van a empezar el miércoles. Ahora próximo.
Bueno, eso está nítido, porque hace como un... siempre han dicho que el Joker no es un personaje, es un disease, que una persona se enferma y se convierte en el Joker. Como que siempre eso ha estado ahí sobre la mesa, pero nunca lo han como que creado. No creo que vaya a hacer eso, ¿verdad?
Digo, lo que no creo es que den demasiado de la historia del Joker, porque algo fascinante del Joker es que nadie sabe de dónde vino. Entonces, no creo que den algo concreto como que digan, este era este tipo y pasó esto y por eso hay 3 Jokers. No creo que lo expliquen de esa manera. Pero le darán como un poquito del misterio, pero creará como más misterio de ahí afuera.
Por lo menos un background para impulsar otras alternativas.
Pero con el Joker tú no necesitas dar muchas excusas para hacer una historia buena.
Para nada. Todo lo contrario. Siempre hay algo bueno para tirarlo. O sea que hay que ver cómo van a desarrollar esa historia. Estoy bien intrigado con eso. Vamos a ver cómo lo hacen. De que va a estar espectacular. Va a estar espectacular.
Oye, me asusté de momento, me creía que era Tiger King.
Vacile. Mira,
¿Cuál es el próximo que viene? Tenemos The Suicide Squad a las 55.
A las 2:55 hora de Puerto Rico, Eastern, sí, en Suicide Squad. Ahora, hay varios paneles ahora, la gente, en verdad, nuestros seguidores, si quieren entrar y ver a DC Fandome y entrar y ver los otros paneles que ellos tienen y eso, lo pueden hacer, pero creo que nosotros cogemos un break, Juan.
Eso es así, vamos a coger un break, lo podemos, no sé cómo lo quieras hacer. Estamos en vivo, mi gente, estamos improvisando, así que no sé si quieres dejarlo corriendo aquí, nos vamos, dejas música corriendo atrás, no sé cómo quieras hacerlo. O nos vamos y venimos ahorita, pero yo creo que lo mejor es dejarlo corriendo.
No, yo creo que es mejor entonces dejar
Esto es producción en vivo.
Dejar a la gente que también explore el fandom. Entonces nosotros vamos a darle el aviso y volvemos como 15 minutos antes de Suicide Squad, que es a las 2:55, o como a las 2:40 nos encontramos otra vez.
Así, mi gente. Así que sigan viendo el DC Fandom, sigan viendo a Brainstorm, continúen con nosotros. Vamos a estar dando un poquito más de información a medida que vaya pasando el día, ¿verdad? Vamos a dejar corriendo el DC Fandom ahí para que lo sigan disfrutando. Aquí en Puerto Rico, hasta que Laura me lo permita. Allá en Estados Unidos va a seguir allá con Javier y con Madera. Vamos a seguir dando con el DC Fandom por ahí para abajo. Te voy a decir Marcel es la excusa, viene más tarde. Viene ya ahorita. Así que continúen dándonos ahí like, dándonos share. Muchas gracias por el apoyo. Nos vemos ahorita. I'm out. Vengo ahorita.
And the real joy was to actually get Neil's original scripts, which he wrote at the time for the artists. And one of the things about the scripts is they're kind of like the blueprint. They're kind of like the scaffolding behind the facade, which is the story. And you get into Neil's mind at the time when he's writing him, 27-year-old Neil, and what he wants to see. And what, I don't know if Neil, you knew this, but there's real poetry in your descriptions that no one but a single artist would read. Well, I know you know that now because you've been reading these descriptions as part of the narration, but really they were a piece of literary art in their own right, the script. So I had those to base things on. We'd come to the decision that we were going to stick pretty closely to the original work, because why wouldn't you? Effectively, there is nothing needs really changing. Occasionally here and there one might just, touch slightly on the steering wheel, but there is nothing much you need to do. And they just rock. They totally rock. So Neil as narrator now is being Neil the writer. We're in his head. And then off the page, I'm going to extend this metaphor to snapping point, come the characters and we get this wonderful sort of sense of being inside Neil's head. The nicer part, the classy part.
The classy part. Okay, well, besides the star actors, you had to cast something like 150 other parts. Kudos to you. What was that process like, Dirk?
Well, I've got to say, our casting team, Marielle and Nicola, who were doing a lot of the casting, did a fantastic job. There are way many more parts than we could comfortably deal with in a given situation with a studio that probably held 6 people and was really only built for 1. If you know the Marx Brothers works, you'll know there's a thing called the stateroom scene where they're trying to cram into a cupboard on a boat. Well, that's kind of how it was in this situation. I had to think of a way through this, and I thought what we need is all the very best audio voice actors in London. And London is a really good place to get voice actors because, of course, BBC still runs spoken word and drama and so on and so forth. So actors as busy as Michael and James, who was in a play at the time, you know, you're not expecting to see them. You're getting people who normally would get a marquee, who are coming in as part of the ensemble, and everybody kind of checked their egos at the door. And we ended up with a really lovely situation. There were certain episodes, like, for example, A Midsummer Night's Dream, where the temperature in the studio kind of climbed into the late 90s, but the upside was that the cast, we were pretty much doing the story from soup to nuts. So if you're in the room with them, you're watching one of Neil's greatest stories just happen in front of your eyes with a bit of extra Shakespeare here and there. So it was a wonderful experience.
Speaking of the amazing cast, we are joined by the devilish Michael Sheen. Welcome to the panel, Michael.
Hello, Zach. How you doing?
I'm good. So happy to have you with us. So, Michael, now you are on the hot seat. How did you put your spin on Lucifer?
I mean, I remember when I first read Sandman. I'd left Wales to come down to London to go to drama school. And one of my fellow classmates at RADA, within the first few weeks, said to me, do you read comic books? And I said, no, I don't. And I thought, like superheroes? I'm not really into all that. And sorry, DC. And he said, here we are. And he gave me some Alan Moore. You know, he gave me V for Vendetta and Watchmen and Swamp Thing and Constantine and Sandman. And I remember reading the first few Sandmans, and it just sort of, it did literally change my life. It sort of both reinforced what I was already interested in, but opened doors to whole universes for the rest of my life. I mean, it created my taste, really, I suppose. It led me to finding out about Joseph Campbell and comparative mythology and Carl Jung and I mean, all kinds of stuff. It just blew my mind. And certain things really stayed with me. And one of those things was the character of Lucifer, when you first meet him early on in the story, and that kind of young Bowie look. That image had really stayed with me. So when I came to do Lucifer, that was there at the back of my mind. And I loved the idea of someone who looks very angelic. I mean, he is an angel. He's the fallen angel. And that young Bowie with the curly blonde hair is very angelic and sort of chirpy. Hello, and it takes you by surprise. You're expecting Lucifer to be Lucifer. And of course, you don't have to. It's like, hello, Dream, how are you? And I love that idea of sort of surprising the audience and pulling the rug out from under their feet, which Neil is so brilliant at. And of course, the first thing I ever saw to do with the Sandman was the cover of Preludes and Nocturnes, the Dave McKean art. And even from that, I knew I was entering into a whole other world. And then, of course, getting to know Dave many years later was a bit of a dream come true.
He is such a singular talent and such a singular vision. It was weird with Sandman. I think we had this huge fight on our hands right in the very beginning when we told DC that the title character Morpheus would not be on every cover. I remember them coming back going, but how will people know this is Sandman? And we said, well, because the word Sandman will be on every cover. And having lost that battle, they never fought again. They were like, okay, well, obviously we don't know what this thing is, and they're doing things that break all the rules because you have to have the character on the cover, and they aren't. So they're just doing their thing. And it really was Dave having that fight. And also around Sandman 9, Dave refusing to be fired. Karen Berger fired him. He was in New York, and she said, "We don't have time for you to do any more Sandman covers." And he said to me, I've been fired. And I said, "What are you going to do?" He said, "Well, I'm going to spend the next 2 days painting the next 8 Sandman covers, and then I'm going to send them over to her, and I'll see what she says." And that's what he did. He just made the rest of the Doll's House covers.
Amazing.
He did all the covers and sent them over. And what was she going to do? They were brilliant.
Of course, I'd spent a fair amount of time with Neil fairly recently when we did Good Omens together. So I got used to Neil being on the other side of the camera and close to me, which I liked. But he's sort of creeping ever closer, like a game of Grandma's Clock. Is that what it's called? Where, you know, every time I look around, he's not behind the camera now. Now he's actually standing next to me in the recording studio, narrating the damn thing. I mean, if he gets any closer, we'll have to have an operation to be separate.
I love the fact that I get to work with Michael. Michael and I have been friends since 2010. And we've been working together since 2017, and just I get to just admire him as an actor more and more, and the very, very peculiar feeling of having my friend Michael standing next to me in the studio and opening his mouth, and this voice that basically belongs to David Bowie playing Lucifer coming out of his mouth. And I'm just sort of looking and going, how does he do that? How can that work? And I forget that my friend Michael is also one of the greatest actors of our age. It was an absolute delight. We were incredibly lucky at the kind of cast who came out for Dirk, and also who came out for Sandman, because we're lucky in that there are Sandman fans everywhere. And we get to punch above our weight. You know, we get to get Willow coming in and writing The Dreaming because she was a Sandman fan and she wants to write Sandman. We get Michael Sheen, we get Kat Dennings, we get these amazing people coming in and fighting to do it because they love Sandman. And we are so lucky in that.
Like we said earlier, The Sandman is in dozens of languages and has been in print continuously for over 30 years. Why do you think The Sandman not only endures, but transcends media?
For me, the answer is that I really didn't know what I was doing. And I didn't know what I was meant to be doing, and I didn't know how to do it. And I did it anyway. Mm-hmm. And that just doing it also meant that everything I was seeing, everybody I met, every thought going through my head made it onto the page. And every way that I could tell stories, I was telling stories, I was trying new things. And I think that it hasn't aged and it hasn't dated in probably the way that it should. You can absolutely see places where it's completely of its time, and you can see places where my heart was in the right place, but I didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I think that's fine and that's forgivable, because overall, I think I, along with dozens of astonishing artists and along with people who are unsung, like Todd Klein, our amazing letterer who did miracles that then nobody notices are there, you know, creating lettering font styles for characters like Delirium or Dream or Desire. I thought I was making something completely disposable. If I'd known I was making something that would last, I probably would have had a lot more attention, and it probably wouldn't have worked.
How about the rest of you? Why does it transcend for all of you think?
Like I said, it sort of changed my world, really. It gave me an introduction to things that have had a huge impact on my life and who I am today. And it led me, you know, it is a story about stories. And as such, you know, as Neil said, he wanted to come up with something that allowed him to tell whatever story he wanted. And because of that, it roams across time and space and through mythology and history and Shakespeare, you know, it was such an explosion of the imagination and creativity. And yet at the same time was grounded in a real kind of edgy, earthy realism as well. So it had something for everyone, but instead of being a kind of jack of all trades, it seemed so specific. And it was just like, I mean, it's like when I, as an actor working on Shakespeare, you can literally feel your brain expanding, like your consciousness growing because of what Shakespeare does in his plays. And reading The Sandman was a similar experience for me. It, like, I could feel my consciousness getting bigger because of what was in it and what it introduced me to. And because it is about sort of primal, deep things like the dreaming, like reality, and concepts like fairy, and you know, it of course it's timeless. I mean, it's about the endless, and the story itself is endless, and so it will go on forever.
Speaking from the point of view of adapting it to another medium, what's great about it is that it's doing everything that Michael's just described. It's this enormously, the conceit of it, and I'm not using conceit pejoratively there, but the scale of the imagination, all of Neil's misspent years in libraries as a kid, all that reading is just pouring out on the page, a sort of torrent, like a dump tank of ideas. And to have started this journey in audio particularly, where we're sticking very close to the originals, is great, because I know, well, we all know where it's going to go, but the journey of discovery is getting an actor. I mean, when Michael comes in and starts playing Lucifer, I'm thinking, oh, wow, I can't wait to hear where this is going to go. And of course, we have all that to look forward to, and the rest of the cast as well. So, I you know, hats off to Neil. You know, it's an astonishing piece of work.
Willow, how about you? Why do you think The Sandman endures?
You know, to me, what was really astonishing about Sandman, especially the first time that I read it through as a teenager, was that unexpected people were at the center of the story. I think, you know, we're kind of taught to look to the most obvious figures to be heroes, the politicians, the famous people, all of this. Whereas in Sandman, the guy sitting next to you on the bus could be Lucifer or the King of Dreams. And as such, you get stories about characters who I think were kind of pushed to the margins, especially at the time in other types of stories, right? And now they're at the center. And that makes you look twice at the world around you. It makes you sort of question, you know, who is telling the story, and what point of views are we missing, and who is unmourned? I mean, that also really struck me, is that, you know, like, this came out in the middle of the AIDS epidemic when, you know, a lot of people were trying to push, you know, these deaths and this terrible thing that was happening under the rug. And Sandman said, no, pay attention. This is important. These people are important. And that was very striking to me. And I think that's part of the reason that it still feels so relevant, because it kind of reminds you there are still stories we haven't heard. You know, there's still things we're afraid to talk about. And it's the people around you who could be the true spinners of tales. And that really has stuck with me through the years.
Well, that answer was amazing.
I've thought about this a lot.
Oh gosh, it was so good, you Willow. I want to thank all of you for this wonderful time. I had the best time talking to all of you. But before we go, we can't forget about the dedicated fans. We asked and they responded, and we get it. You want to know about the Netflix show. So Neil, can you tell us anything? We've been asked about when it will be released. We've been asked about the cast details. What can you tell us, Neil?
Well, I can tell you that due to COVID, everything, as with every other piece of television being made around the world right now, somebody pushed a giant pause button. And we've taken advantage of our pause button just to try and get the scripts as close to perfect as we possibly could, which has been really fun. And that right now, as the universal pause button is starting to come off, we're starting to cast again. I'm getting these inspiring and wonderful emails with production designs, with places that I've only ever seen in the comics before, now being rendered in 3D, and I'm being asked to comment on it. That's amazing. There's not a lot I can say. Something that I will say is part of the joy of doing the audio adaptation was going, this is going to be the nearest thing we can do to an audiobook of those first 3 graphic novels, and hopefully all of the graphic novels. And we're going to start it in 1988. And it's going to end in about 1991 or 1992. Sandman is a very compressed story, even though it takes place all through time and space. That's where that story takes place. What we're doing with Netflix is saying, okay, it's still going to start in 1916, but the thing that happens in Sandman 1, the point that the story starts, is not 1988, it's now. And how does that change the story? What does that give us? What does that make us have to look at that we wouldn't have had to look at if we were setting it as a period piece? What is that going to do to the gender of characters? What is that going to do to the nature of characters? What's that going to do to the story? And that has been an absolute delight, because it means we are always being true to the story and being true to the characters, but it gives us tremendous freedom to go, okay, if we were doing it now, what would Sandman be? And that, again, is very liberating.
Well, as a fan myself, I cannot wait to see it. And I just wanted to share that I was a tiny part of the Sandman universe. Check this out. It's a drawing by artist Domo Stanton of me flying through the city.
Lovely.
I look good. Well, thank you all so much. It's been wonderful chatting about the Sandman. Thank you, G. Willow, Dirk Maggs, Michael Sheen, and of course, Neil Gaiman. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of DC Fandome!
Dreams, nightmares, demigods, and fallen angels, I am officially in and can't wait to dig into Sandman. Right now, let's get back to hearing from our fans and see what questions they, or maybe even you, have.
Already Batwoman kind of stands out because she doesn't technically have like a superpower. Everything that she uses to fight bad guys is more of her intelligence and Luke and her physical strength. So I do look forward to seeing that, or for playing in that perspective, like from a Ryan perspective, from like this street kid's perspective, from a person that saw these superheroes growing up, because that was also really important for Ryan, you know, to see Batwoman be an out lesbian, and to have a, you know, a superhero role model to look up to. And then now all of a sudden I'm filling those shoes. So to not only fill those shoes, but to play amongst the ones that have already been doing it, I think that that's going to be a lot for her. I'm sure it's going to be a culture shock for her, but I also think that it's really cool because it's really like when that world meets the superhero world in all of its dynamics.
Hola mi gente, I'm Gabby Cam, your host from Mexico City. For nearly 60 years, DC has played with the intriguing concept of the multiverse. It allows multiple dimensions all to exist at the same time, which means multiple versions of me could actually exist right now. And not only that, on these other worlds, I could be a different gender, ethnicity, a villain, or even an alien. I wish I knew what kind of alien I would be. Maybe in this panel, I will find out.
The multiverse has been at the heart of DC almost from the very start. But the moment most fans think of is this one. In the Silver Age of comics, when the Flash met the Flash in 1961. In Flash of Two Worlds, DC created a story where the Flash could be Barry Allen and Jay Garrick at the very same time, and created the architecture that would allow DC to be expansive, inclusive in their storytelling and in their universe, and is the world that fans now know, and also laid the groundwork for the ambitious crossover event, Crisis on Infinite Earths. Crisis on Infinite Earths brought the DC multiverse to fans, bringing together DC superheroes and supervillains in a truly epic event. But this is not the first time DC has explored the multiverse, and trust me, it will not be the last time fans will see it, as DC is fully embracing this exciting creative concept and how it can open up endless opportunities for storytelling for our comic books, TV shows, film, and games creators. Here in the DC Fandome, I am so excited to have our own crossover moment and talk about what the multiverse really is for DC, how it informs every story DC tells, and how fans can expect to see it on the page or on the screen moving forward. I'm Tiffany Smith, and I'm so excited to welcome our panelists here today. First up, we have got a legendary comic book artist in his own right. He is also the Chief Creative Officer and Publisher for DC, and he sits at the heart of everything DC does and is a master of the multiverse, Jim Lee.
Thank you.
Next up, he oversees DC's films, which run the gamut from The Joker to Aquaman, and has huge plans for where DC movies are about to go next. Walter Hamada, how you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm good. Great to be here.
And finally, one of the key architects of DC's Arrowverse and the amazing Crisis crossover event, he is executive producer of nearly a dozen fan-favorite DC shows like Batwoman, The Flash, Supergirl, Doom Patrol, Titans, and the upcoming Superman and Lois, and many, many more. It's Greg Berlanti. How are you?
Very good, very good. Great to be here.
Let's just kind of go to the top of it, and I'm going to go to you, Jim. What exactly is the DC multiverse for people who may not know?
Yeah, I think when people think about superheroes, they know the names, the costumes, the powers, the origins, and it kind of tends to be this sort of monolithic kind of thing. But one of the things that really is distinct and unique to DC is that it's the first large work of fiction that has leaned upon this idea that we are not alone. We have this reality, this Earth, but that there are alternate realities that sit side by side with us, and they're infinite number. And on each of these different Earths, we exist, but maybe in slightly different variations, right? We might be a different gender on another planet, or we might be furry creatures. And this extends to all the superheroes. So you start seeing this kind of endless spectrum of characters that you can create. And so it allows us to have the freedom and to create different versions and then lean upon that canon as we, change up the mythology and the pantheon of characters to better reflect the true diversity and inclusivity that our audiences want and that our audiences live in.
And you kind of touched on it already, Jim, but let's go to you, Greg. How do you feel like the multiverse really informs the stories that you tell through DC TV?
I would say that when we started out just with Arrow, 8-9 years ago now, it wasn't our intention to replicate what everyone had done so brilliantly in comics. And it wasn't until The Flash came along and we tried in the pilot of The Flash to put the two of them on screen together that I remember watching that first scene of the two of them together and thinking like, oh, wow, this makes me feel like the DC books made me feel, like 1 + 1 = 3. The other thing it allows for is the vastness. You really feel the vastness of each of these different worlds. And I think it adds to the importance of these heroes and the myth of them. And that's been really exciting. And again, the element of surprise. If the universe that everyone's constructing, the different showrunners and creators and directors and, obviously with Walter and Jim helping shepherd all of it, if it can go to all those different places and still be tethered together, I think just as an audience member, I want to show up and not know, like, who might I see here, and I think that's incredibly exciting.
Well, and I think it's something too where, we talk about comic book writers getting to play with the characters in different ways. Same thing on the TV shows where it's when you bring a character from one show into another show, those writers now get to play with that character or a different version of them, which I think the fans, myself included, have loved seeing on TV.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun for the actors. They love it when they play a villain version of themselves from another planet. Everybody loves to play a villain.
You face some of the greatest evils known to man, and you defeated them. If you think so highly of yourselves that you can defeat any threat that comes your way,
How do you feel about us?
And like you said, you weren't really thinking at the outset about getting to this place of Crisis on Infinite Earths and seeing all of that. Can you talk to us a little bit about just leading up to that and everything that happened before, and maybe like when you got to the point where you're like, yeah, this is something we really want to talk about?
Well, I mean, really, it was so much of our motto behind the scenes was to try and create episodes and seasons and shows that we would want to watch. And so it just inevitably kind of kept going in that direction. One of my fellow EPs, Mark Guggenheim, is my own personal encyclopedia for a lot of knowledge of these things, and was really, the centerpiece of production-wise pulling the scope of those things together. And I would be remiss if I didn't just say just how much his own passion for all that has been, very inspiring. But we sort of kept, just building block by block, and then truly in the last couple of years, and again, in working with Walter and with Jim, it's really it's kind of taken a whole new level. We never thought we'd even be allowed to do Crisis, it was a pipe dream. We just kind of kept finding new ways to get all of our characters together, and then the year before we did Crisis, we said, well, what if we just say coming next year, Crisis, and everyone was like, okay, yeah, you can say that. Well, I was like, well, I guess they've approved it then. Now it's good to go. And that, it was really epic. I mean, there were just so many, obviously, so many Easter eggs and so many different little characters. But then, the guys calling about saying that if we could we possibly fit in Ezra? Is that a possibility? That's really for the first time historically combining a TV character and a film character in that way. Is, I think it feels like the beginning of a whole new generation of how we can begin to do these things, and that's just as a storyteller, that's really, really exciting.
Well, I feel like a kid in a candy store being like, we got Crisis on Infinite Earths, what's next? But can you talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the world post Crisis on Infinite Earths?
Well, we are, yes, because certain worlds have been combined. We're mindful of that now, in terms of how that will affect certain shows, and in terms of what our crossover event will be next year. I think truly because of COVID right now and the pandemic, our aspirations aren't quite as large. We'd just like to start shooting again. That would be, nuts. Happy to invite any feature characters that the guys want to have on. I think that was truly a thrill.
How did that crossover event happen with Ezra? And talk about the conversation of when you guys were like, could this work? Can we get him here?
We'd been developing on the feature side our Flash script for a while, which was leaning into the idea of the multiverse and playing in that sandbox. And again, I'm focused very much on the movies and what we're doing, and Jim was just like, would you, since we're leaning into the multiverse, do you think Ezra would ever do this crossover? I picked up the phone, called him, and before I could even finish the pitch, he was like, I'm in, tell me when, where. Like, he's just such a fan, I think, of the character, and I think of the universe, and he understands the importance of Flash and the character of his role sort of in that idea of the multiverse, that he immediately jumped on it, and then at that point it was just Jim ran with it.
We were in a meeting, I think it was Walter, me, Peter Ross was there. We kind of threw out this idea, and Peter was like, let me talk to Greg about this. And this was last minute too, right?
But we had shot the crossover. So.
Yeah, exactly. This is like right before the holidays.
We were editing, and then so the first call was like, well, wait a second, can Flash also bring us back in time to do this? Because
exactly. Yeah, so we're on the holidays. I knew that we're down the wire, but I knew how meaningful this would be to the fans, just because Flash's meeting created the multiverse. That the fact that this had never been done before, and that this was new footage. A lot of the stuff, like with Green Lantern, was kind of old footage. This was new stuff, and we had to track down the costume for Ezra. Luckily, he still fit into it. And Peter, spoke with Greg, and Greg graciously allowed us to do this at the very last minute, and Mark wrote dialogue at the last second, sent it over. It had to be kind of vague enough to not create too many expectations, but kind of solidify the fact that this is happening, that these Flashes are both the Flash in different universes. And the cool thing is, Ezra's Flash was never named the Flash in the movies. He got his name from meeting Grant, who knew he was the Flash. And that's like so cool to have that introduction into the canon, right? And so that was it, and it came together at the last minute, and you know, it worked out great. Those guys kind of improvised and the lines, and
They definitely improvised.
There's a lot of improvisation.
It was touching and funny, and it was just a great moment. And then when it went live, man, people's heads exploded. And then I think,
well, there were a lot of people who worked on the show and had shot the episode and didn't know that it was in there. So they were watching. There were people that had been in the episode that were watching it live that night that wrote me. He said, "I didn't know about this. Did you keep this a secret from me?" And I was like, "No, I wasn't. We just did it last week."
Yeah.
Is this cosplay? Oh, do you want a selfie, bro?
No,
I'm sorry.
We're not. No, I'm also the Flash.
You're also the what?
The Flash.
The Flash? The Flash.
It's complicated.
I like your outfit. It seems comfy.
Yours is pretty cool.
Smooth.
Seems safe
and breathable. Found Barry Allen. No! What does that mean? How can this...
This should be impossible now.
It should be impossible now?
You don't know about the...
Oh my God, don't do this to me. I don't know about the what.
Well, and kind of talk about that, Greg, because I know just the crossover events are such a big to-do anyway, getting all of the actors from all of the shows and the sets and everything working together at the same pace and timing, and then now throwing in the film piece as well. I feel like all of you guys, just from talking to you and, you know, knowing you a little bit, that you're a huge fan. So you're like, we'll do anything to make it work. But what was that moment like for you?
Well, I was honestly, I really do experience these shows just as a fan first. And so when I heard it, you know, I just thought I would want to see that. You know, I would want to see that, let alone be a part of it. You know, and whenever anybody in this business is doing stuff from that place of like, you know, how can we make this thing the best it can be? And how can we deliver something to everybody and that, you know, understands and loves these characters as much as we do, you know, then the impossible stuff that seems impossible ends up becoming possible.
I think up to this point, we were the company was just organized in a way where TV was TV and film was film. And oftentimes DC and Jim was sort of the arbiter of like, hey, they want to use this character, using this character. And it became this like really weird situation where the fans they love the characters. They just want to see the characters. And this sort of opens the door for us to do more crossovers, to really lean into this idea and just acknowledge the fact that there can be a Flash on TV and one in the movies, and you don't have to pick one or the other. You can love both, and they do both exist in this great multiverse. And I do think that moving forward, there's more opportunities for us to do things like this. And really, at the end of the day, it's about the fans, and I think the fans want to see it. And it gives us a way to sort of explore maybe some different stories and different ideas and use the medium in a different way than it's been used thus far.
We can just dive in a little bit more into the DC films. Walter, for you, what does the multiverse really mean?
What the multiverse allows you to do is sort of lean into this idea of you can tell just great stories and you don't have to really be as focused on it has to fit within a singular continuity. On one Earth, we have our Gal and Jason and Ezra version of the Justice League. And we can continue telling those stories, while on a separate Earth, we don't have to worry about the continuity. We can have a more grounded, real year 2 Batman and build out that world and not really worry about continuity, story elements, and et cetera. And so it's really kind of the best of both worlds and allows us to take advantage of everything that's great about what we've done and really allow us to sort of expand moving forward. And we're trying to keep it as simple as that. Like there is that one Earth, the greater Earth of sort of this existing Justice League, and then the beginnings of another Earth that is sort of happening that's early stages of year 2 Batman. And then obviously there are outliers like Joker, which it doesn't exist in either Earth, but that's okay. It's all part of the multiverse. Matt Reeves can continue to build out his Gotham, and he's got great plans to how to build it out in a way that's sort of innovative. And you know, they announced recently that there's an idea of taking that Gotham and exploring it at HBO Max as a show. Like those are things that you can do because we don't have to worry about how that would impact Aquaman 2 or how that could impact the Flash, you know. And so I think it just opens doors for us in ways that you couldn't have if you had to have a singular universe.
So let's get into some of the questions that we've got from fans. The first one is for you, Jim. It's from Van in the US. Now that Doomsday Clock has concluded, will we see any more of Alan Moore's comic characters cross over with the DC multiverse?
Probably less on the crossover side. You don't want to, dip into the well too often and kind of make it too regular a thing. It becomes too commonplace. You want to save it for really big epic storylines where you've got great creators like Jeff Johns who's able to come in and really deliver, a story worthy of that kind of concept. But we are, there's a spin-off. There's a Rorschach series that Tom King is writing. It's not like necessarily a crossover per se, but we are exploring more of the Watchmen universe. It's obviously got kind of second life with the HBO TV series, and so it's been kind of fun exploring that. But yeah, that's all I can share at this point.
The next one is for Greg from Flora Kumar Singh in India. The Crisis on Infinite Earths finale showed that the multiverse is gone and there exists only one universe and one Earth Prime. But since other shows like Titans, Doom Patrol, and the DC still goes on, is the multiverse actually gone or is it recreated?
It's not gone. That was to really help us, sort of like the original reason for Crisis, when they were like, oh, we have too many worlds. Let's start combining things for the purpose of the books. I think for the purposes of the CW, those worlds are now one. But off network is like being off planet in a different part of the multiverse. But it's still alive and flourishing.
The multiverse. Every existence multiplied by possibility. And spread out before space and time in infinite measure. Civilizations rose and fell. And rose again across reality's grasping expanse. Life, a precious gift, persevering in the face of every obstacle. Until, finally, the Age of Heroes was born.
Okay, well, the next question is for you from Sumik Day in India. Will we get more multiverse movies or even Elseworlds movies like Superman, Red Sun?
I think it's the possibility is there. It's not, it really comes down to, like I said, our focus is great stories. And so if we come across the right filmmaker with an interesting story that doesn't work within our existing timeline, and it would work as an Elseworld, we would definitely explore it. I can say we're not currently developing Red Sun, so that isn't one of them, but it really comes down to when the right filmmaker or the right idea comes together. That's the beauty of the multiverse, is we can explore it. We can go down the road and take a shot at it. But what we don't want to do is be in a place like Jim was saying, like it should be special. I don't think you want an Elseworld movie every year, like clockwork. Like it'd be much better for it to be a special thing. And we also want them to be great. We want them to be special. We want to make sure that it doesn't just sort of feel like we're just cranking out a volume of different versions of these characters. There has to be a reason for it. And I think it has to be a reason that we're excited about, that we think the fans will be excited about. So yes, the answer is yes, there will be opportunities. That one is not one that we're currently exploring.
We've got one more question for all of you guys. This is from Ryan Keller in the US. With the existence of the DC multiverse, how do you approach managing a wide variety of characters, stories, and universes for DC? And how would you work to help keep the audience connected with such a large variety of characters and stories? I imagine that you guys all have like a board somewhere in your house. It's like you open the doors and it's like, here's the characters in the whole world connected with yarn. I don't think any of you have that. If you do, please show us right now.
It's like one of those True Detective scenes or something where it's just like newspaper
yarn, just yarns and pins. Yeah.
Oh, I think that is the challenge. There's so many characters, so many versions, but we have people through film, TV, within Berlanti's company. These are the assets we track and try to make sure that there aren't inconsistencies and that we are constantly communicating between ourselves so that we deliver something that's satisfying and maybe paints a bigger picture. And now that this has been established, this multiverse across all of the content, I think there's going to be a greater need for coordination to kind of deliver even cooler surprises going forward. But I just want to really thank and applaud Greg for really laying the groundwork for all this, because they didn't have to do this. From what I hear from Mark Guggenheim, it's a crazy amount of work, and bringing all these people together to deliver something that could potentially be very confusing or complicated, and being able to tell a story that's kind of derived from the canon. It is an amazing thing, and the fact that they've been able to do it year in, year out with different kind of crossovers and big events has been a real blessing, I think, for the DC universe, and has kind of shown that it can be done. But we just need to be on top of the storylines and where the characters are and how they're being used. But that's part of the job, and a lot of fun, and there's a lot of fun involved as well. We get to really explore really deeply into the DC catalog sometimes.
When we were first pitching the idea of certain characters, there was a sense of like, okay, well, and this was years ago, but like, oh, we might use this character in the movie space, so maybe we won't then use a character there. And I would say, well, I can watch an animated Batman, and I don't confuse animated Batman from the Batman in your movies to, something on a show. But it doesn't mean that we still don't have to warrant using that character. Certainly any kind of character with that kind of size and scope and that much meaning in the world like this. But so we want to justify our use of any character, but at the same time, ultimately, I think it's in the, as we bring all of these characters into live action and to life, it's just so much more enriching and rewarding for everyone, to feel like, okay, the best idea wins, and the best version of the story is going to be what we're all really trying to serve.
I think in the past, there's been like, well, features might do something with that, so stay away from it. It could be years before that character ever showed up on the screen, if it even showed up on the screen, and it was clear to us, like, it doesn't make sense to hold that back from the fans. Let's explore that. And by the way, if they fall in love with the character on TV and we do something in the movies 3 years down the road, all the better. Like, it's just a greater awareness for the characters. And so for us, our board is much smaller because we have fewer things that we're working on. We have, within a movie, it's 120 pages and there's a handful of characters, whereas in TV, there's a bunch of other characters that pop up. So it's a little bit more straightforward for us. I think really Jim is the great sort of, he's the center of everything. So he has to know everything that we're doing in features, everything that's happening in TV, and everything funnels to him. And I think that's great that we have this guy who sort of knows the world better than anybody, who can sort of look at it and kind of go and come up and say, wouldn't it be great if Ezra showed up when you met Grant? And you don't get that without Jim sort of being sort of at the center of all this. And so I think it's just a great
una sola pantalla para
and it's really just the beginning of what we're doing here. I think with just the stuff that we're working on now, and the idea of the multiverse, and really HBO Max being this other venue for us to really start to meet in the middle. I think if there was that sense that TV was TV and film was film, Max sort of becomes this place where we it's like, it'll be our clubhouse. Well, everything will gather into that space, and we'll be able to explore different opportunities and cross back over. And I'm excited about the potential of all the things that we can do with DC in the multiverse.
Awesome. Well, I want to say a huge thank you to the three of you guys for taking the time to chat with me and all of the fans here in the DC Fandome. This is such, like, we're talking about different platforms for things, and this is a whole new platform for fans to get to experience the DC multiverse as well. So thank you guys so much. This has been awesome.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thanks,
Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
The future certainly looks bright for the DC multiverse. I'm still not sure what I will look like on Earth 26, but I can't wait to meet me there. Now, if you're a big DC fan like me, then I'm willing to bet that you cannot wait for the Flash feature film to electrify the big screen. The good news is that you don't have to wait that long, because we're going right now with the filmmakers and the Flash himself, Ezra Miller.
Pero no estamos live, right?
Hello, fans around the world. It's me, Ezra Miller.
No me
Can you
dijeron
smooth out
nada.
your hair on the left side a little bit?
You don't like this?
I'm Alex Giddy, director of the Flash movie.
I'm Christina Hodson, the screenwriter of The Flash. I haven't spoken to humans in a while, so I'm going to be rusty.
I'm Barbara Muschietti, the producer of the Flash movie.
I play Barry Allen, aka The Flash, in the upcoming Flash movie. And I love you, and I'm excited to be here digitally with you. Flash fact, if you go to the bottom of Andy Muschietti's Wikipedia or IMDb page, you'll see that he actually has a PA credit on the 1996 Madonna movie, Evita. Must ask you more about that, Andy.
Telling the story of one of the greatest superheroes of the DC world is a challenge. The most important thing is that it gets to your heart. Growing up with Batman and Superman and Flash, it was an opportunity to reconnect with childhood experiences reading DC Comics.
Flash fact, DC Comics actually stands for Detective
Chicos, no te vieron.
Comics.
Yo lo que hice fue cambiar la pantalla que se vea nada más el
The tone for the film, I think, is
gente vea
very
y
much
escuche lo de DC
Andy's
Fandom,
signature.
pero yo les dije a ustedes en el audio de Brainstorm en
He
Telegram
can
que
jump from
apagaran sus
funny to
micrófonos y hagan el
scary
Skype
to
bien.
emotional really fast.
And it's also a time travel story, which I find very exciting.
Andy managed to put these tiny little DC Easter eggs into the It movie.
I like your glasses, Mr. Keene. You look just like Clark Kent.
I don't know about that.
One, he was vying for the job way earlier than any of us knew. Or two, while making the Flash movie, he discovered time travel for real, went back in time, and went to put all these things in just to mess with us. Either way, well played, sir.
You meet Andy, and you immediately can understand why he's the perfect choice for this movie. It's his compassion, his priority in this film of finding the heart of the story.
I'm also excited to see Andy's version of the Speed Force. He happened to have done some doodles that I may or may not have taken and kept. They are literally unlike anything you've ever seen before.
Flash fact, did you know that according to actual comic book canon, Superman is both a vegetarian and a Metallica fan? Which is, of course, impossible. But then again, he's Superman.
Batman lost his parents. Superman lost his planet. Harley Quinn lost her egg sandwich. But Barry, because he's got this ability to go back and manipulate time, he's the only one who can actually go and change his own personal story.
His mother was murdered, his father was framed and incarcerated, and all his journey from then was of a man trying to make things right.
And it sounds like a cliche, but script is everything. When I got to read Christina's first draft, I was just blown away.
The script has really captured his loquacity, his personality.
So you're fast. That feels like an oversimplification.
I fell in love with The Flash when I read Flashpoint. The combination of giant spectacle, action, and fun with this incredibly personal, intimate story of a boy just trying to save his mum.
He's someone who has the power of changing the events of the past, but by doing so can deteriorate the very fabric of the space-time continuum.
The juxtaposition between his vulnerability and his immense power is really what's exciting about superheroes to me. Flash fact, the hippopotamus is faster than the human being. Beware.
Every actor, every director, every writer brings something different to the character.
Barry as a character, and especially the way Ezra plays him, he's a guy with so much heart, so much humor. Spending time with Ezra is kind of like spending time with Barry Allen.
Really, I can feel his passion and his enthusiasm and his creativity.
He was born to play this role.
Flash fact, the first appearance of the multiverse in DC Comics is actually a Flash comic. Flash Comics number 123, The Flash of Two Worlds.
Time travel isn't simple. It's not always a straightforward case of go back and change one thing and another thing changes in the future.
This film is immensely important because if you look around at the DC universe, obviously we have all of these characters that exist within their own bubbles. We even have now multiple iterations of the same story.
I'm Batman and Batman. I'm Batman.
Sounds like a cool guy.
This movie, by opening that door that Flashpoint did in the comics, all of these stories and characters can start to collide. Hello?
This should be impossible now.
It should be impossible now?
You don't know about the...
Oh my God, don't do this to me. I don't know about the what.
The cinematic multiverse is going to be born out of this movie. It's born out of Barry's story.
It blows our minds, the levels of possibility that exist within the context of this character and this story.
I can't wait for all of us to be able to sit down in a theater and enjoy these movies in the dark with a lot of people and with great snacks.
So obviously I don't want to spoil too much of the movie. I want you to be surprised when you see it. There's something that I can show you, a little sneak peek.
Oh my gosh. Oh, nope, sorry. That's my fault. It was an accident. It's not my personal playlist, but that might have been my fault. Back to you, Andy.
So I'd like to share a couple of concept art drawings, and it's Barry Allen's new suit. As you can see, it's more organic. You can see light embedded in it. It has been built by his friend Bruce Wayne this time.
Flash fact. The first ever Batman movie is actually an unlicensed Batman Dracula movie made by Andy Warhol with a soundtrack by the Velvet Underground. It's unreleased, but there's 39 minutes that have been recovered, and I highly recommend watching them. They're extremely strange.
There are so many potential crossovers in the multiverse, so many cool things that you could do.
I would really love them to do a two-hander with Wonder Woman. I think they would solve a lot of problems, let me tell you.
I'd like to see Game of Thrones crossover. Instead of all the months that it takes traveling from Winterfell to King's Landing, it would happen in 2 seconds. Barry Allen in the Iron Throne.
I actually already have a weird behind-the-scenes DC multiverse crossover. My best friend growing up is Rob Pattinson's older sister. So I've actually known the new Batman since he was 2 years old and in diapers.
I would like the Flash to meet in the multiverse Nicolas Cage. Not the Nicolas Cage Superman that never was. I'd want the Flash to meet Nicolas Cage, the person in this world, who I believe probably does have the ability to transcend space-time.
Seguimos en vivo. ¿Estamos todos conectados otra vez?
Estamos ahí.
¿Viste eso de Flash? Estuvo bien interesante.
I also can't wait to hear more about the Flash. Thank you, Andy, Barbara, Christina, and Ezra.
Estaba el Batman de Val Kilmer.
Sí, eso se vio nítido, sí.
Qué bueno. Traje para la próxima película, por fin.
Vamos a ver si...
Vamos a ver qué es lo que viene. Espero que sea algo bueno.
Sí, a ver que la hagan bien esa de Flash, porque llevan como demasiados años trabajando
Sí,
en ella.
seguro.
La verdad que no...
Aunque sabemos que es ¿cómo se llama esto? Que es posiblemente un reboot.
Flashpoint siempre lo usan para un reboot. Eso fue lo que hicieron en New 52.
Sí. Vieron que tienen una sección de comprar cositas del Fandom Shop que puedes comprar.
Mucho?
Sí.
No encontraste mucho. No he entrado, vi que está el link disponible y se puede entrar a ver qué hay. Así que las personas que nos están viendo.
Se fue soldado.
¿Ya se fue soldado?
No, digo yo, porque como
No,
los scalpers están por ahí, pues búscalos en eBay.
Mira, esos de Batman Beyond. Esos de Batman Beyond, vamos a ver. Súpelo.
Go ahead, Bruce. A Wayne Powers deep space probe is receiving an anomalous communication. I'm patching it into you now.
Is that you?
Clearly, that's not me, Terry. Apparently, it's what passes for me on this Earth.
Whoa! Who's the dweeb?
That would be Robin's counterpart.
The Joker.
No way. That's the Joker?
That's not the Joker. It's a Joker.
I don't know, Bruce. Your friend with the Liberty Bell hair said the Joker.
No matter which universe he's from, he's a vicious and deadly psychotic.
He's throwing fish at you right now.
One thing's for sure. This Joker could up his thug recruitment game.
Yeah, pick up a fish and start tossing already, slacker. Wait, is he stealing a fish? Oh, this has got to be the dumbest heist. Hey, swell costume, by the way, Bruce.
Terry.
Must have taken forever to get the iron-on bat symbol just right.
Terry!
To the Batmobile! Oh, this ought to be good.
Actually.
That ride's pretty sway, Bruce.
Don't let them catch you from behind.
What an odd thing to say. Hey, Bruce, I just noticed something about your cowl.
Again, not my cowl. But what is it?
Are the eyebrows painted on?
Don't be. Oh, wait. They are.
You know, my great aunt does the same thing with her eyebrows. Totally works for Aunt Phyllis.
What the?
Now what's going on? Where's this?
I'm not sure. But whatever it is, it must be built on a hill.
Joker could really stand to run a comb through that wig, huh?
Ese estilo camping.
Yeah.
Oh, easy, Boy Wonder. Let's not forget we're wearing elf shoes and support hose.
And who is he even shushing at this point?
What's with the 57 random telescopes lying around for no reason?
Something's fishy here, Batman.
Beautiful! The Gotham High girls volleyball team's gonna be ticked when they find out their net was stolen.
Actually, I'm not sure which is more disconcerting. His trap, or the fact that these two can't seem to find their way out of it.
How about a fish fry?
Ooh, Fish Fry guy here is angling for a promotion. Settle down there, Fish Fry.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at the Joker. Is it my imagination, or does he...
have a mustache?
Now that is just not right.
What?
Wow, worst hot tub party ever. But on the bright side, Robin is already wearing his bathing suit.
I couldn't possibly deprive that poor hungry clam of its dinner.
Hold up! That's a clam?
Very touchy. Oh, Boy Wonder. What a succulent hors d'oeuvre you should make.
It really is quite unsettling.
Well, a giant man-eater clam is... Wait, you're talking about the mustache.
It's mesmerizing. I would have gotten out of this in 2 seconds.
Aunt Phyllis could have gotten out of this in 2 seconds. By the way, Bruce, what do you feed paper mache?
Oh, what a hideous face!
Oh, be nice, Venus. Robin's sitting right next to you. You get it? 'Cause she was talking about... Never mind.
Mollusk? It's a mollusk! Push yourself away, Robin.
Is it weird that part of me is rooting for the clam?
Him against the sign! Robin!
How many of you?
I was actually feeling bad for Robin, but then I saw those elf booties again. And well... Hey, what happened?
That's the end of the transmission.
What do we do?
Not sure, but I know what we won't do.
What's that?
We never tell anyone what we saw here today.
Seriously? Not even the mustache?
Never.
I can tell you're serious. Know how? Your eyebrows, very expressive on their own. Why you ever chose to paint?
Don't you start.
Eso está bueno.
I love it. Batman has such a great sense of humor. Okay, devoted fans teamed up to show out in force at the DC Fandome. Let's take a look at some of the best group cosplays, and coming up is a showdown like you've never seen before. Stay tuned for lots of fun and games with the Suicide Squad.
Finally. Así que vamos ahora a empezar.
Por fin vamos a ver algo de Suicide Squad.
Sí, de Suicide Squad, así que ponlo en un momentito la vez. Esperamos a... Vamos a ver ahora. Volvemos en vivo. Volvemos en vivo. Se me fue la luz. Sabrán que se me fue la luz de momento. Volvimos otra vez ahora. Vamos a ver cuánto dura, pero por lo menos está cooperando. Vamos a ver. Seguimos en vivo desde, ¿verdad? Desde nuestras casas. Como estamos ahora mismo en Puerto Rico, estoy yo. Hasta que Laura me lo permita. Estamos a abierta por ahí, está José también. Estamos aquí dialogando acerca del DC Fandom. Volvemos otra vez. Tomamos un breakcito luego del espectacular show que nos dieron de Wonder Woman, que dieron un trailer súper nítido. Y vimos también ahí el trailer y gameplay del nuevo juego Gotham Knights. ¿Qué se llama, Javi?
Gotham Knights, sí, mano.
Gotham Knights.
Espectacular.
Se ve súper nítido ese juego. Estoy loco por cogerlo y jugarlo. Vamos a ver qué nos trae esos jueguitos. Ahora vamos a estar viendo The Suicide Squad. Vamos a ver qué nos van a traer esta gente hoy con esta entrega que James Gunn estaba trabajando en ella. Se llama así mismo The Suicide Squad. Entiendo que es un reboot de lo que vimos anteriormente. No estoy seguro, realmente no sé si es un reboot o es una continuación. Hay muchas especulaciones corriendo en el ambiente, no han enseñado nada. Esperamos que tiren un trailer para poder ver de qué se trata esta película. Y, ¿verdad? Mucha gente tiene mucho hype porque después que James Gunn dirigió Guardians of the Galaxy, todo el mundo hace como que, oh, James Gunn. Oh, James Gunn. Así que vamos a ver cómo DC utilizó su ingenio para este cast bien multidisciplinario que lo que es el Suicide Squad. ¿Qué ustedes esperan? ¿Qué ustedes creen?
Bueno, por mi parte, a mí me encantan las películas de Guardians of the Galaxy, yo sé que él va a hacer un buen proyecto con The Suicide Squad. Y sea un reboot o no, se va a disfrutar. ¿So va a empezar?
Vamos allá.
Director James Gunn announced in February that filming had wrapped for The Suicide Squad. And right now, he's taken a break from the edit bay to be here with us to discuss his vision for the film, answer fan questions, and have some insanely crazy fun with the cast. And, of course, share some never-before-seen content with us. Check it out.
This is amazing. I'm so excited to be here at DC Fandome with all the amazing DC fans. As many of you know, The Suicide Squad is by far the most fun I've ever had making a movie. I am still working hard on it every day from morning till night, but we're having a great time creating something incredibly special for people. And I'd like to take this break now to take some questions from you guys.
Hey, James. When was the first time you ever read Suicide Squad as a comic book? And who was your favorite character?
I read John Ostrander's original run of Suicide Squad. So I remember reading the very first issue of that run and falling in love with the concept, with the characters. I love the movie The Dirty Dozen that came out back in the 60s. And this was like a super villain version of The Dirty Dozen. And I loved the character of Amanda Waller, who was so different for the time, you know, in terms of being such a strong woman, but not kind of an anti-hero, but kind of bad, kind of good, not physically the same as everybody else you saw in comic books. And I just thought she was so cool. And of course, I loved all the characters and Boomer and everybody. And I just had a great time reading that initial run.
My name is Maisha Kondakar, and I'm a loyal DC fan, and I'm making this video from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I have a question for James Gunn. Which DC character were you most excited to write about for the Suicide Squad movie, and why?
Maisha, I think the character that I was the most excited to write for was Harley Quinn. I love this character ever since Paul Dini first put her in animated shows. I think that there's a sort of chaotic trickster god nature to her, where she's just always going off in random directions, and as a writer, that's a really fun thing to deal with because she takes you in places where you don't necessarily go. So a lot of it was me writing for Harley, and a lot of it was Harley doing some of the writing for me during the Suicide Squad.
Hey, I'm Jake from State Farm, and massive banners that you must have had the squad up on that one scene. Can you confirm the number of crashes and explosions? You know, asking for a friend.
Hey, Jake, I cannot confirm the exact amount of explosions and crashes, but I will say that we have about as many explosions and crashes in this film as in any film ever. In fact, the guy who did all of our special effects on this film, Dan Sudik, who has done almost all of the Marvel movies, great movies, says there are more effects in this film than all of those movies he's done combined. So we have quite a huge special effects explosion extravaganza.
You've said Ostrander's run was influential, but what else inspired you to feature these under-the-radar characters?
That is an amazing question, and one I'm excited to answer because I actually had a long talk with John Ostrander about this, because he came and he visited the set. And I said, I don't think of this movie so much as an adaptation of your comics. I think of this movie as a sequel to your comics, to your run in the comic books. What would John Ostrander be doing with these characters, if it was 30 years after he first started? And so I think that it has the spirit and the lifeblood of the Ostrander books, but I also like to continuously take in new supervillains, other supervillains who have sometimes been in the Suicide Squad comics over the years, but also a lot of, characters like Polka Dot Man and Ratcatcher, who have never been in the Suicide Squad, but who I just think are great DC villains who have something to offer and that we could have put into the movies. So that is where my biggest inspiration comes from.
Who were your favorite villains as a kid? And did working on this movie teach you anything new about these quote-unquote villains?
Wow, who were my favorite villains growing up? Well, I was a huge Batman fan, and I'm going to tell you who my favorite villain was, and maybe it's a little embarrassing, but I'm not embarrassed by it. It was Batmite. I loved Batmite. I thought he was hilarious and creepy as heck. So Batmite was definitely my favorite supervillain. And don't think I didn't think about putting the Batmite in the Suicide Squad, because I did.
I saw the set photos of the Suicide Squad and I absolutely love the direction of the movie. But is it true that Flora Borg is playing Javelin Man? And if so, why? Also, is Nathan Fillion
Hey, Milan, so is Flula playing Javelin Man? Well, his name isn't exactly Javelin Man, but in mere moments, we are going to see who Flula and Nathan are playing in the film. And I'll give you a hint. One of them you got pretty correct, and the other one you didn't get correct. And there's a lot of people all over the internet who have theories about who people are playing, and sometimes they've been right, and sometimes they've been wrong. And so I guess we're going to answer all those questions in a minute. But I will tell you one thing, which is Flula Borg is the funniest guy in the entire world and incredibly strange. But he's become a good friend through all this, and he's a great guy. And Nathan, of course, has been in all my movies. He's already been a friend. Here it comes, the time that so many of you guys have been waiting for. Who is who in the squad? You've heard a lot of the actors that are in this movie. You don't know who they're playing. Maybe you have some good guesses. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. We'll have to see. But here it is. Everything.
I think you know the deal. Successfully complete the mission, you get 10 years off your sentence.
La dejaron ahí.
Welcome to Task Force X. These are your brothers and sisters for the next few days.
Mira. What? Claro, no la van a cambiar.
No la van a cambiar.
¿Qué?
Ya lo que cast.
Ah, nice.
Mira.
Quizá. No. Estaba.
Ya, Andrés. Mano, busco los personajes de DC más oscuros que puedan conseguir los medios ahí.
Sí, mira.
Ay, mismo.
Lo dejaron.
Mira John Cena.
Claro, es un casta.
Me gusta que no son superhéroes muy conocidos o personajes de DC que no son muy conocidos.
Polka dots.
Here we go. We are introducing the cast and the characters they're playing of the Suicide Squad.
¿Cuántos de esos habrá matado en la
We
película?
have Idris Elba as Bloodsport. John Cena as Peacemaker. David Gandolfini as Polka Dot Man.
No puedo creer.
Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang.
Lo dejaron, qué bueno que lo dejaron.
Sí, él hizo muy buen Captain Boomerang.
TDK. Lula Borg as Javelin. This is like a really messed up Brady bunch. Daniela Melchior as Ratcatcher 2. Pete Davidson is Blackguard.
Yeah, awesome.
Feeling Ing as Mangao. Michael Rooker, unfortunately, is Savant. Had to put him in the movie. I deal with the devil. Peter Capaldi as the Thinker.
The Thinker, yo necesito ver ese
Gunn
personaje.
is Weasel.
Yeah, the Thinker.
Steve A.G. is John Economos and our on-set King Shark.
Yes.
Alicia Braga as Sol Soria. Juan Diego Boto is General Presidente Silvio Luna. Real great guy. Joel Kinnaman is, of course, Rick Flag. Viola Davis is Amanda Waller.
Hey.
And, of course, Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn.
Par de gente.
Are you excited to be a part of DC Fandome?
Yes.
Super excited. This is going to be great.
Well, we're going to have some fun here. We're going to have some competition, which it's not fun unless there's somebody winning and somebody losing. And so I would like to have a couple of team leaders, and I think it only makes sense that we have the people in charge of the Suicide Squad, Viola Davis and Joel Kinnaman, as our team leaders.
Hey, team leaders!
Go ahead and let's pick teams.
Thanks.
Sí, yo creo que habían mencionado que va a ser reboot.
All right, I'll take my girl, Harley Quinn.
Yeah. All right.
Yay!
I will take Savant.
Oh, good for you. What a bad mistake.
Bad pick. That is. And you guys have scenes together, too. I can't believe you made that mistake.
I gotta tell you, you just made a big mistake.
John Cena. I'll take John Cena.
I want to reassure you that is a horrible decision.
I already know that.
I'm going to take my boy, King Shark.
Okay, I will take my man Boomer, Jai Courtney.
Woo! All right.
Ratcatcher.
Ratcatcher 2.
I will take Flula Borg, the Javelin.
Yes. I guarantee we will lose. Yes.
I'm going to take Polka Dot Man.
Polka Dot Man.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to grab the weasel.
Oh, good man.
That's not on Rooker's team. Yeah,
the weasel.
Is that everybody?
I'm out of names.
What about what's makes me feel really bad.
There's less.
There's only
So
one
sad.
left.
It feels like high school again.
It feels like high school.
This is what it was like. The basketball team.
Yeah, the Thinker.
Great idea.
I'll fix the Thinker.
Nathan,
You guys are losing already.
DK.
Sol Soria.
El Presidente.
Okay. What about Mongo?
We got picked by Joel.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
I'll just watch.
Pete, this is sad. Victory cigarette.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
That's
I
big.
only get picked by
That's big. That's horrible.
Okay.
That went well. I think that went really well.
And let's start off. We're going to go head to head, and we're going to start off with the team captains. Let's do Joel and Viola. I'm going to pick. This is a good question.
Okay.
I know both of you know so much about the lore of DC Comics. There's a multiple choice. So You don't have to look terrible. Out of all the squad members, who are the only characters to have had their own comic series? There's 2 of them. And I'm gonna list 4 options. A, Harley Quinn and King Shark. B, Harley Quinn and Amanda Waller. C, Harley Quinn and Peacemaker. Or D, Harley Quinn and Boomerang. Which 2 have had their own series?
Harley Quinn and Boomerang.
Harley Quinn and Peacemaker.
Boom! Yes! Yes! That's correct!
Lord have mercy.
Wow!
Even look, even I knew that. Okay.
Man, it'd be awesome if it was, though.
Polka Dot Man.
Polka Dot Man! Again?
Mr. Sean Gunn.
Weasel versus Polka Dot Man. Old friends.
Oh,
I want a softball.
Ed knows the answer and I don't.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Hola. ¿Cómo están? How are you? I've got a question. What career military man probably wishes he'd never followed in his dad's footsteps?
Joaquin, the great Coachy Loco.
Rick Flag Jr.
I had Super Grover. Is Super Grover? It's not Super Grover.
You're wrong, Sean.
Junior.
You're wrong. Wrong canon. Points for creativity.
Now, there's no multiple choice. You just got to answer right away, and you have to have it be the right choice.
Okay.
Who has more tattoos, Harley Quinn or Pete Davidson?
Harley Quinn? No.
Pete, Margot gets another point.
I was thinking about his character. Oh.
How we were shooting.
This is a language.
Es curioso no ver a Deadshot de parte del cast.
Yo no me imagino esta grabación. Esto tenía que ser demasiado de
The Bond.
Fillion, TDK.
Bueno, se tiene que tener a alguien como James Gunn para tener en control a todo ese reguero de gente.
Sí, pues igual de loco.
Nada más.
I thought it was the Suicide Squad.
Y yo creo que John Cena es más tranquilo, más profesional de todos ellos.
Mayling's dying over there.
There's
Es posible.
Task Force X.
Task Force X. I can't say that even if I knew the answer.
You said it.
Task Force X.
You say it in the movie. Some of these are too easy. Hey, can we go to like one of our secret guest questions?
Hey guys, which team member would you sacrifice first?
Correct answer.
Rooker.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Is that what you said, Steve?
I said.
What's the answer, Jen?
I would have to go with Savant because he's played by Michael Rooker.
Ha!
And if anyone working with Michael Rooker, I think they'd probably have the same answer.
Qué buleo.
You know what? People are always like that. They always want to get rid of the most dangerous one first. Yeah, I understand where this is coming from.
All right, we're going to have Flula versus Elise. Oh, boy! Which character made his or her first full appearance in Superboy #9 in 1994? A, Mongal. B, King Shark. C, Bloodsport. D, The Thinker.
May I ask a question, Mr. Gunn?
No.
When you say full appearance, does this mean like everything was exposed? Is it?
The character was not fully exposed. No, the character had some items of clothing on.
Got it. Then I would answer King Sharky.
I was going to say B.
B, King Shark. How did you guys know that?
No. Oh, I said King Sharky. That's incorrect. So
okay, so it goes to Elise.
Yeah, sorry.
La había dicho bien.
Jeopardy rules, guys. Pronounce it right.
Like not even when we get.
Wait, he doesn't get that?
You can't just give away the point.
You can fool her. You can't give away your point, dude.
I give away snacks at lunch. Have my point.
Hey.
Is he even on your team?
Yeah, Flula's on my team.
What are we doing right now? What's happening?
He's not.
You keep complaining.
He's not on our team? Oh, never mind.
Ya, imagínate todos los días en el set grabando. Qué desastre. La cara de ellos.
Okay. Wait. We have another special question. Why don't we do the last special question?
Hubiera sido un
Hi
vacío.
guys, so now I have a serious
Question for you guys. I'm going to test your smarts. Who shot Superman? Was it J.R. Ewing, Peacemaker, Bloodsport, Amanda Waller? Let me know.
That is Storm Reed.
My daughter.
Which of your characters is in prison for shooting Superman?
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport.
That's correct. Bloodsport is in prison for shooting Superman.
With a Krypton bullet.
Storm Reed turns in an amazing performance in the film, and some of the most memorable scenes. Like really, she's like amazing in the movie. Really, truly.
What movie is that?
Oh my God.
Is there anybody left? Pete, who's left?
Blackguard.
Against two.
Flula.
Oh, great!
Oh,
Okay.
Flula!
Who will lose first, Pete?
What comic book series did the Suicide Squad debut in? A, The Brave and the Bold.
Acabo de decir.
B, The Bold and the Beautiful. C, The Bravest of the Bold. Or D, Time to Die Hard.
Time to Die Hard.
Yeah.
The Brave and the Bold.
Pete, it's yours.
Pete, you did it!
Oh, wait.
Idris Elba, Bloodsport, versus Mei Ling, Mangao. Okay, question. Which character... Oh, this isn't fair. Oh, well. Question. Which character goes into the mission armed with the most weaponry?
Bloodsport.
Oh, isn't it polka dots?
Yeah.
Polka dots got all the dots that can do and bombs.
More of a condition.
Polka dot can do. Like, he's got hundreds of weapons on him.
Well, it's just one weapon. It's polka dots. Bloodsport pulls off all the different.
Yo creo que ni saben los personajes que están haciendo.
Sandals.
I didn't get the script.
The Mandel's weapon that he wears in the movie?
Oh, come on. Leave those
I was
Mandals
actually...
alone. Really?
I was editing a scene yesterday, Idris, where you're, and I noticed for the first time that you're going up the side of a wall in your Mandals.
Yeah.
Well, he always was. I guess he was always wearing his Mandals in that scene.
Always.
I just never noticed till yesterday.
Daniela loves those Mandals, don't you, Daniela?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, who's next? If given the chance, which superhero would your character like to take down?
It's not about taking anybody down. It's about trying to bring yourself up. You know, just spread some positive vibes.
Cena for president after that. I'm going to vote for John. That's it.
Which new addition to the squad was the biggest surprise to you?
I think Weasel was the biggest surprise. You're going to expect him to be this crazy animal. He can't even. I mean, come on.
Wait till you see Weasel in action in the movie.
How is the movie? How does it look?
It's amazing. It's amazing. Like really, truly, it's just the most fun I've ever had. I love the movie. The studio is overwhelmingly happy with the movie.
Wow.
It's the action is great. It's funny. And it's really dramatic in the right places and very touching. It's great. And all of you guys, I mean, just down the line, it's just the greatest cast I've ever worked with by far. Just every single person is amazing. It's just a once in a lifetime thing for me.
Y Amanda Waller, entonces me olvidó el nombre de ella. Viola Davis. Son los más serios.
Profesionales, bien vestidos y todo.
To all of you guys.
El de Don Targarete.
But I can cut around them pretty easily. So
he's looking at me every day on the cutting room floor. They don't even do that anymore, do they? It's all digital.
They made it digital for you, so we don't even have to look at you on the cutting room floor.
Wow. I just got to say, what an amazing experience it was. Because of you and these guys. You know, the atmosphere on that set was so positive. And such a warm, wonderful, supportive place to be. You know, not everybody has been in a big superhero movie, even if they've been Doctor Who or anything like that. So to walk onto a set like that can be quite intimidating. But the welcome that you and everybody here provided was just fantastic. So thank you and everybody here for that.
to the British guy to come in right at the end and say something beautiful. Makes us all look stupid.
That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm called the thinker.
So the showdown champion, I believe, even though we haven't been keeping very good score, is Viola Davis's team.
Damn it!
So you guys, right now, I have a little something special in store for you, which we have you guys right now, and everybody out there in the DC Fandome universe are going to be the first to see a little behind-the-scenes action from the Suicide Squad.
I think it's going to surprise people.
You kind of sit there and go, how did they do that?
It's going to be different from any superhero movie ever made.
There's no one better in the world to direct the Suicide Squad than James Gunn.
I was excited with an opportunity to be able to do the Suicide Squad in the way it could be done from my point of view.
This one is completely unique. This is a gritty 1970s war movie combined with the brilliance of James Gunn's characters and comedy.
You need your director to set the vibe.
The Suicide Squad is just a twisted fantasy of characters.
Within each of our characters, there's a certain beauty within most of them. Some of them are just pretty crappy through and through.
Be like a douchey Captain America.
The guy who believes in peace at any cost, no matter how many people he needs to kill along the way.
Cheesy.
Don't ever settle back like you think you know where this is going, because you don't.
As soon as you have some sense about what's about to happen next, James comes in.
Everyone's exploding. Genitals, heads, arms, legs.
It's like a big, massive graphic novel brought to life.
This is by far the biggest movie I've ever made.
I don't think that you know what to expect.
Don't get too attached.
This has been truly the greatest.
Sabes que vas a matar a todos.
Sí, por eso son un montón de personajes no muy conocidos en las cómics, los van a eliminar a casi todos.
Sí.
That was great.
Van a dejar a Harley, obviamente van a dejar a Harley y dos o tres más.
So that was it. What do you guys think of that?
Wow. A pesar de que era un trailer, que eso me pompió ver toda esa escena.
Anyway, I can't wait for everybody to see the Suicide Squad in theaters all the way in August 6th, 2021. We're still working on it, but man, I am so excited for everybody to see it, and I am grateful for everyone out there in the DC universe who came and checked out and hung out with us for a little while. And saw this trailer va a ser en el perfectly smoothly, if not for Michael. So, thank you guys.
Way to go, Viola, in your team for the win. Ça va DC I'm Terry L.
Estoy loco por ver a The Thinker. O sea, yo necesito ver a ese personaje haciendo así y diciendo, what are you doing? I'm thinking.
Lo que quiero ver es cómo lo matan. Lo que quiero ver es cómo lo matan. El seguro lo van a matar, lo bien curioso.
Obligado. Es que la gran mayoría yo creo que van a morir.
Sí, es que cogieron a los, como te dije, son personajes que existen en el DC Universe que nunca los ves, es bien raro verlos.
Pero King Shark, que yo creo que es el más que se ha visto, obviamente
Harley Quinn, Ric Flair, Viola Davis, obviamente, Amanda Waller.
Es que hizo tremendo personaje en la película anterior. A mí me gustó mucho su personaje.
Sí.
Pero también tienen esos personajes tacky. ¿Viste los trajes?
Weasel.
John Cena se veía bien raro.
Sí.
De John Cena se veía bien cheesy.
Se veía bien cheesy. Se veía bien campi. La palabra es campi. Es como que bien, como que enseñaron el Batman de los 60. Algo así. Bien campi. Pero se ve que va a estar packed de acción. Eso es lo que estoy viendo. Demasiada acción.
Muchas explosiones.
En poco tiempo.
¿Cuántas explosiones no hubo en esa escena de 2 o 3 minutos?
Sí, ¿cuántos salieron volando?
Exacto.
Mira, está diciendo de Wonder Woman con...
Cada escena que mostraba, todo el mundo salió
Había una
volando.
explosión.
Share a mutual love for Wonder Woman, tennis star Venus Williams, and director Patty Jenkins.
¿Ah?
What?
Two superheroes.
Venus Williams, I'm so psyched that I get to meet you. It's amazing. It's so funny because here I am making Wonder Woman, and I'm constantly inspired by the different Wonder Women in the world, and you're like a quintessential one.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you too. Congratulations. You look amazing. I love your style, but more than anything, I love
Bueno, el
your
próximo panel grande
Thank you.
es el de DC Comics, que a mí me huele que van a dar...
I know, me too.
Van a hablar de
I
los
love the
próximos
fact
volúmenes de
it's
cómics, lo
very
próximo
funny
que viene.
because-
Sí, porque viene...
Porque hay muchas cómics que terminaron, como The Flash terminó su volumen y no han dicho equipo creativo. Lo próximo que viene después de Joker War en Batman no han dicho. Hay un evento en diciembre que supone que empiecen y no han dado muchos detalles. Ese panel de DC Comics yo creo que van a enseñar un par de cosas heavy de lo que viene en el mundo de las cómics.
¿A qué hora?
Ese es a las 4:45.
Exacto, dice a las 5, lo tengo acá en la agenda que uno podía preparar.
En el schedule.
Lo tengo como a las 5, pero pues sí, dura como hora y media. Lo que tengo aquí dura bastante.
Sí, ese es larguito.
Así que me imagino que van a hablar de todas las cómics que van a venir, de todo lo nuevo que viene de DC. Después van a hablar del Snyder Cut, justo después del Snyder Cut. Que es de Justice League, que sale en el 2021. Me imagino que presentarán algún trailer un poquito más largo de los teas que han enseñado. Hemos hablado en los últimos episodios de Brainstorm de que parece que la película es completamente nueva, lo que tiene son 2 o 3 cantitos de la película vieja. También ha hecho un par de teas en la semana, porque veo que postearon un tease de Superman, como Resurrection of Superman, algo nuevo. Después de eso está Black Adam, Shazam, Wonder Woman, otro de Wonder Woman, uno más de Suicide Squad,
Ese es el juego. Ese es el juego.
Y el último que tenemos es The Batman. Esa es la película nueva que Warner Brothers está preparando. Regresa a filmación ya pronto otra vez también.
Sé que todo el mundo está esperando Batman para ver algo.
Exacto. Ese es que todo el mundo está ahí pendiente con ellos. Ay.
Bueno, cogemos un brequecito y lo reunimos para DC Comics.
Vamos para DC Comics más tarde, a las 5 nos vemos aquí.
Está bueno.
Así que, bueno, unos minutos antes, como a las 4:45 más o menos. Nos vemos otra vez, así que déjalo por ahí corriendo como hicimos ahorita. Espero pues tener luz.
Exacto.
La señorita Laura está entrando. La señorita Laura está entrando, pero esperemos que pues no tenga más percance y podamos seguir dándolo en live, porque la verdad es que me gustaría ver las reacciones de ustedes con el Snyder Cut. Y claro está, quiero ver las reacciones de todos nosotros con The Batman, a ver qué es lo que viene. Que con ahí entonces cierra DC Fandome y empieza nuevamente desde el principio y está el resto de las horas corriendo. Así que,
hace como un loop, se van a repetir todos los paneles que ya están viendo. Pero, mano, y Black Adam, por fin vamos a ver algo de Black Adam, aunque sea el suit de Rock vestido. De Black Adam, por lo menos. Pero
sabemos que The Rock va a estar en el panel, o sea, porque lo han presentado bastante. Así que es bien probable que vaya a estar en el próximo panel de Black Adam. Además, quiero ver también Shazam, quiero ver qué pasa con Shazam. Pero nada, ellos tienen un montón de programación ya puesta para todos nosotros, para los fanáticos de DC, Superman por siempre. Y pues vamos a seguir viéndolo, o sea, ahorita nos vemos. Antes de las 5 nos vemos otra vez y hacemos un wrap-up.
Nos vemos ahorita, muchachos.
Bye.
Honestly, the value of it is that you're going past the 10. You don't set a limit.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Being well, being positive, all those things help you to get past your limits. So you do have to take care of yourself so you can get there. And we always say better, not best. So best is a moment. I won Wimbledon at some point, but then maybe I didn't win the next year and someone else was the best at that moment. But if you're always going for better, then you're constantly transcending that moment best.
That's really cool. I love 11. I got a chance to sneak peek your Wonder Woman inspired line, which is so awesome. And here's what I like about it so much. And it's funny because it doesn't surprise me that it came from you at all. When I first came to the Wonder Woman brand, people either wanted to go too hard or too soft. It was like, is she masculine or is she feminine? And it was an interesting thing that it was when a bunch of women showed up that we were kind of like, no, it can be both. So I love that you as a designer are, of course, like speaking my language of like, oh, that's got such edge and awesomeness to us, but to everybody, but it's not leaning, it's not about being a woman or a man.
I agree with you. Women are powerful and men are powerful too. So you don't have to try to be either or.
Yeah.
We all have an innate power in ourselves.
So how did you approach the line?
I really wanted to do something that really represented Wonder Woman, but in a less traditional sense.
Yeah.
So it's away from the red, white, and blues, but focused on the stars. And especially with, of course, Linda Carter, I'm inspired by that. And I have to say, every time I design an outfit for the Olympics, it's designed after Wonder Woman. So I have like this inspiration behind it. And every 4 years, this outfit that I wear is inspired by Wonder Woman. But this time I wanted to stick with the symbolism of her and not necessarily that color palette. So that's how we came up with this sparkling star, black and white. Anyone can wear a black and white, and there's gold in it as well. And then these elements of surprise and wonder. And so we have these crystals with the amazing Wonder Woman crest.
That's so cool. That's awesome.
I think we talked about this already, but your first memory of Wonder Woman and kind of, well, you can talk about that, but also like connect that memory of Wonder Woman to where you are now. Making film.
Yeah.
What's that feel like? And does it feel full circle? Because to me, it feels like something you were meant to do.
Here's what's interesting about it. So my first memory of Wonder Woman is my mom never let us watch TV, and or alternately, we didn't have a TV. So I saw it at a friend's house, and I just remember just like the catnip zeroing in on it. And immediately the thing that it turned into was the role play on the schoolyard. I was in elementary school, and everybody would play who they were. And I remember it became imperative to get out onto the yard first so that you could declare you were Wonder Woman. So all these years later, when it became something I got to do, there were lots of Wonder Woman fans, but it was very important to me that whoever did the movie was a fan, and I was. So I found myself in this situation where it's both totally surreal that you get to be the one to do it after having a childhood connection. On the other hand, I was like, well, I don't know who else is a fan here trying to direct this movie, but I know that I am. So I'm happy that it's somebody who can be a guardian of that legacy, you know? And that was the first thing I did was call Linda Carter. And I called Linda and I said, you're going to read in the trades that we're doing a new Wonder Woman. And I want you to know, we're not here to reinvent Wonder Woman or redesign Wonder Woman. I simply want to take the torch of something you gave to me and pass it forward to the kids of the next generation and people of the next generation. And so I want to continue that. She's been a dear friend ever since, but it was about kind of honoring that legacy.
Okay, so why do you think that it's important to not only have real but fictional role models that are like Wonder Woman?
My mother is a feminist and like really shielded me in a way from a belief that I would hit limits. And so I feel like between the Wonder Womans of the world and the way that I grew up, nobody was ever telling me I couldn't. And I was so I was able to look at other women in the world doing incredible things. And, you know, athletes and actresses and, you know, scientists and all of these things and think like, oh, okay, cool. I wasn't focusing on that it wasn't possible. I always thought it was perfectly possible. It took many years for me to see how far behind we still were in so many ways. And that's too bad. But I think that that's always been my goal, is to be a part of like, let's not fight and let's not justify and do all of those things. Let's just assume, of course, it's possible that all of these people can do so many things. So it is the seeing it and seeing people like you out in the world doing incredible things that, of course, makes it seem attainable to other people.
I love that. I feel like we grew up in the same home.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to say can't. You were in major trouble if you said that. We weren't really allowed to watch TV unless it was educational programs. So I think we have a lot of stories. A lot of stories we could share.
I know.
In the multiverse, you lived right there too, but just another planet.
Yeah, exactly. I think that your parents, or of course I faced a lot of blocks, but it wasn't like I wasn't thinking there was going to be sexism that held me back at all. I was absolutely just propelling forward. And so I think that's where like having an idealized world and being raised in a place where you believe that sort of thing is possible makes a big difference of like, you can do things. And so, yeah, modeling it for kids and people is amazingly important.
Extremely important. What do you think sets Wonder Woman apart from other superheroes?
I think it's her moral hopes for mankind. I can't think of any other superhero who, I think a lot of them who have great morality, of course, and lots of complex things, but someone whose mission even is to make mankind better. She's not perfect or above it either. So her own struggles to figure out how to use her power and be helpful is so interesting to me. I loved graphic novels right from the start because I loved Little Nemo and Slumberland, and I would look at all of these graphic novels, and then I loved superheroes. So I transitioned pretty easily over to sometimes comic books, sometimes more highbrow, comic book art books and things, and it came quite naturally.
I think you touched on something earlier too, where you talked about you didn't know what blocks you would face.
Yeah.
And I think that happens with Wonder Woman too, that she doesn't know what she's going to face. How were you able to deal with some of the things that you faced on your road to where you are now? And what advice would you give for women who want to follow in your footsteps? And I hate saying women because if you're a director, you should be the best director. If I'm a tennis player, I should be one of the best tennis players to ever play. Why should I have to be singled out for these other things? So regardless, sometimes this is how the world looks at us, and we know that women do face more challenges to get to the top. So what is your advice, and how did you feel when you faced those roadblocks? How did you get through them?
It was after I was successful, actually. After I had made Monster that I started to see, I'm a woman director. I wasn't thinking about that. And all of a sudden I started to see limitations or hopes or wants or expectations on me because of that. And that was when it really surprised me. It's because I thought, I wasn't thinking about being a woman. I'm just a director. And yes, I make movies starring women, but we're not women films. We're just making films. Almost Wonder Woman-like. I've always tried to say, that's their problem. Like, this is their problem. I'd love to help you with it by surprising you with what I can do. But I have to focus on what I'm doing over here and do the best job I can while you get over your expectation of what people can do. I can't be bothered. And I want to always be a part of the voice of change in as big of a way as I can. But also not let that get in your head. So I try to just aim to be end-minded,
Last questions from my end is, let's talk about the Amazons in Wonder Woman and how amazing that they look in their outfits and how boss they are. I love all of that. Can we talk about like stone women, costumes, and all of that?
There are many set patterns for doing warfare and competition, but they all are very specifically masculine, which you don't really think about until you start trying to design it. And the fighting is, like I said, headbutting and so getting into what they would do, what competition would be, how it would work, and what kind of clothing they would wear. It's not unlike you and how you dress and the things that you design, where it's like they don't need to be sexed up in an inconvenient way, but they also wouldn't not care about what they look like. They'd also care and have ownership in what they're thinking that what they're putting on is both functional and cool. It's a fun thing to try to represent an entire world in this incredible tribe of Amazons. It reminds me of the kind of sports I've watched you do, so that makes me so happy.
Stay in touch. I love this whole conversation. I really do. We're in the same home.
I know. And I mean it when I say, like, it's so funny because I really do sit around and talk about what Amazons are and what Wonder Woman is. And you literally are out there in this world walking around, like, demonstrating it all the time. And that's what's so cool is, like, being the director of it. Sometimes people will say, I've never seen a movie like that before. And I'm like, yeah, but you see the women. You've seen the women. You've seen people like you. So it's interesting that it's such an unusual thing. So nice to meet you. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Wow, I had no idea Venus was such a huge DC fan like us. Not only do we here in the DC fandom want to know what you out there in the fanverse think, but we also want to know what you can do. We asked and you didn't disappoint. You sent in the best of your best cosplay and fan art, and here just a sample of the amazing talent out there in the DC fandom. What is a boss? It is someone who's confident, reaches their goals, and uses their inner strength as a superpower to get through life. You do not want to miss this next conversation as we gathered some of the most electrifying females from Megan Good to Candice Payton, the new Batwoman, Javicia Leslie, and more for a conversation we called Boss Female of Color within the DC universe, moderated by celebrity DJ D Nice and Grammy Award-winning singer Estelle.
What's a boss? 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 It's me. That's me.
That's me.
That's me. What's happening, folks? How you feeling? Welcome to the DC fandom. My name's Estelle,
and my name is D Nice, and welcome to Boss Females of Color within the DC Universe panel.
Right, we're going to start off by introducing some of the panelists today. Megan Good, who plays Darla Shazam on Shazam the film.
And I'm a big fan of this show. Candice Patton, who plays Iris West Allen on The Flash.
We got Nafisa Williams, who plays Anissa, Thunderbird, Blackbird on Black Lightning.
Yes, and we have Chantel Tweed. She plays Grace Choi on Black Lightning.
We got Javicia Leslie, who plays Ryan Wilder, a.k.a. Batwoman on Batwoman.
Hey.
We also have Anna Jope, who plays Coriander on Titans.
Hey, we got Damaris Lewis. My little sis, I love her. Plays Blackfire on Titans.
And we have Tala Ash, who plays Zari Tarazi on DC's Legend of Tomorrow.
Awesome. So we want to start this off with taking a minute to congratulate the newest boss of the entire group, Javicia Leslie, the first Black actress to play Batwoman. And look, this is huge news, given that only a few iconic Black actresses, Eartha Kitt, Halle Berry, and recently announced Zoe Kravitz, I know to hang around the Batcave, but they're Catwomen. Javicia said she want to be Batwoman. So, that's a huge thing. So we want to congratulate you and big you up for even doing that. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
So awesome.
Well, who was kind of like your blueprint? Who do you think? Who was a person that you said, "Oh, this is why I want to do this"?
I've always truly admired Eartha Kitt, but I admire Eartha Kitt even outside of acting. I love her for her activism and the fact that she used her art for activism. And just her mentality in general, the things that she would say and how dynamic they were. And then just as a woman and the power that she had as a woman.
That's incredible. Do you got a question?
Yes. So I have a question for Anna. How's playing the role of Starfire changed your life?
It's a big question. I think as many people know, when I was cast, there was a lot of backlash because some people were upset that it was a Black woman that they cast. And I had to lean into my friends and my family and my faith, I guess, in a way that I haven't ever really had to do before. And also, it's been incredible to see what that meant for a lot of people. A lot of marginalized people reach out to me, be it Black or gay or trans or whatever. And it's incredible to be, even if, some small inspiration for them. So I guess in those ways.
It's definitely important during this time as well.
I'll throw one up to anybody who wants to answer. Like, when you're a BIPOC, seeing someone who looks like you play a character you've grown up loving is super powerful. I know that playing Garnet. And how does it make you feel knowing that you may be someone's first introduction to the world of superheroes? Like, what is the thing? How does it feel when the kids react to you or the people say?
I remember really early, we started our show in 2014, and I remember shortly after we aired, I remember getting a tweet from a mom, and she was saying that her and her daughter were watching The Flash, and her daughter was watching my character, and she was like, "Mommy, Iris West is so beautiful. She looks just like me. Does that mean that I'm beautiful too?" And she tweeted that to me, and I get teary-eyed to this day thinking about it. And I remember tweeting her back and saying, "Yes, tell your daughter we are beautiful. Like, remind her we are beautiful."
My daughter's 8 years old, and when I told her that, I was doing this with you guys, she was like, are you serious? Can I come in? Can I sit with you?
Okay, so for Damaris, all right, so you've been in this industry as a whole for a while, right? Whether it's you being a model, you've danced for Prince, like you've been a dancer, you've done some things in your life, and I've been part witness to a lot of it, and now you're a superhero. I remember seeing you on the screen and thinking to myself, she better work. That's literally my first thought on seeing you in your role. As you move forward in your career, what exactly was the point of pivot? What was the point where you said, I'm going to do this? Go.
First of all, full circle moment, just the fact that you and Dee have been part of my journey. I think are always showing up. The pivot for me was when I started getting booked for being different. And that's when I realized that being different was my superpower. I have spent my entire life, I had the luxury of working with Prince and having him being my mentor. And this is a person who prided himself on being different. But until it happens to you, you don't really believe it. And so, modeling is one beast. Dance is another beast. Acting is another beast. And I've always been that kid in the corner. I've always been that person that thought a little bit differently. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of examples of what happens when you think differently.
I will tell you, you were a superhero when I first met you. I met you because of Estelle at one of Prince's shows.
Wow.
And the way you were walking across the stage, it was like, well, who is this? Like, it was just so confident to walk across the stage like that with Prince. And to see the type of success you're having right now, we all knew it was going to happen, and we're all proud of you.
I love y'all. Thank you.
It's awesome. So, Chantel, I have a question for you. So, who were your role models, whether females or just anyone in the industry? Like, who inspired you?
I think growing up, I had Maggie Cheung, who did a lot of Wong Kar-wai films, as someone I admired a lot, and Sandra Oh, who broke a lot of barriers with the work she's done. But I also love doing theater. So a lot of actresses who've done theater and film and television is something I admire a lot, like Tessa Thompson or Felicia Rashad and Kate Blanchett. So I love actresses who use their craft not just as a way of exposure, but really to like as a craft, digging deep and using it in a way that can change lives in their own lives. Like my grandmother, who left Vietnam during the war with her 10 kids on a boat. Wow. I mean, that for me, the personal heroes in my life, I think probably have marked me the most.
Wow, that's awesome.
How do you liberate yourselves and or subsequently your characters from the hypersexualized, exotic stereotypes that can be attached to Black and multicultural women? And like, what advice can you offer young girls about how to reclaim their sexuality, power, and confidence?
For me, one of the reasons that I was really excited to play Darla Dudley is because she's actually 8. And for me, you know, I have come from, you know, throughout my 20s, I was very much like that sexy girl, the love interest, the whatever it may be. And so breaking out of that space in my late 20s was really difficult. And what I learned was the fun thing is there's nothing wrong with owning your sexuality and wanting to be beautiful and sexy and strong and all those things. But also it's about, you know, as she was saying earlier, humanizing whatever character you are now living and breathing and finding the things about them that are human and real that people can relate to, that are not just an idea of like, oh, that looks great and like that's awesome, but like who is this person at the core that makes her not just relatable to other people, but especially as being Black women, relatable as a Black woman, because that experience is unique. No matter what the experience is as a woman, you're Black first, you know? And so I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to owning a certain part of it and being happy because we are women. You know, why should we not lean into all of who we are, but also being able to lean into all of it and being proud of all of it and figuring out how that works for each character. And for me with Darla Dudley, that was like a dream come true because I pretty much am like size somewhere teeter between like 9 and like 50 something in everyday life. So it was nice to not lean into the sexuality at all and lean into the goofy side of me that really only my husband and like my close friends get to see all the time.
Now, firsts are important. And I think a lot of us here are firsts, seeing Black superheroes and people of color being superheroes, period. And women of color being superheroes. Nafisa, as half of the popular Anissa Grace couple on Black Lightning, what have you learned from our brothers and sisters in the LGBTQIA plus community? What's been the feedback? What's been the thing? I feel it when I play Garnet, which is a whole other character. But like, what's been the feedback? What's been the thing? Because that's something that is wide and broad, and you stand for something major here, you know?
Thank you. And I'm really honored to play this role, the first Black lesbian superhero, right? Because when I think of that, I think about all the Black lesbians who have not been able to visually see themselves when they go to the cinema or they watch their favorite TV shows. And for me, it's one thing of knowing that there was a void for it, but when you're in that role and you're getting the feedback, you realize the importance of it and how much it's necessary and how much it's needed. And for me, the feedback that I once got, and I feel like Candace, I get emotional, and this is one that sticks out to me every time someone asks me this question, is I was at a Comic-Con and a young woman came up to me and she was full on tears and she said, I feel normal being a lesbian after seeing Thunder. So for me, my job is done. I feel like God has used me in that sense. As storytellers, I believe it's our purpose and it's our duty to tell stories that are important, especially for our culture. So that's the biggest reward of all, knowing that people are seeing themselves. Little girls, when they see my character, they see themselves in the hood with cornrows. We didn't have superheroes who looked like us before.
Amazing.
So speaking of first, as the first Muslim superhero on television, Tala, how important is it for your role as Zari be authentic to your heritage?
It's really important. I think it's more important that it's kind of authentic to her heritage. Obviously, I bring myself to the role and what I am, which is an immigrant, which is an Iranian American. But when I heard she was going to be the first, and I say Muslim American because I think it's really important that we keep the American part of it, because it's so easy to otherize in these situations. And so when it was first Muslim American superhero, I felt the weight of that. And I think the really smart thing that my show did, which every show should do, is that when they hired me, they hired a Muslim American writer.
Wow, that's great.
Shout out to Oba Muhammad, who is a wonderful human and a wonderful writer. So when I heard Muslim American superhero, to bring it back around, I was like, we have to get this right. representation matters so much. It's so important that like little brown girls all over this, not just girls, all little brown children all over the world are seeing someone like me and being like, oh, that like opens my mind, that opens possibility. But also people who, you know, are in maybe parts of our country who will never be exposed to a Muslim American. If they can connect to the character, I feel like we've done our job, you know? And yeah, that's just what we're trying to do. I
think it's great that you recognize that it's not just about little girls, you know, because there are some, you know, boys of color that are watching all of you that are feeling inspired because of the roles that you're playing. So, you know, thank you to all of you for doing that, being great representations. So I want to throw a question out there. Anyone can answer. So which of your characters' superpowers would you like to have in real life to combat like social injustice that's going on here today?
Yeah, everybody has to answer this one.
This isn't my This isn't my superpower, but I'm on a time travel show. So I have a lot of changes I'd love to make to history. There's a lot of dates. I could there's a date in 2016 in November. I'd go back there first.
Well, Corey can set people on fire, which sounds really violent and terrible, but
why not?
I did steal my husband's superpowers in one episode and became the fastest woman on the planet. So I guess if I had super speed, I would clearly super speed a lot of people out of precarious police interactions.
So my character, Thunder's superpower is super strength. So I use my super strength to arrest the police officers who took the life of Breonna Taylor and countless others. Yeah, that's all I'm really concerned about these days. So that's what I would use my strength for. As I'm using my personal strength to do it, I think Thunder's strength is a bit more intense than mine. So I definitely borrow her strength for that.
Yes.
I take from a different part of Blackfire has some issues with her family. And that means that she's had to spend a lot of time going inside and trying to figure out why she has those issues. And so that's the thing that I would take and I would give everybody right now. I'd give everybody the ability to go inside and truly ask yourself how we got here.
Yeah, I would use shape-shifting power to swap some people out of the office.
That's a pretty good one.
We were talking about this, you know, Batwoman doesn't necessarily have a superpower, but I do have the ability to put a mask on and do things that I feel other citizens are too scared to do based off of, you know, it ruining their reputation or it putting their family in danger.
What does being a boss mean to you?
I think being a boss is making more bosses. You know, I think that we have to everybody on this call right now has to give it up for the people who came before us, who took the crap, who showed up every single day with the circumstances that they were handed. I don't think they get enough credit. The stunt people, the people behind the scenes who are editing us, the people whose names never get called when people are accepting their awards at award shows. We are here because of previous bosses, and now it's our obligation to reach down and make even more. It's like making sure that every move that I make, you know, the algorithm is real when it comes to social media, and whether we like it or not, we have no idea who's following us or what it's showing up as. And the reality is they're taking what we do and they're mimicking it. So how do you want to be mimicked? And really, how do you want to show up if bossing is a thing that you want to be forever? So first of all, shout out to all the other bosses on this call, and thank y'all for showing up.
Being a boss means following your heart and also being of service to others.
I think to me, being a boss is knowing that it's bigger than you.
I was going to say that, the word boss, and when this panel came up for me, it reminded me, we also get called divas. And the flip side of that is we also get called difficult, bossy. And for me, being a boss, especially a boss as a Black woman, a woman of color, means standing in that, being okay with being labeled as difficult if it means that I have to stand up for what's right and do the right thing. I've had to learn as I get older to not be afraid as a Black woman to speak up, because I've been taught so much in my life to be quiet, be grateful, don't say too much, don't ask for too much, don't disturb too much, just go with the flow. And, in the last several years of my life, I have been able to find my strength in being able to stand up for myself and for others, more importantly. And I think often we get labeled as divas, difficult, and I love that we changed that title into boss, because that is really being a boss. It's really being a boss. Like when I go to work, I'm a boss. I'm a boss for me and I'm a boss for everyone around me, meaning that I will stand up for you. And if that means that I have to take on a label as being difficult to do the right thing, then that's what it takes, And I think that's what we have to do as Black women is be bosses for each other. So yeah, I'm proud to be a boss.
Yes. That's great. Thank you for allowing me to be the only man in this conversation.
D-Nice, thank you for being such a blessing to all of us during this pandemic. What you did and took upon yourself to do gave so many of us just light when we truly, truly needed it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more time, we're going to do a roll call. Okay. Do a roll call. Make some noise for Megan Good. Make some noise for Candace. Make some noise for Chantal Tweed. Make some noise for Javisa. Make some noise for Anna. Make some noise for Damaris. And make some noise for Tyler.
Hola, mis amigos. I'm Damian Moya from Madrid, Spain. Where are you watching us from? Tweet us your location and your favorite DC superhero with hashtag DC Fandom. One of my favorites is Batman. He's smart, successful, cool, crafty, and I don't know anyone who looks better in a mask. But I have to confess, I'm one of those guys who isn't really sure how one Bat can star in so many different stories and in so many ways. Comics, films, TV, games. Don't worry, I'll watch it all. But I can't help think it takes some real world's greatest detective smarts to pull off a strategy like that. How do the folks at DC do it? Well, we're about to find out, because up next we have a panel dedicated to the legacy of Batman and the Bat family. From the Good Fight, please welcome actor and bona fide Batman blur, Nyambi.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Legacy of the Bat, the DC Fandome panel where we take a deep dive not just into Batman's history, but how he has created and inspired proteges that have grown into an extended Bat family. I'm Nyambi, and I am pleased to introduce our esteemed panel of Bat experts. So first off, much like the Cape Crusader himself, our first panelist is a legend in the comics industry, Jim Lee.
Hey, how you doing? Exciting to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. She's the first person to pull Batwoman from the pages of the comics and bring her to life on your TV screens. And soon she'll be ushering an all-new vigilante crime fighter into the world. Please welcome the showrunner for television's Batwoman, Caroline Dries.
Hi.
Caroline. Yes. You've already seen the big announcement from this next panelist's new video game, Gotham Knights. So please welcome back the creative director for WB Games Montreal, Patrick Reddick.
Hey, how's it going?
Please, everyone, I want to welcome the legendary John Ridley.
Thank you.
Our next panelist portrays one of the most well-known longtime members of the Bat family. He pushed this character into a whole new light when he uttered just 2 little words. From Warner Brothers Television's Titans, it's Nightwing himself, Brenton Thwaites.
Hey guys.
Brenton, you are the first person to play a live-action version of Nightwing, but it's been a journey over the past 2 seasons of the show. And a pretty bold decision was made to kick off the show by having Robin say two little words, the now infamous Batman.
Dick Grayson is not just fighting crime, he's stepping over the line a little bit here. And the Batman was thrown in there to show that he is attempting to break away from Batman, and he's kind of sick of fighting crime in Batman's shadow. And that's kind of what season 1 was about. And then at the end of season 2, obviously, he develops into Nightwing, which is a character that, for me, kind of symbolizes putting away his past and finally developing into this character that can lead and that has a moral compass and that can fight crime in the way that he truly believes.
And then having a new Robin come into play with Jason Todd, what was that like to explore in terms of that relationship?
Jason Todd is a rebellious character who doesn't have the same respect for authority that, let's say, Dick Grayson has. And I think Dick Grayson tries to mentor him and tries to offer up that open channel should Jason want it. And I think that he watches Jason make a few mistakes and tries to step in, and Jason doesn't want that.
So Dick Grayson and Jason Todd were both mentored by Batman, but there's another member of the Bat family with a different origin. I'm speaking, of course, about Batwoman, because Batwoman's not a sidekick. She never was a sidekick. She entered the Bat family a fully realized superhero, right?
I think the fun that we had with season 1 is Kate, finding her way into being a superhero. It's all about the learning curve. And then it's the moral responsibility of learning, like, how do I deal with this and how do I best represent the Bat legacy? So it was really just about her arc into becoming the superhero.
It's a very personal story in terms of what Kate Kane is going through. Why was that story so special for you?
So my opportunity as a writer was to say, how do we represent Batman through the eyes of a woman, and in this case, through the eyes of a lesbian woman. And part of her growth was realizing, as Kate, I am a lesbian and I'm open and out and comfortable, but there's this irony in I put on this costume and I automatically hide that thing that makes me so unique. I think an important story that we tell this season is that Batwoman literally comes out of the closet so that people see not just Kate Kane, who's a cool, badass CEO, cool girl. I want to see the superhero that I'm looking up to on the rooftop and saying, oh, that is somebody I could be someday.
You're now poised to break even more ground in season 2 with the first Black actress to ever play Batwoman, which is huge.
It's huge. It's awesome. Kate Kane has disappeared in season 2. And it was controversial to the fans because, of course, they love Kate Kane. And so, of course, we're going to keep her part of the show. But it also gave us this really unique opportunity to create a new Batwoman. And I decided to make up a character named Ryan Wilder, who is the opposite of Kate Kane. Ryan Wilder is a character that Batwoman needs to protect. And so it just really provided a new rich storytelling device for us. And we couldn't be happier to have our new Batwoman.
And as a special bonus treat, she just said it, we have Ryan Wilder herself, the new Batwoman, with us here today. Please welcome Javicia Leslie.
Yeah.
And how does it feel to be the new face of Batwoman?
I found out an hour before everybody else found out. So I was pretty shocked along with the entire world. And then I was like looking through some of the articles, and one of the publications put Javicia Leslie is breaking history by being the first Black woman to play Batwoman. And then it changed for me.
Reading, the comics and seeing these superheroes as a Black man, I wouldn't see him as a white guy. I would just see him as Batman. And so then it allowed me to then imagine myself as Batman. So then for the world to actually see someone playing Batwoman, it's such a huge thing to me because I feel like it lets people know that any of us can step into the shoes.
What I love about DC, what I love about WB, what I love about Berlanti is that you have these iconic characters, and they've done this amazing job making them so many different ethnicities and shapes and sizes and things that weren't as typical as you may have imagined when you were a kid and seeing them. And what DC has done, what WB has done, what Berlanti has done is they've showed us that you could be anything, no matter what the color of your skin is.
Now, how do you see this incarnation of Batwoman fitting into the full legacy of the Bat?
Well, at first, she doesn't fit. That's the story. She doesn't fit. Literally, she makes it fit her. And in making it fit her, she makes the bat accessible to this whole other world of people who normally might not have had a hero to look up to. And so she, puts her stamp on the legacy.
All right, Jim. Okay, you've been doing this for a few years, right?
Yes.
Right? For a few years.
Yeah.
You've been around the block.
Yes.
How many times do you think you've drawn Batman?
I've been at DC since 1998. So I figure I've drawn, 22 years? So at least 22 times, but I think no more than 10,000. So somewhere kind of in between the two, yeah.
So what is it about Batman to you that makes his legacy such a lasting one?
At the core of it, he's the ultimate underdog, right? He's in a world with all these crazy characters with amazing powers, and all he has is his wealth and his smarts and his ambition and sort of obsessive need for justice. So I think we can all relate to him because he's very human in that respect, and I think he also really has something for everyone.
What's also dope about growing up with Batman is actually growing up with Robin, and how Robin has sort of grown into his own person, becoming Nightwing. Talk about that growth.
The introduction of Robin really kind of changed the tone of the character, from a brooding loner. Now he has this responsibility to a young ward that he's mentoring. It makes him more human and is a path to redemption for himself, right? To find his humanity. It was kind of an important turning point in the character, and has led to this extended Batman family that you see. So we're super excited to announce that we have acclaimed writer John Ridley coming on board. In January of 21, John will be working with artist Nick Darrington, who's fantastic. I'd love to hear from John kind of what led him to this character and how he's going to approach it.
A big part of my life has been around Batman, has been around people who choose to do better. And even if some of that is just wish fulfillment, it is part of what we want our young people, kids to believe in, that everybody can be part of the process. And for a long time, as was said, for those of us who are outside of the prevailing culture, it didn't matter the race of Batman or Superman or Wonder Woman. We just identified with the idea of trying to be the fabric of an environment that was better. I think it's a pretty safe bet that if I'm writing Batman, it's probably a little better than a 47% chance he's going to be a person of color. That's what I would say. What's very exciting for me is that I'm going to have the opportunity to delve into the Fox family. So you have Lucius Fox, this character who has been, other than Alfred, probably the person who's been at Batman's side maybe the longest. But he has a family, and this is a family that has secrets, has kept secrets from one another. It's a little bit different dynamic than the Batman that we've always seen.
So everyone loves Batman. He has millions of fans. He has inspired one of the most badass entourages since the OK Corral. And yet there is one amongst us, I see him smiling already, working on a game where Batman is actually dead.
We wanted to take away any certainty, any feeling of safety, so we could take a Gotham City, where Bruce Wayne has been operating as Batman for like 15 years, with all that history, with his whole network of allies, and then take him out of the picture. It really demands players figure out, how would I step up, and how would I protect Gotham City?
Let's take a quick look at what's coming out of WB Games Montreal next year.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize that Batman is gone. Gotham will need its protectors more than ever.
Okay, so before we wrap up, we have a fan question brought to you by one of Gotham City's good neighbors, Jake from State Farm. We all know Jake from State Farm. Take it away, Jake.
Jim Lee, hello. Wow, I'm a huge fan, and I love your work. I mean, obviously. Okay, let's get to it. So, James from the US asks, when you first started drawing Batman, what or who were your inspirations for your design for that character?
For those of you that collect comics, you know, I think one of my main influences is an artist named Neil Adams. He just brought this, you know, sense of reality, fancy word, verisimilitude to his art. I just looked like it was real, like you go out and touch it. This is before there were movies and TV shows, so this is as good as it got for us. And then there was another artist later, Frank Miller, who, you know, I was in college, and Dark Knight Returns came out, and that was real. That changed my life. I mean, that was the story that kind of inspired me to pursue a career in comics. So when I drew my own story in Hush, I actually started out drawing Batman kind of thick and blocky, kind of like how Frank draws it, kind of homage to Dick Sprang, which was an artist from yesteryear. But then as I drew more and more of the character over the course of the year and a half I worked on that project, by the end it was kind of leaner and looked more like a Neil Adams physique. Those are my two influences.
Clearly, we're all big Batman fans here, right? We're all big Batman fans here. That's why we're here. I'm a fan too. This is one of my many, many statues that I have here. So I have a fan question for all of you. What would you say is your first memory of Batman?
Obviously, Eartha Kitt was a huge influence because she was the first Catwoman. And to see that role and to see her really be her, because that's her personality in general, it really brought like this sexiness to something that was, to me, originally when I was a kid, I felt like was a boy's world. Then The Dark Knight came out. And that's when I was insanely addicted to the world of my craft, of my art. And to see Heath Ledger and all these iconic actors play these iconic characters is when I became obsessed.
I gotta say, I'm with Javicia. As a kid, I knew of the world and was a fan of Batman, but it was really the Batman Begins, Nolan's Batman, that really, as an actor, threw me into the world.
I agree. I think that was the first time I saw a superhero movie where I was just expecting it to be a superhero movie, and it was about a character, and it was that, you know, Batman Begins, just how did this boy become this vigilante?
I watched the Adam West TV show as a kid. I remember spending hours playing with the Batmobile and shooting little pellets out of the mortar in the back, and that's kind of my history of the character.
John.
There was a world's finest two-parter from years ago. It was Batman and Superman, who were captured and put into a Soviet gulag in like Siberia. Everything about it was so painful and torturous and grounded, but at the same time, it's about people being heroic when the odds are completely against you.
Patrick Redding.
I think for me, what hit me the hardest was Batman Year One. That struck me the most and made me really fall in love with that character in that world.
Thank you all. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to stick around, and we hope you are enjoying DC Fandome.
So many amazing world-changing things coming down the Bat Tunnel. But if you can't get enough of the Bat, don't worry, we've got more Bat-related news, never before seen content, and director Matt Reeves all right here in the DC Fandome. And it's all coming your way, so stay with us.
There's little bits of, there's Batman stuff that is coming in that I don't want to talk about because, you know, that stuff is best left as a surprise, and those who get it, and those who don't. But the big Batman mythology character that is coming, that we're going to meet this season, is Lucius Fox, which is very exciting. Not cast yet, so can't say who's going to play it, but he comes in mid-season and comes in a big way and is pivotal in turning the story around.
Whoa. Is that Wonder Woman? She's not got much clothes on, has she? Do you like my new shoes?
They're kind of... Well, I don't know. I just like them. My mum likes them. And I like them. We both like them. I can fight the wind. I can push the wind away. You have to be like sly and like never trusting anyone and kind of really like on the ball.
We're all working from home. And for the most part, when it comes to the pre-production, the script writing, the storyboards, design work, we've successfully transitioned to working at home. It's, not quite as much fun to not be in the office and have everyone together, but we're doing it. That's not a problem. The thing that's been tough, as these guys have indicated, is voice recording, where we used to record everyone together as much as possible in a room for the first 3 seasons. Every once in a while, there was someone who couldn't make a session, and we had to pick up later. But for the most part, we bring everyone together, at least in small groups, if not the whole cast. And that obviously has changed. Everyone is mostly recording one at a time from their closets.
Or their son's lower bunk bed that has like sheets and pillows, and yeah, it's interesting.
Next up, we have a special musical performance by Grammy-nominated multi-platinum recording artist Chris Daughtry. Inspired by the Man of Steel himself, the song was the lead single from Daughtry's 2013 album, Baptized, and we're so glad to have him here to perform this today. This is Waiting for Superman.
This is called Waiting for Superman. What's up, everybody? Chris Daughtry here again. Hope you guys are digging DC Fandome. Please check out our live from home version of our latest single, World on Fire. Hope you dig it.
I just love how the DC fandom is connecting fans from across the globe. We are all so different, but today we all have one thing in common: our love for DC superheroes. Okay, turning things over to Clara. Clara, take it away.
Thanks, Damian. It's Clara here from the UK, and it is great to be here with all of you. And what an amazing show so far. Are you guys having fun? I know you are, but do make sure you tweet us using the hashtag DCFandom and let us know how we're doing. Now, when I think about our beloved DC superheroes, I think about how inspirational they all are. I'm talking Superman, Wonder Woman, all of them I love. Look, you can see they always put a massive smile on my face.
Now let's get this party started!
There are so few surprises left in the universe.
This is gonna hurt.
The world is full of monsters, and the only way to defeat them is to become one yourself.
Oh, I love it! The chaos is so invigorating!
Now, we should have known those guys wouldn't take a day off from all the mischief and all the mayhem. And let's just be honest, no one loves the spotlight more than a DC supervillain. So it looks like it's time for the Hall of Heroes to become the Hall of Villains. And personally, I'm all for it because DC has got the best, the Joker, who has undergone many iterations since his debut in 1940. And although I wouldn't want him plotting against me, I have to say, his choice in lipstick is pretty much perfect. So let's put a smile on our faces and have an in-depth look at one of the best baddies ever. Here's the Joker.
You can call me the Joker.
The Joker is the greatest supervillain ever created.
I was a fan of the comic books, and particularly of the Joker.
Biblical time, David and Goliath to Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty. I thought the stronger the villain, the stronger the hero. The Joker sprang into mind because cards were a big part of my family.
It is that carnival mask of a clown that hides the horror lurking just below the surface.
The Joker is a horrific version of Batman. Whereas Batman scares criminals, Joker scares the ordinary people.
In the 1950s, you have a censorship movement which leads to the Comics Code Authority, which really is why all characters in the 1950s get goofy and weird.
The writers and artists of the era felt very restricted. It was a dark time for America. There was an urgent need for heroes.
1966's Batman became a pop art campy comedy. Cesar Romero's playful, prank-loving Joker stole the show. As culture took a turn for the revolutionary, writer Denny O'Neil introduced the idea that the Joker was truly insane.
We undid 15, 20 years of lousy comics code. So you got a tremendous amount of experimenting.
It left the way for people like me, Alan Moore, to do stories that were beyond the understanding of an 8-year-old.
Batman, the Killing Joke, showed us how deep the Joker's depravity could go.
It's basically a horror story. The Killing Joke was the first time that anybody really started taking him deadly serious.
It's epic. It's Joker's magnum opus.
The Joker stories of the 1980s set the stage for a Joker that would twist the theatrical, colorful, with the violence and insanity.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker, that was just everybody's first choice. Goes beyond your expectations just because he's so good.
Even in my own life, people have said, well, sometimes Jack, relax with the humor.
Oh, I got a live one here.
This does not apply to the Joker.
Gotham City was brought to younger audiences in 1992 when Batman, the animated series, debuted on Fox Kids.
One of the things that informs the Joker is his laugh. His laugh should be like a musical instrument. It should illustrate his mood.
We struck a nice balance between the clown and the killer and really made him a scary character.
Filmmaker Christopher Nolan elevated the comic book film. The gritty, realistic Batman of this Gotham City called for a villain who could challenge him in a way no one else could. From the outset, the choice was clear.
And to me, it was creating a sort of psychologically credible anarchist, a purposeless criminal, a psychopath. To me, that is the most frightening form of evil.
It's somebody without any rules whatsoever. Somebody whose motive is just pure destruction.
Without Batman, I'm not sure that the Joker would exist in the way that he does in our movie.
You complete me.
Joker is one of those rare opportunities you get to reinterpret, bring back to life some character that provides some counterpoint to the good of the world.
The trick was to be incredibly respectful, yet at the same time, reinvent the Joker.
Audiences were in for a laugh when comedian Zach Galifianakis voiced the clown prince of crime, bringing his own brand of humor to the role and new meaning to the words, "You complete me."
They do depend on each other. And what would happen if they both took a step back and understood that to be the situation?
I hate you.
Oh, that's nice.
Me too. The Joker had been taken in brave new directions, but there was still room to push the character even further.
I never really thought about doing a comic book movie. For me, it was more about this idea of doing a film, but about somebody people have no idea who, what, where he came from.
It's a wonderful exploration to take probably the most famous villain. What happens if we humanize this person?
I think part of his transformation is finding his voice, finding Joker. And I think prior to the emergence of Joker, he's struggling with what it is that he wants to say and how he wants to say it.
Every kid loves this guy, and I particularly love just the name, Joker. It's fantastic.
There's no definitive Joker. He will be reinterpreted long after I'm gone because he's just such a great character.
Who knew the Joker had such a rich history? But hang on a minute, of course you guys did. You're all the experts. Now, Jim Lee is an expert in all things DC. He is a world-renowned comic book artist, writer, editor, and publisher, and he's got his eye on some supervillain art. Take a look.
Hello, everyone. This is Jim Lee again. I'm here with Mohammed Haq, and we are going over his fabulous submissions to the DC Fandome. He is a big Batman fan, and he has a day job. So he does this spectacular artwork in his spare time. And I'm just going to kind of give him some feedback and hopefully kind of encourage him to keep pushing himself, as we should all push ourselves as we try to become and strive to become better artists. And you are here in the U.S.?
California, LA.
Okay, that's part of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's all good. All right, so you're super close because I'm in LA too. First off, let me just say thank you very much for submitting your work to DC Fandome. I loved all your single piece illustrations. Is this something that you're doing now professionally? Can you talk a little bit about your work, and do you do panel-to-panel work too, or is it all just single images, covers, that kind of thing?
I pretty much draw or paint digitally for fun, as a hobby. I'm a creative director. I work on figures, collectible figures, pretty much art directing or doing concepts.
It seems like some of these are like almost like poster images. Walk me through like this one. Like
Mr. Freeze is such a cool character. I seen artists draw his costume to be very simple, but I want to see him in more of a armor type, even more of an armor type design.
And then even as you're doing this, are you imagining it in color, even though this is a black and white or tonal drawing?
No, actually, when I draw, I don't think in color at all. I just draw a sketch, and once I'm done, if I feel like, you know what, I could add some color to it, then I'll add some color to it.
The reason why I asked you if thought in color as you did this is because in my head, I'm seeing this in color, right? I'm seeing like this as a pencil drawing and create the light source using color. I love the tonal graduations, but maybe if there was if the light source are here, like coming out of this gun, what happens to this part of the figure with a stronger light source there, right? This part here, like, suggests to me like you were on this path of, hey, there's light up here, and it's casting the shadow of this torso on this kind of pelvic area. If it were brighter here, and then here, just in general, like on this side,
right,
and then darker. Maybe that arm, like.
Totally.
What inspired this?
The first issue of Deceased.
Are there other things could have done to maybe give focus up here, where, it starts getting like more out of focus at the bottom, like a little more painterly? It's just something to think about. I just think your use of color and textures, creating that glistening kind of gum line, it's really, really well done. But again, what happens if it gets a little darker around the fringes?
No, I get what you're saying.
Right. So
we're focusing on the eye right now, right?
Yeah.
So focused, you're not sure what you're looking at.
What happens if you play around with that? you know, I'm trying to have like that light streaming off to the side, right?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Just like make certain things pop and kind of play around with the contrast, the values of your colors, right? Push it more to the extremes. You're really super solid in this middle ground. What happens if you push the extremes of light and dark to the image? So things to think about as you do it, but really solid piece. So this Joker piece, same thing with Mr. Freeze. You've got the lettering in here. I feel like you started and then kind of stopped. You were in there, maybe you were gonna go all the way to the top, and then you're like, I've said my piece. I know what would look like. Generally, you should use it as a real part of the composition, right? Even those lettering, right? And what kind of shape it occupies, and it just kind of fits naturally in the same kind of space. You know, kind of creates this squared composition, and I kind of wonder if you know, you have something like that, and then maybe the you know, all that, maybe it falls in like a big ha, you know, or something, right? Where all the lettering
or it creates the bat symbol or something like
any or even like a shat, or even his shadow, and then in the coloring of it, the lettering is darker. From it, but I also love the way
Estamos de
he did
vuelta.
the coloring, and I think he did push it on this one, like the
Y
that thin
volvimos.
white highlight on the
Ponlo
edge
por
is
ahí.
just perfect.
Está hablando del gran Jim Lee. Está hablando ahí, dando ahí unos tutoriales.
Yo estoy viendo eso y él lo hace ver tan y tan fácil.
Tan fácil.
Pero
sí.
detallito, él estaba haciendo el zombie Batman y él le dijo, pero ¿qué tal si pones un poquito sombra aquí debajo? Y cambió la imagen entera.
Y cambió la imagen
eso.
completa. Se ve espectacular, es como que, diablo. Yo entiendo la cara del muchacho, es como que, hermano, me empacó. Pues nada, me voy. Mira, así
le
como...
está dando clase de dibujar.
El muchacho está... I suck.
Dito, bueno, hizo buen trabajo, bueno, los dibujos tan lindos.
Tan exagerados, pero lo increíble el ojo de Jim Lee, bueno, pues es un veterano, entonces
pero es que
vea
Jim
esos
Lee,
detallitos y está
exacto.
aprendiendo y está conociendo del maestro, ¿me entiendes?
Poco a poco. Entonces, Cristo, el pobre muchacho.
Pero
anyway, aquí estamos de vuelta. Sí, la carita del Dito. Estamos aquí de vuelta el Brainstorm Special Edition DC Fandome 2020. Aquí bajo la tormenta Laura todavía. Vamos ahora a estar viendo, seguimos, ¿verdad? Javier y José están por allá en Texas, disculpen que no los presenté. Vamos ahora a estar viendo los próximos pasos de DC en cómics. Ya por ahí Fandom Wire tiró algo. Dice que Oscar winning John Ridley va a ser el nuevo escritor de Batman. Tiene una idea de que aparentemente él creo que hizo algo de Lucius Fox, que es el personaje que le da básicamente todos los instrumentos a Batman. Y creo que van a ir en esa historia, si no me equivoco. Según estoy leyendo por encimita, vamos a ver, imagino que van a hablar un poquito más ahora y pues vamos a tener nuestras opiniones al respecto. O sea, DC Comics es unas cómics que llevan desde los años 30, cuidado con los años 20, corriendo, unas historias espectaculares. Sabemos que de ahí sale Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, todo lo que estamos viendo ahora mismo tan fantástico. Y pues, obviamente, pues, vamos a ver la evolución. Ya muchas de las sagas que empezaron luego del DC Rebirth, que fue el último evento masivo que cambió básicamente la historia de los personajes, vamos a retomar. Vamos a ver qué es lo que viene con estos nuevos escritores que van a estar tomando el manto de los que ya crearon estas personas, de los que trabajaron en DC Rebirth, como John King, que hizo un tremendo trabajo con Batman. Tom King hizo tremendo trabajo con Batman, entre otros. Está ahora mismo Bendis trabajando Superman, o sea que tenemos muchos ahí que sé que van a estar trayendo nuevas cosas, nuevos inventos, historias nuevas, así que tenemos expectativas. Y claro está, síganos por ahí para abajo, porque de ahí En adelante pues pasamos a lo que es Shazam, Black Adam, Justice League, y para abajo. Todavía falta un montón de DC Fandom que está corriendo ahora mismo.
Apenas estamos a mitad.
Estamos a mitad y el contenido que han dado es algo espectacular. El evento encanta, el evento está bien preparado,
Sí, bien
a pesar
original,
de todo.
bien original.
Está muy bien hecho, está bien organizado. Han seguido presentando cosa tras cosa, ha sido espectacular, sinceramente, de lo más mínimo, porque ahorita con Flash fue algo bien poquito y fue bueno. Empezaron con Wonder Woman, que fue como un groundbreaking, porque la realidad es que presentaron el trailer, enseñaron un poquito más de los villanos que van a estar con Wonder Woman en la película. Tenemos por ahí, que yo estaba hablando con una compañera de trabajo que me escribió ahorita y me envió el trailer y me puso, ¿what? Y me pone, creo que vamos a ver el Invisible Jet. Pues yo creo que sí, que lo vamos a ver, porque hay una escena que salen los dos sentados en el jet y ella dice, oh, verdad, los radares.
¿Verdad?
O sea que posiblemente ese Invisible Jet se convierta y pues sea para tapar los radares. Así que interesante, vamos a ver. Luego, sí, eso va a estar bien bueno. Además de que la vimos con el lazo corriendo con caía el rayo y el lazo cogía y seguía como si fuera Tarzán. Espectacular, espectacular. Esa mujer está brutal. Así que tiene muchas ideas ahí espectaculares. Después pasamos con el juego de Arkham Knights. Gotham Knights, perdón. Que sale el Bat Family. Que se ve que va a estar espectacular. Va a estar súper bueno ese juego. Ese juego vamos a tener que meterle mano en cuanto salga en el 2021. Después de eso, dieron varias cositas de DC Fandom y luego retomamos hablando de Suicide Squad, que aunque no enseñaron trailers, sí presentaron el cast completo, que es un cast dirigido por James Gunn. Están todo tipo de personalidades dentro de ese cast. O sea, ese panel a mí me gustó porque fue bien diferente. Es un panel que yo creo que DC nunca había tenido en muchos años, de tantas personalidades juntas, bien diferentes, bien distintas. O sea, y eso está nítido, eso quedó bien, eso quedó bastante bien hecho. Y ahora vamos a hablar entonces de Chris Daughtry, estuvo por ahí tocando su guitarra y cantando.
Con su megáfono, con el arte de Jim Lee, que se fue como que, ¿what?
Nice.
Un megáfono con el dibujo de Batman, como si estuviera gritando por el megáfono. Estaba bien exagerado eso, no sé.
Han tenido muchas sorpresas buenas, de verdad que sí. He estado bastante satisfecho con lo que han enseñado hasta ahora. Y pues claro está, vamos a ver ahora las cómics, que eso es lo que realmente creó a DC, a lo que es ahora mismo, junto con Warner Brothers. Sabemos que las cómics es como que el inicio de todo para todo lo que hemos estado viendo hasta el día de hoy. O sea, si no es por las cómics, no estuviéramos viendo estos grandes artistas trabajando para crearnos estas ilusiones.
Sí mismo es. Creo que ya empezó el panel, pero no ha entrado nada de cómics. No sé si vayan a hablarlo.
Pero vamos a empezar a verlo. Vamos a seguirlo por ahí para abajo. Seguimos viendo DC Fandom. Danos like, danos share.
Creo que lo que están hablando es la influencia de la cultura morena en las cómics.
Ellos siempre han sido groundbreaking con todo. Ellos siempre han roto las barreras.
Han tenido problemas.
Han tenido sus problemas, claro.
Porque cuando salió Batwoman New 52, que la introdujeron lesbiana, tuvieron controversia y la cancelaron, y ellos DC fue bien criticado por haber cancelado la cómic, el volumen de Batwoman, por eso. Después volvieron y retomaron, me acuerdo de eso. Eso fue bien controversial.
Sí, eso fue bastante controversial. Han tenido muchas controversias entre ellos, pero siempre lo han logrado manejar. Y siempre han sido, ellos tienen sus personajes también que son parte de LGBT, y son personajes importantes como Batwoman, como bien mencionó.
Batwoman tienen varios personajes, porque ahora mismo Black Lightning ha tenido mucha popularidad, un personaje negro y es popular y últimamente ha estado saliendo en la serie animada de Young Justice, que es bien buena. Entonces, en las cómics ahora mismo, el volumen de la corriente de Aquaman, pues trajeron el Aqualad, que es negro y gay, que fue introducido en Young Justice también, pero ahora lo adaptaron para las cómics y le están dando un buen enfoque y ha crecido un montón el personaje en las cómics de Aquaman ahora mismo.
Qué bueno.
Wonder Woman, claro, siempre representó a la mujer y aunque en sus tiempos, en los 70, 80, pues eran momentos difíciles, pero hoy día Wonder Woman es como ¿cómo te digo? El corazón de DC Comics.
El icono importante de
todos sus superhéroes tienen su rol, pero Wonder Woman pues ese es el de ella. Ella es básicamente el hope del DC Universe.
Todos tienen su background.
Sí, claro. Su influencia, ¿me entiendes?
Lo bueno de tener un background es que muchas personas se pueden identificar y pueden aceptarse a sí mismos y pueden seguir promocionando su vida.
Te relacionas con ellos, te simpatizas. Hay un personaje para todo el mundo, ¿me entiendes? Te relacionas con alguno, sea cualquiera, todos tienen sus momentos en las cómics. Y DC encuentro que ha hecho buen trabajo trayendo buenos escritores y artistas que son fans para fans, no son personas que están trabajando para cobrar 2 o 3 pesos y te hacen el dibujo de la cómic, lo que sea, no son. El equipo creativo de DC ahora es sólido, ¿me entiendes? Son personas que se criaron en la cultura de cómics, siempre han sido fan y siempre soñaron con dibujar y escribir estos personajes y ahora como lo tienen el chance, pues tú ves ese fruto y cuando tú lees esas cómics, pues tú ves una cierta calidad que antes no se veía.
We have no business experience or skills, but we didn't go to a guy like Derek. We just did it without a business guy. So that was kind of the two different paths that we took initially. But I remember that first Comic-Con when they announced Milestone. They threw a party, and there were no parties at Comic-Con back in the day, right? It was like you just wandered around trying to find like open hotel rooms where people had like, you know, case of beers and you just kind of hang out. And they actually threw a party at a club, and I'm like, who do these guys think they are? Like, you know, and they were all like dressed up in suits and stuff. I'm like what's wrong with our tie-dye jeans and our mullets and, you know, what's going on? You're trying to show us up? It was really interesting. Looking back on it, they were incredible. Like, look, they were thinking beyond just the world of publishing and comics. They wanted to present.
No es por nada, janguear con esta gente tiene que ser un vacilo.
Tú lo sigues en Twitter, ellos siempre están posteando cosas de jangueos que tienen entre las convenciones. Ahora deben estar aburridos, pero digo, tienen trabajo, están dibujando y están escribiendo, pero cuando iban a convenciones siempre sacaban fotos de que ellos iban a janguear después de las convenciones y se juntaban todos, sea Marvel, DC, Image, tantos juntos.
Como la vez que, ¿cómo es que se llama este hombre? El que hizo, el que está ahora mismo escribiendo Venom.
Donny Cates.
Donny Cates, que se fue con el corillo a comprar carritos Hot Wheels.
Sí, que estaba con Scott Snyder, estaba con varios de escritores de DC.
A 3 de la mañana.
The Image crew with us, we're all in suits. But the Image guys didn't have no suits on. And they're presenting.
We're lucky to have a shirt on, honestly. That's the truth. That's a separate panel, but that's the truth.
No. I remember thinking we chose the suits and all that.
Tú sos un chojito viejo contando historias de esos tiempos.
Oye, pero este es un panel de cómics como tal que van a hablar de...
No, es a las 5.
¿El de DC Comics?
So there's really, that's why we wore the suits and stuff. None of us.
You guys had passes. It was exclusive. You couldn't
No,
just come
de
in and walk in. You actually
3:45 a
had
5
the,
de la
it was like,
tarde, historias con los artistas.
conceptually, creatively, and
Se supone que empiece ahora el de los comics, DC Super Surprise DC Comics Pass, es lo que dice. Después viene el Snyder Cut, casi corrido. Después viene Black Adam. Después Shazam.
Static Shock animated series.
Wonder Woman.
And it's sort of embarrassing.
Pero esto de Wonder Woman es otra
I was
cosa.
not real. I mean, I knew about it because I was a comic book
Eso no es
fan
repito.
way back. Early 90s.
No, el
I was just
encore
out of
creo
college
que es más
trying
tarde.
to make,
Oh, la
you know,
celebración.
No, van a jugar un juego.
So I didn't have the money to be
Ah.
buying comics.
Ah,
I was
exacto.
sick of reading all
Play
my
Werewolf
old 26
1984.
stuff. So I didn't
Y
hear
a,
about it
y a las
until
8:30
after it was
entonces
launched,
The
and I was like,
Batman.
oh, wait.
Es el
You know, like, you know, that one day you
The
got an extra $5 in your pocket. Let me go to my local shop because, of course, there wasn't the internet, so you didn't have access to information, and I didn't have no subscription to Wizard.
Aprovechando esto,
You know,
para los que
I
nos
was trying to
estén
date.
viendo, síganos en Instagram, estamos en Twitter, estamos en YouTube ahora mismo, que estamos en vivo. También estamos en Facebook, tenemos nuestros podcasts en
So I saw it on
Spotify
the shelves,
y
but I didn't know the story
nuestra
behind it.
página oficial
Those
brainstormpr.com.
are characters of color. That's different.
¿Verdad,
This is
Efe?
a cool new look. I've never seen anything like that.
Coming to it from the outside, as you did, you know, who was Virgil?
Estaba viendo el itinerario.
To me, Virgil was what I always wished for.
El otro juego,
growing up.
justo después de lo de Wonder
Black
Woman.
Spider-Man.
So que después de
Because you
Shazam,
read those stories, and obviously, a
en lo
good
que corre
story
lo de
can make
Wonder
you
Woman,
live it,
podemos,
feel it. You know, it doesn't
podemos
have to
verlo.
look like
Realmente
you.
son como 15 minutos lo que dura lo de Wonder
When it
Woman. No dura
does,
tanto.
it resonates on a whole other level.
Ahora lo que
And
viene
for
corrido es
me,
bien
the
interesante.
issues of Static, it was so
Sí.
real world.
Están
The
granando para lo
texture
último.
of those
Mano,
stories
Static Shock.
was so much more removed
A mí me
from
gusta
the old
eso,
1930s.
la caricatura que
We
salió en
are
WB
exhibiting
de
the
Static Shock.
world. Like, it felt like a comic book
¿Ustedes se acuerdan de esos
drawn
muñequitos?
by somebody
De Static
who
Shock.
lived in a
Sí,
building
Sí,
that
mira,
I could go into.
a mí me gustaban un montón esos muñequitos.
Eran buenos.
That to me was the
Y
big
no lo
difference.
usan
It
mucho en
touched
las
on
cómics.
archetypes that I,
Y es un
as
personaje
a
que todavía
old school
sale de
comic
vez en
book
cuando.
fan,
Está
you know,
en Young Justice
loved
ahora
and
mismo,
honored,
pero
but it also touched on my
el,
life.
donde único está saliendo los
Comics.
cómics
Black
nuestros.
man in the real
Y
world.
ese
Like,
personaje está
I've
cool, no
never
sé
had
por qué
these
no
two
le dan
things
tanto
come
uso.
together before.
All right, we got a fan question here from Aaron M. Specifically, I think for you, Reggie. Is there any discussion about bringing the milestone characters to the big or small screens? You know, what's new and what's upcoming in the multimedia front?
Well, one of the things we're really excited about is, you know,
Yo creo
we
que te
really
va a
wanna live up
contestar
to
la
the name
pregunta
of the
ahí,
company,
Javier.
Milestone Media. So when we, you know, spoke with Jim about reviving the Milestone line, we said, look, we all know that this, you know, has been, you know, hit comic books and a hit animated series. It's time to expand back into all those areas and then some. So we're in serious conversations about, as we're launching the comic book series, developing a Static Shock movie. That'll be a theatrical feature film. What we're talking about is unbelievable. We're also talking to all the other divisions of Warner's. For example, the animation department. You know, they make those amazing animated feature films for home entertainment. And we're talking about doing one of those feature films, you know, involving the Milestone characters. We're also looking at new media like podcasts and, you know, doing a series of stories that will be available on podcasts. So you know what? We will deliver Milestone Media wherever you are, on whatever platform you want, whether you're a young kid, whether you're an adult, whether you're a teen, we'll find appropriate stories and get them to wherever you want to consume them.
Well, I'm just saying, for that movie, talk to Scorsese for me, would you? Talk to Scorsese. They got the technology, I can play 14.
Me copiaría una película de Static Shock.
How can I get that shirt?
Do you have an extra? Because you gave it to me. What, 25 years ago or something?
Yeah, we're talking about everything and everything and anything under the sun, even YA content, right? This is something that we couldn't envision decades ago, but it's a critical part of the audience, underserved by us, you know, historically. Having YA content out there for the first time was very exciting. And obviously, you know, all the other stuff, the merch, the T-shirts. We get Phil a new T-shirt after all these years. I feel bad you've been wearing the same one for 20 years.
And it still fits. That's the beauty.
what's great is working with Jim, who's had so much success, at Wildstorm, at DC, who really understands the importance of what Milestone means and has been supportive at every part of the process. And we were very excited about the future of Static Shock, Icon and Rocket, so many great characters that we feel will exist on all kinds of screens.
Jim, here's another fan question, this time from Daniel Perez. Do you have any future plans to officially distribute the original Milestone titles?
Yeah, I think we've part of this panel is to share those plans. Right now, we're looking at a February of 21 relaunch for the line.
Oh,
Ricky's
nice.
Going to speak to that a little bit as well as Dennis. But as far as the back catalog, every single month leading up to February, we're going to release more of the backlist catalog through our digital partners like
Nice.
and Apple
Se ve bien
and
awesome.
Google Play.
Mira,
Check it
Static
out.
Shock.
It's super exciting, and we'll see you in February.
Dennis, we got a fan question here from Owen Seiler. Will we ever get to see another Static Shock comic again?
Yes, we will absolutely get to see another Static Shock comic book again.
Me contestaron.
Static is the first
Sí, ahí está.
anytime there's a
Te
milestone.
contestaron la pregunta.
I want to talk about hardware and everything else. Everyone else wants to talk about static and what we can do. So that was for Reggie. So yeah, as far as Static Shock's concerned, we're very excited about Static. There's the original OGN, the graphic novel by Reggie Hudlin and Kyle Baker, which we're very excited about. But there's also a digital first Static Shock series that's coming out in February. It'll be available digitally first.
Pero le van a dar duro a Static Shock entonces.
But we're very excited.
Pulsar el personaje.
We'll be so excited. And Reggie's doing excellent scripts. He's
Eso
also
es algo que
really
tenemos que hablar luego.
outlining a lot of what's going on in our series. So
Que
the Static
están
Shock
como
series are gonna have a lot of
promoviendo mucho que las cómics se van a
So
ir
the
full
short answer is
digital.
yes. There's going to be more Static Shock comics. In fact, probably more Static
No
Shock
creo que se vayan
comics
full digital.
than even I was prepared for.
Porque ellos le dan mucho support a las
Reggie,
tiendas
can you talk
locales,
a
pero
little
sí
bit more
están empezando
about
como a
what else is in
hacer
store
cierta
for
transición
Milestone?
porque hay ciertas series que están corriendo solamente digital.
Favorites, and Dennis is like, hardware, man, we're not respecting hardware. And I love hardware. I love it all. It's funny because in some of the early years, Dwayne McDuffie was
Yo siento que si se tiran
Reggie,
completamente
really need you
digital,
like Static.
van a perder mucha gente que quiera leer las
Sí.
cómics.
Sí, bueno, a mí no me gusta leer digital. A veces que yo he leído el cómics digital es como raro, no me
I
gusta.
love those characters so much.
A tener el libro en tus manos y eso es bien
This
diferente.
man who's actually a 300-year-old alien who's here on Earth, who ends up partnering with a
Se va a
14-year-old
perder el
girl from the
arte.
hood. They end up fighting, grinding
No
together.
sé.
Not as sidekicks, as partners. I got to tell you, the stories that I'm writing and that Dennis Cowan is drawing are
Oye,
unbelievable.
tú sabes lo
I
que
love,
falta cuando se acabe esta sección, que Jim Lee saque una página
when Dennis
y empiece a dibujarle a ellos cómo sería mejor, cómo se vería mejor las imágenes.
Static Shock, hacen Static Shock más exagerado.
for us to work together, and it's great to do it on camera.
Eso es de verdad
Working
un
on that was a trip. The first
punch in the
got
face.
Diablo.
a little
Porque
bit behind, so I came in and took on a story.
Mira con el guante de atrás.
Very casually, like, yeah, I can do Icon Rocket. No
pues
problem.
Jim Lee es
Then I
un
realized,
artista
except for the
siete
covers,
pares.
I
El
had
tipo está
never
brutal.
drawn Icon Rocket.
Está bien reconocido la comunidad en el top del top.
I did the initial design. I did the first cover, right? 2 covers for Icon Rocket. And aside from posters, never drew him again, really, in any significant way. So now I found myself having to draw this character that I really didn't know how he moved and how he really worked. So I had to figure all that out and pretend like I had it in the bag the whole time.
Never let him see you sweat.
But I was sweating that whole job. Icon Rocket. Why they got me on Icon Rocket? Where's hardware?
So to recap, a cool Static Shock OGN by Reggie and Kyle Baker, a new ongoing Static digital first comic, an Icon and Rocket comic written by Reggie and drawn by Dennis Cowan, absolutely no hardware, but also new content. We're talking about new characters being introduced, and we'll see you in February.
Yes, sir.
We got toys
Awesome.
now.
Estoy pompeado con el regreso de Static Shock.
Listen, gentlemen, I could not be more excited about the future of Milestone. And I'm so glad you asked me to be a panel where I get to get all of this new information. I heard it first. But listen, thank you so much to everybody who showed up today. Thank you to Reggie Hudlin, to Dennis Cowan, to Jim Lee, to Phil Lamar, and thank you to the fans who have been stoking the flames and the fires for more Milestone for decades. So thank you so much to everybody. Be good. Get on Mark.
Ahora que me estoy fijando, esto era un surprise panel.
Sí, eso es. Eso es. La sorpresa Static Shock y Milestone Comic vuelven.
Sí, que vuelven otra vez.
What DC has in store for Static Shock and the rest of the Milestone crew when it returns in February 2021. And now it's time for a little ask and tell. We have got more questions from our DC fans. Check it out.
Cool.
Doom Patrol.
Un patrón.
Eso sí que ha sido un palo esa serie.
¿Llegaste a terminarla?
No ha acabado el season.
¿Season 2?
No ha acabado. Creo que están las últimas, pero no ha acabado. Mira, está Cyborg. Ese muchacho se ha destacado más por Cyborg que el de Justice League.
El de las películas.
Sí, él hace mejor Cyborg que el de Justice League también. Es que también la historia es distinta. O sea, la historia de Justice League es una historia como que le está empezando a salir, como que le pasó lo que le pasó y está empezando otra vez como que a resurgir, pues. Pero la historia en Doom Patrol es distinta. Ya él es un miembro de la liga se conoce, Doom Patrol está como que saliendo como que de la sombra, tú sabes, como que otra cosa. Va dirigido, son dos historias completamente distintas y él ha hecho un buen Cyborg en esa serie.
No, sí, a mí me gusta.
Sí, porque este es como veterano.
Exacto, ya él sabe lo que hay. O sea, él ya sabe cómo, viene un villano, ya sabe cómo reaccionar. Él está como dirigiendo el Doom Patrol, como que está empezando. Que de hecho vi un corto por ahí, no he visto el season nuevo, que por fin ella ya está empezando a utilizar los poderes elásticos. O sea que recuerdo que en el primer season era más que yo era un Blood y no sabía usar sus poderes. Veo que en este season va corriendo distinto.
Sí, todos los personajes, eso es algo que a mí me gusta mucho de un Patrol, es el character development, porque ellos eran todos un chorro de freaks en el primer season que no sabían qué hacerse y cada uno se ha ido desarrollando de diferentes maneras y ayudándose el uno al otro a pesar de los conflictos que tienen y él lo ha hecho como de una manera bien interesante y divertida a la vez y eso es lo que hace que la serie funcione. Esa es lo que a mí me gusta de Doom Patrol.
También la forma en que lo lleva el director es completamente diferente a lo que estamos acostumbrados a ver en un superhéroe.
Exacto, por eso. Porque él entiende, pues si tú lees las cómics de Doom Patrol son igual de locas, ¿me entiendes? Son bien weird. Y no son, a pesar de que comparten el DC Universe porque han interactuado con Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, todos ellos, pero son su propia cosa, ellos viajan a través del multiverse y van para sitios bien locos, hay unas historias bien al garete y la serie sabe tocar esos aspectos de esas cómics, lo ha hecho muy bien.
De hecho, las cómics que están corriendo ahora están buenas, Javier, ¿las estás comprando?
Sí, están buenas y lo cool es que volvió, fíjate, no sé si está, pues no las estoy comprando, pero volvió Gerard Way, que él es el creador de Umbrella Academy, vocalista de My Chemical Romance, y él escribió un buen volumen de Doom Patrol hace varios años y volvió a escribir y creo que él todavía está activo escribiéndola.
Pues estaría cool.
¿Qué está pasando?
Sí, lo está siguiendo.
Está haciendo algo de Batman ahí.
Sí. Batman.
Las transiciones de Batman.
Por un tubo y si te llevas metido Batman hoy, brother.
Sí, de hecho hubo como un pequeño corto ahorita que estaban preguntando que si para el próximo evento de DC, que va a ser el resto de los paneles, si van a poner más contenido de Batman y prácticamente dijeron que sí.
Bueno, es que Batman es entiendo que es el superhéroe más vendido entre todos los superhéroes. Y obviamente
claro,
el más
mejor que
vendido de
Superman
DC.
también.
¿Perdón? Perdón. No
Bueno,
entremos
ya.
en ese debate.
No empiecen. Estamos aquí en paz, todos juntos bajo el banner de DC. A
No, veo
favor.
que lo que están corriendo es como un tease de Lego Batman.
No, este panel era es las diferentes voces que han
que han puesto de Batman.
Que han puesto de Batman, los diferentes actores que han tenido el chance de.
O sea, que ahí está
hacer la voz.
Will Arnett,
que es el
¿cómo
de
que se
Lego
llama
Batman. Will Arnett.
Sí. ¿Cómo es que se llama el de Batman, las de series?
Batman speaks dozens and dozens and dozens of other languages thanks to voice actors from all over the world who have been dubbing Batman's voice ever since he first appeared on screen.
What? That was random.
In their countries, they are Batman.
Je ne vais pas te tuer. Tu vas me rendre un service. Fais une publicité auprès de tes amis.
Qué raro.
Nunca había escuchado Batman así.
Je suis Batman.
Yo soy Batman.
Yo soy Batman. These amazing actors from all over the world who, with their deep, dark voices, have been striking fear in the hearts of bad guys everywhere.
Pero yo escucho a Will Arnett de Batman y lo que piensan en Lego Batman me da risa.
9 years old. It was the 3rd grade in school. Someone suggested me that
Conroy es el mejor.
Language command. You have got a decent voice. So why don't you try voice acting? So I said, okay, let me give it a shot.
Eu pensava palco com luz, com plateia, então aquilo ali era completamente o inverso do que eu estava pensando. Assim.
Está gufiado, pero el más que me gusta es Kevin Conroy de Batman, que fue el que hizo la animated series.
El doblaje para mí es hacer
Era en
creer
español.
al espectador que los personajes, los actores están hablando en español.
Every language has a tonality, a different way of taking pauses, speaking, speed. So there are a lot of things that come into the picture.
You have to concentrate all the emotions, all the things that happens while doing the scene.
As a voice actor, I didn't have to transform my body, but I have to find what is the best to serve what's on the screen.
Di quell'attore straniero, se tu fai appena meno di quello che fa lui, non si incolla, non ci sta.
Et puis, je trouve que ce qui est difficile, c'est le rythme, c'est vraiment réussir à garder un naturel en se calquant sur le rythme d'un autre.
Poder interpretar o reinterpretar, que es lo que hacemos en doblaje, o sea, todos estos personajes icónicos que existen en nuestras vidas.
Yo vería Batman v Superman en español. Curiosidad.
¿Español latino o español
castellano?
Castellano. Cualquiera, las dos. Eso se escucha bien cómico. Yo soy Batman.
Aquele símbolo do Batman em qualquer lugar do mundo.
Que estaba diciéndole cuando te viste que Kevin Conroy es el mejor. A mí me gusta.
De la serie animada.
El más cotizado es él.
Sí, estuvo tantos años haciendo la voz del Batman animado, que esa serie es de las más. Bueno, es la serie más reconocida animada de Batman, a pesar de tantas que han salido. En portugués.
Utilizar todo eso a favor de la justicia. Eso me
parecía.
Me parecía el personaje
que yo soy Batman, tío.
identificado me sentía.
Il mio rapporto con Batman in
no lo digas, tuviese full, ojalá lo diga.
Vivevo con Batman, aspettavo che arrivasse in edicola per andare a prenderlo e a leggerlo.
Ya, Batman está en todos los lugares, bro.
Me explotó en la cabeza al ver en la televisión al señor que yo estaba leyendo acá. Era algo mágico, fantástico.
C'est vrai que, bon, bah voilà, c'est pas tous les jours qu'on nous offre à doubler un personnage de ce type-là.
They asked me, are you free next week? We have a new George Clooney film coming up.
Y no, esa no la vería.
And it said, oh, by the way, it's Batman. I said, wow.
Yo estuve leyendo algo los otros días que es que no como un pequeño, no un reportaje, era más bien como una reseña de ese Batman, de esa versión. Y es que ellos querían hacer como que ese estilo Batman campy de los 60. Esa era porque de hecho el director hace ese tipo de película. Mira para allá.
Indie, mira.
I started doing individual characters. And one fine day, finally in around 2005, I got something for which I'm being interviewed by you today. And I tasted a real flavor of fame after the release of the magnum opus named Batman. That was then I became very big fan of Batman, and he teaches me a lot, you know. I get to learn.
Entonces, a mí me gustaba mucho ese suit, a pesar de que las películas no fueron las mejores. El suit de Ben Affleck estaba bien nítido.
Ahora que tú mencionas eso del suit de Ben Affleck, estaba leyendo que salió también ahí pequeño, como un tease, de que aparentemente la historia de Batman se basa en Earth 2 y la historia de Snyder es Earth 1. So que debo entender que están creando el multiverse para Flashpoint.
Flashpoint, reboot.
Exacto. Parece que están buscando hacer distintas, crear distintos universos.
Escenario.
Porque ya el universo de la Tierra, perdón, el universo de Arrowverse, eso es un universo ya. Y ya viste que lo conectaron con la película.
Sí, ellos hicieron ellos en el Arrowverse fue que introdujeron el multiverse en el último evento de Crisis on Infinite Earth. Que salieron básicamente todo lo que tiene DC, porque salieron los Titans, la serie de Titans, salió Ezra Miller de la película de Justice League. Salieron, o sea, introdujeron más todavía.
Sí. Sí, que el multiverse está por ahí.
Sí, existe.
Oye, está raro que Jeff Jones no ha salido aquí.
¿Verdad? Porque él ya no está envuelto en el publishing de DC. Lo que ha estado envuelto en la serie. En Stargirl es donde él ha estado envuelto mayormente ahora. Y las cómics de Three Jokers que sale ahora, y lo último que hizo es Doomsday Clock. Y él está escribiendo Shazam ahora mismo, es donde él está envuelto, pero él ya no tiene un rol grande como lo tiene Jim Lee. Antes él estaba. Cuando pasó Rebirth y eso, él todavía era uno de los head publishers. Y después, poco después fue que se salió.
Batman is a mystery. And,
todos los cambios que están ocurriendo y bueno, que han ocurrido y siguen ocurriendo.
No, esta última semana fue bastante fuerte, pero no fue DC nada más donde sufrió. Eso fue algo de Warner Brothers. Los despidos fue a través de todo Warner Media, que eso incluye DC.
मेरी उम्र तुमने कुछ नहीं सोचा बस बेरहमी से उन्हें मार डाला जेल.
Esos muñequitos de Brave and the Bold estaban nítidos.
Eran buenos.
Eran más cheesy, pero eran buenos.
मैं ये जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैं उस आदमी का बेटा हूँ जिसे तुमने मार डाला. मैं हूँ ब्रूस वेन.
Lo más desafiante cuando doblé el Batman de Christian Bale eran las escenas donde él gritaba y se enojaba mucho.
Y para Christian Bale también.
Christopher Nolan.
Exacto.
Eso nunca me gustó de esas películas, la voz de Christian
Bale.
Porque
él cambiaba la voz.
Pero no, es que no se escuchaba bien.
Much more complex. And he show all the complexity of the character.
The character of Christian Bale was struggling to become this guy, and this guy in the movie.
Ele é bom ator, excelente ator.
Todo mundo como criticándolo, ¿verdad?
Os personagens que ele faz. Eu acho que é isso que marca, né? Acho que é o estilo único que é dele, né? E eu também sempre
era mantener la boca abierta en todo el mundo.
Un icono, ¿cómo habla? No habla como un ser humano. Entonces, la voz que creo y la voz que han encontrado los demás Batman, aparte de trabajarla yo desde el pecho y desde la garganta.
Keaton le dio una cualidad a la voz que fue, pero esta cosa de hacerlo diferente, ¿no? Para que no le reconocieran la voz ni siquiera a Bruce Wayne. Y el Batman de Affleck, lo que sucede es que tiene una cosa tecnológica, es un aparato que le cambia la voz. Para que no lo reconozcan. Entonces, lo que hice con eso fue bajar mi voz a todos los graves, los más graves posibles.
Next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. The bat is dead. Bury it. Consider this mercy.
Mimi.
¿Eso era español?
No era, le pusieron Uno en español.
Sí, no, pues en español, hindú, exacto. Hindú y español otra vez.
So cool and so never gets nervous, or at least it seems.
Oye, ¿cuán difícil sería en esa película de Batman vs Superman? ¿Cuán difícil sería que Batman le mente la madre a Superman?
Fíjate si sería fan de los cómics, que yo con mis primeros sueldos de actor de doblaje,
Ya,
lo primero
no
que hacía
recuerden
antes de llegar
eso.
a casa era poner en un kiosco o en una tienda y comprar un cómic de Batman. Entonces, para mí fue como, era el héroe de mi infancia, ¿no? Hay una cosa con la que yo conecté con Bruce Wayne, con Batman, que era su deseo de justicia. Es inherente al ser humano el deseo de justicia, ¿no? De luchar a favor del oprimido o de impartir justicia y de que las cosas se hagan bien, ¿no? De que los malos no se salgan siempre con la suya. Nosotros en el doblaje, para cada uno de los Batman, de Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, Will Arnett, todos los demás, lo que hacemos es meternos en el original. Ben Affleck es otra forma de hacer Batman, es un enorme que transmite otro tipo de sensaciones diferentes a la que transmite Christian Bale, que hizo una creación, desde luego,
Voy a decir que una de mis escenas favoritas de todo el tiempo de Batman que he visto fue esa de Ben Affleck en los docks.
Pero recuerdo
en los muelles.
Temblando
no,
como
está peleando contra los que tienen a Martha atrapada.
Sí, mano, esa escena para mí es tan exagerada. De las mejores que he visto en la historia de Batman es esa.
Porque le enseñaron cómo él pelea.
Per un videogioco o doppiare un attore.
Sí, exacto, pero la coreografía era como nunca la había visto, estaba muy exagerada.
Le jeu vidéo, il y a beaucoup plus de travail à fournir, beaucoup plus de...
Lavoriamo sulla forma
d'onda.
Injustice. Per cui a quel punto ci dobbiamo assolutamente fidare della voce originale.
Se utilizan los mismos, las mismas personas de las películas para los juegos también.
Claro.
Que l'attore americano.
When I heard the voice of Kevin Conroy, it's the moment when you are in the studio and the first time you hear the voice, you see the character.
Esto está bien interesante, nunca había pensado en esto.
Superman ist hinter Gittern. Letztendlich führen ihn seine guten Absichten auf einen Pfad der Tyrannei und des Bösen. Und so wurde unser größter Held plötzlich unsere größte Bedrohung.
Enfin, ça demande beaucoup d'énergie le jeu vidéo parce que c'est très très longue journée. On est tout seul dans une petite cabine avec nos casques. On entend sa propre voix toute la journée.
You don't have the nuances that you have in a living character because the animation is always kind of straight. There's no hesitation. It's jumping much more in your face. It's much more fun to do animations because you go to the extreme.
Do you want to talk about how you're feeling right now?
J'ai rien à dire sur les émotions, Alfred. Je n'en ai pas et je n'en ai jamais eu de ma vie.
Contra il crimine di una macchina da rapper heavy metal. Io non provo nessuna emozione a parte la rabbia. H24, 12 miliardi.
And if you think that there's something behind that, then you're crazy. Good night, Alfred.
Sir, it's morning.
The Lego movie was one of the funniest experiences of all my career. I never had so much fun in my life.
The screenplay and Will Arnett's talents brought back the humor that was present in the original TV series. That sort of tongue-in-cheek humor, lots of puns, lots of jokes.
These are part of my pants.
La experiencia de doblar al Batman de Nolan, al Batman de Gran Aventura Lego 1 y 2, es muy diferente, pero la verdad la 1 y 2 es muy divertida. Entonces es como jugarlo más, tienes que sentirte un poco más libre, ¿no? De hacer tú también tu creación, sobre todo para el humor latino.
Primero, el trabajo que hizo Will Arnett es espectacular. Hacer siempre un Batman serio y poder hacer a un Batman que se ríe de Batman, que se ríe de sus miedos, de sus inseguridades, que se vuelve hasta un poco patoso, que no sabe cómo relacionarse con los demás.
Who are you here to see?
I'm here to see your butt.
Is that your last name, bud?
First
name, yours. Oh my gosh.
Y los Lego Batman fue como, vamos a reírnos, vamos a divertirnos. Fue eso, poder reírte hasta de ti mismo, ¿no? Fue liberador.
aver contribuito alla Batman Legacy
la primera película de
mi riempie di
Batman.
gioia e mi riempie di orgoglio.
Il y a quelque chose de l'enfance là-dedans, quoi. De dire, oh, je suis pris pour faire Batman.
Batman was like going full circle from my childhood to my adult life.
Lo debo decir como lo siento y es un gran orgullo, es una de las cosas más bonitas que me han ocurrido a nivel profesional.
So Batman will be always close to my heart because Batman is one of the best character in my life. I'm a bit emotional now.
Es maravilloso ser parte de este gran grupo del mundo DC y de DC Fandome el día de hoy. Yo creo que vamos a estar muy emocionados todos viendo a mis compañeros actores, viendo a todos.
What Warner Brothers is doing now, like getting us into the limelight, where people come to know this is the voice of Batman from India.
Esa serie salieron tantos juguetes. Nosotros teníamos el Batwing también, ¿te acuerdas?
Ah, teníamos dos. Teníamos
el Baticarro también estuvo.
El Batmobile. Estuvo bien nítido. El Baticarro nosotros le dimos paleta como es. Terminó guayado.
¿Eran grandes?
Sí, eran grandes.
Sí, era grande. Sí, la nave también era grande.
La nave era bien grande. La nave, a mí me encantaba la nave.
Y tiraba un gancho, la nave tiraba como un gancho para agarrar los muñecos y se los llevaba.
Ah, diablo, sí. Ese estuvo cool, me gustó ese panel. Nunca había imaginado algo así. O sea, sé que existía, pero ver la perspectiva de ellos está nítida. Y escucharlo. Bueno, vamos a ver qué pasa con esto, chicos.
Y a rayos.
Ay, del co...
What do you think? Coming up, we have another WB Games debut, and we are talking to Matt Reeves, director of the Batman.
Claro, llevan teasing a eso de Batman.
Sí, ha estado duro.
Wow.
Tatuaje.
Los tatuajes.
Sí, yo quiero.
Mami.
Ya tengo uno, fíjate, puedo ponerme más.
Ya, ese del Batman Julazo estaba bien.
Sí, estaba muy padre.
Ah,
pero hay que conseguir un tremendo artista que haga algo así, ¿sabes?
Ah, claro. En Puerto Rico hay varios, no te creas.
Sí, yo sé.
En Puerto Rico hay unos tremendos artistas de tatuaje. Mira ese Joker.
Esa Wonder Woman está linda.
Esa del Super Friends. Ok, no. No, yo no me haría un tatuaje así nunca.
Bueno, tengo en la camisa.
Para nada.
Bueno, vamos a empezar. Expectativa.
Vamos a ver qué
alta o baja.
Hi everyone, the Brazilians are back in the house, and let me just say that you guys, I mean, are the best. I love everything and incredible stuff. I can't wait to see
ha ido bien.
Yo espero que esto siga corriendo. Hay otro en septiembre, de hecho, pero espero que esto lo hagan regular.
Since 2017, you have been demanding the release of Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, of course. Your friends at HBO Max heard you and look for it in 2021.
I know, but I know. That probably feels like a long way off. So, right now, we're gonna check out this very exciting panel featuring Zack Snyder and some special guests, as well as some of the fans who helped bring this DC dream come to life.
Sí, eso es un DC dream, no sé. Estoy loco por verla, a ver qué es la que.
Tiene la esperanza de que se arregle ahí.
Ready? Sí.
Okay, let's go.
Lo necesitas.
Ah, yo quiero eso, yo la quiero.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. It's awesome to be here at DC Fandome. This is amazing. It's been quite a journey with the DC fans, and I've had a great time bringing some of these beloved DC titles to the big screen. And the Justice League really is, for me, and in this format, an amazing crown jewel. As a community, you were able to make this thing happen, and we really appreciate it. We're going to shake it up a little bit for this panel, and I'm going to have some fans ask me questions. I'm going to ask some people questions. We're going to have a special guest, so let's get to it. We have some questions from fans read to us by some of the amazing cast of Justice League. Looks like next we have Batman, my Batman. Go ahead, man. What do you got?
Batflick.
I hope you guys are enjoying DC Fandome, and I'm really excited for you to chance to see Zach's ultimate version of Justice League on HBO Max next year.
Well, thank you, Ben. I'm excited for everyone to see the film as well. It's cool. What question do you have?
Patrick Mendoza wants to know, who is your favorite superhero of all time? We know the answer to that, but go ahead and answer.
I guess my favorite hero of all time, other than Batman, would have to be, sort of staying in the DC world as I do. It's got to be Dr. Manhattan, from Watchmen, I think. I don't know, for me, he's like this super cool quantum superhero whose time, space, reality, all those things are at his fingertips. So, yeah, it's got to be Dr. Manhattan. That was awesome, Good Ben. Choice. Thank you so much. That was cool, and appreciate you stopping by. I think next, is it Superman?
Hello, everybody. My name is Henry Cavill, and I promise you that I am not in prison. This is just my place of work. I hope you're enjoying DC Fandome, and I have a fan question for Zack Snyder. As a storyteller, what is the dynamic between the Justice League that is important for you to present on the screen? Zach, over to you.
It's a great question, and thank you so much. I think the important thing for me to see as the Justice League comes together is this idea that, like, a lot of them basically are loners, right? You have Batman, who lives in a cave. His only buddy is Alfred, really. You got Wonder Woman, who, after Steve's demise, she's been kind of keeping quiet. You have Flash, who's got these powers, but he's kind of alone in the world. And you have Cyborg, who, you know, in a lot of ways, is not really happy about what's happened to him, this transformation. He's coming to terms with it. And then you have Aquaman, who also is this loner. And sort of thematically, them coming together and forming a family and finding in each other support. I think that's really what, in the end, drove me to want to see this happen, or see them come together. And I think that when you take all these different personalities and bring them together into a single cohesive group, it's a fun and awesome dynamic, but also there's a why of doing it. All right, let's see. Who do we have next? Is it Cyborg?
Hey, Zach. What up, man? Ray Fisher here. You know I am super excited about the Snyder Cut getting dropped on HBO Max. And there's some folks who have a couple questions for you. The first question is coming from Eddie Gordon from the United States. And that question is, which character are you most excited to fully flesh out in your cut of Justice League?
Interesting that you should ask me that, because of course it's Cyborg. Cyborg is the heart of the movie. Cyborg is the thing that I think in the end holds the team together in a lot of ways. And excited to see, or for fans to see, just how that is realized on camera.
And the second question is coming in from Irfan Kam from the United Kingdom. And their question is, when you started writing Justice League, what thematic ideas were you most excited to tackle? Additionally, how much of a challenge was it to keep the tone mythological? I want to know too, so make sure you get up on those.
It's a great question. When Chris and I were talking about this movie, I think we're big fans of sort of the Joseph Campbellian, hero's journey, and also this notion that we would be creating a team. It's the Knights of the Round Table joining together in an epic adventure, and this is the call to action film that brings them, as a story, that brings them all together. And I think it is a mythological concept to begin with. So keeping it mythological, and especially when you think about it's Aquaman, it's Wonder Woman, Flash, Cyborg, and then Superman, you're really talking about a mythological group. you know. Okay, this is fun. Let's keep them coming. Who else? I think next is the Flash himself.
Mr. Maestro Zack Snyder. I mean, what other questions can we ask? I think we'd all like to know if we'll see more of the handsome and talented Ezra Miller in your cut.
I like the question, Ezra. No agenda at all. Very good. Of course, you're going to see tons more of the Flash. I have a huge love for
Nunca
the
le
Flash
encontré
and
sentido
for
al
Ezra
traje
Miller,
de Flash.
as you know. Especially when you call me at the last second and make me come work on your music videos in the desert. That's really kind of you. So,
es que no me hace sentido porque Flash usaría armadura que lo hace más pesado cuando él es más rápido.
We're going to get to see a little bit more of his emotional arc and
stylish.
I hope they enjoy it because I enjoy seeing you, especially in this format.
Que de hecho, The Flash es uno de los trajes más bonitos de DC, siempre lo he dicho.
Icónico, claro.
Zach, when you cast me in the role of Wonder Woman, I had no idea what an amazing ride I was in for. It's been life-changing to play this character, mostly because I've got to meet so many incredible fans around the world who love her like we do. Fans who I hope are all sharing this
Él estaba
experience
diciendo
today,
que Cyborg es como el glue de Justice League en sus películas. Yo pienso que es ella.
Yo creo que es ella.
Bueno, por eso, pero él dijo ahora que era Cyborg, pero se siente que es ella.
Justice League, you are stronger together, and you made this possible. So thank you. I love you.
Thanks, Gal. I can't wait for fans to see you in Wonder Woman 84. Which is an amazing movie, and you are amazing in it. And Patty, of course, did an amazing job. So you guys are an awesome team, and people's minds are going to be blown when they see that. So thanks again. That was great. All right, let's see. Who do we have next?
Hi, Zach, and everybody in the Justice League crew. I have a question. So as somebody who is so very excited to get to see your vision of Justice League and that you're finally getting this chance to really show us the film that was always intended and one that we're all so super excited to see, I wanted to know, probably what everybody wants to know is, can you hint something that the world has never seen, that you have been so excited to let us all get a glimpse at without too many spoilers?
Okay. How do I do this without giving too many spoilers? You're going to see something with Flash in this film I don't think that you've ever seen before. Something that has to do with his abilities. Because, you know, he's a quantum character. He does, he interacts with time and space. So you might see him do something that is timely. But awesome, Patty. Awesome question, and it's awesome to see you. All right, let's move along, shall we? And I think I want to ask some questions. So let's get some people on the line. I'd like to get, there's some super fans we have standing by, I see. One of them is Fiona from China. She is dear to our hearts. She was one of the founding members of the Snyder Cut movement and really instrumental in bringing it to all of us. So let's get her on the line and say hi to her.
Oh my God, Zach and his studio. It's like a dream come true.
I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
First off was, what about this movement and the Snyder Cut and the whole thing? What was the thing that got you to say, like, hey, you know what? I got to, get involved with this?
After I saw Batman with Superman in theaters 4 years ago in China, I was blown away. After watching Justice League, it was immediately clear that many parts of the film were not consistent with your usual filmmaking style. So we are the fans. We knew that there was a real version of the film out there. We started asking for it. Why not? We started a petition, if you remember, that reached to 180K people signed. Then I think it's not enough. So I created a website called forsnydercut.com that allowed us to start doing some online and real-world events, such as Twitter trends, raising money for AFSP, letter writing, and phone calls to Warner Brothers. Now, here we are.
Awesome. Wow. And look what happened. You guys did it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
So did you really think it was going to happen, though? when we really started to when it got closer?
It all started with hope and dream. So many movements, I think, never go beyond that.
Mira, gracias, Juan, tienes que darle las gracias a ella.
You need organization and selflessness. Then we have a team that put a billboard in Times Square.
Yo creo que el número 2 en la lista era Juan. La primera era ella.
When you fight alongside such talent and generous people,
y Marcel era el tercero.
Eso me imagino.
It's a dream. Even we had many obstacles, but we know we will win this.
Yeah, it's fun. I always thought it was funny that like the scale started to get bigger and bigger, and we would notice like, oh my gosh. And at first, remember, because it was like a bus stop in Comic-Con, and then a billboard in Times Square, and then on the anniversary of Justice League, and it just goes completely nuts, and everyone was like, okay.
It's like snowball, rolling with a big snowball.
Yeah, a giant snowball. No, yeah. What was your favorite moment for you in the whole experience?
I think my answer to this question evolved. I started out because I admire you. I love you. I want to fight for you and your work. But as time passed, it became just much about fighting alongside my fellow community members. It's power from art, mostly. Power from your art. You empowered us.
Well, that's amazing and kind. And well, it's amazing to see you, and thank you so much for connecting with us. I can't wait to come to China.
Please come to China. I want to be your guide. So see you.
Yep, see you soon. Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another call from Dexter, another amazing friend and another amazing fan who also was super important in the creation and cultivation of this movement. He's been around for a long time and really making this happen. So let's talk to Dexter. Dexter.
Hi. How are you, my friend?
Awesome. I'm glad you came. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see you as well.
So I got you on the spot because I want to ask you a couple questions. So I guess the first question is, what are your initial thoughts, and where were you when you first heard about the Snyder Cut movement, or how did it come on your radar?
Yeah, well, it was very early on. I'll tell you, right after the viewing of the theatrical edition, I went to the internet and I felt that I couldn't be the only one that felt a certain way. So after maybe a few weekends, I had a few chats with a few people, and it kind of fell into my lap, and I said, this is something that I can really get behind. And I did what I could in order to try to help, and here I am, multiple years later, still trying to be a forefront of this whole thing to help you guys out, and thankfully it's been a positive turn of events.
Sí, la transformó, ¿entiendes? Tenía algo que estaba empezando de una manera y trajiste a alguien y le quiso cambiar completamente, darle un 180 grados a algo. Como que
algo que ya estaba creado, le hizo como un parche.
Sí, o sea, se sentía el reguero, pero
vuelvo, están diciendo los fans.
Sí, pero vuelvo, a mí no me, personalmente desde Man of Steel tampoco, Man of Steel no la hizo para mí, tenía tanto potencial y no se realizó en Man of Steel. Lo mismo fue Batman vs Superman, tremendos actores, todo el material necesario para poder hacer algo bueno, y como que tampoco cayó, no sé.
That really wanted to stand behind the artistry of it all, the artists, and the integrity of it, and here we are.
I always felt like when I was sort of observing this movement, in a lot of ways, for fans, the way the comic book calendar is set up, it'd be like, oh, the anniversary of the release, or a Comic-Con, or Brazil Comic-Con, or New York Comic-Con, and you guys just always kind of using those events as like a springboard, because you're like, look, we got something to say. So it always felt like.
Yeah, it was tough coming up with those things at times. It really was. We would chat a lot of behind the scenes Zoom calls and phone calls and WhatsApp messages, really trying to come up with what can we do next? What we're thinking about our next event. And then when you were to kind of give us a little hint or a little something to play along with, and it just really ignited us to continue on. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that for me was amazing. It was cool to have this kind of conversation with the fans where I could either release an image or just say something and just get this response that I could feel this kind of energy exchange that was really, really, really exciting. Do you have a favorite moment from this experience?
I think my favorite moment so far is getting the opportunity to fly out to your event in Pasadena. The Director's Cut weekend was such a memorable event for me and my sons, and something I will always cherish with me. And one of the other things I was just really, really excited to see, and this is just me, and I don't want to make things heavy, but just the opportunity to see the smile on yours and Debbie's face when it was official. It was just really heartwarming to me, and honestly, I did tear up a little bit. I will admit, I teared up a little bit, but it's just because it was just a lot of work that paid off, and I'm just excited to see that you guys were really, really happy.
Well, I got to admit that we also, when we heard the news, we all got pretty emotional, and it's been an incredible journey, and for us.
Ellos deben estar diciendo, más vale que cuando yo vea esa película, después del tiempo que yo dediqué para que la hiciera, tiene que dar de show.
Sí,
porque si no, yo creo que lo buscan a la casa.
For being able to have this dialogue and also
feeling the incredible support. Son unos personajes bien amados y bien queridos. Ellos quieren algo que se vea bien, que la gente se disfrute y que llene las expectativas. El problema aquí es que tenemos a Marvel y Disney que tienen todo el dinero del mundo para gastar y tiran estas mega producciones muy bien hechas, que no estoy criticando las de Marvel, las demás son perfectas, y lo dijo el mismo director de Suicide Squad, lo dijo, James Gunn. Marvel tiene unas películas espectaculares. No podemos compararlas con las de DC porque no han tenido como que ese hype como Marvel lo tiene. Y DC son unos personajes que yo creo que son bien queridos por los años que llevan rompiendo barreras en el tiempo que llevan. Y los verdaderos fans quieren algo bueno, que se sienta que satisfaga lo que ellos realmente y la visión que han tenido de esos personajes.
Sí, porque la gente ha crecido con estos personajes, ¿me entiendes? Ha sido una influencia grande. Bueno, para ti, para mí lo fue. Desde chiquito leíamos cómics y eso. Cuando ver que estos personajes van a llegar a la pantalla grande, pues uno quiere ver algo, quiere ver
una buena película.
Exacto, algo bien hecho. Y como está pasando todas estas controversias, pues creo que la gente por lo menos necesita esta satisfacción de ver la visión de él. Y si quedó mala, quedó mala. Si quedó buena, pero por lo menos saben, vieron su visión. Esa camisa está linda.
Bien linda.
I guess it's time to play the little teaser, because that's why you're really here. See some footage of the movie, as I promised.
No es un teaser, tampoco es el trailer full.
Pero es que el trailer van a enseñar si es la misma película. Oh.
Ay, dale de cantazo.
Ahí.
For music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah.
Se guillaron con la canción.
Ahí mismo, cuando él se está quitando la camisa, aleluya. Era el Blacksus. Así se ve nítido. Iris.
I did my best. It wasn't much. I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I've told the truth. I didn't come to fool you.
Le notan los cambios, pues no.
Ahí, se ve más calidad. Pero ¿por qué enseñaron eso ahí? Claro, esto es una película nueva.
Con super.
This guy's probably fought hundreds of thousands of other super beings on the other planets he's destroyed, right? And we have to assume he's won.
I don't care how many demons he's fought and how many hells. He's never fought us. Not us united.
Ok. Ok.
¿Eso es otra película?
Eso es otra película completa.
Zack Snyder, man.
Lo saben.
Amazing, and that's how we do it in the DC fandom.
Se ve espectacular. Se ve muy buena.
Ese trailer está bien. Sí.
Ese trailer estuvo bien bueno. O sea, van a enseñar mascotas ahora, así que ponlo en mute. Vamos a hablar un momentito de esto, un ratito.
Por favor. Sí.
Lo que empieza el próximo panel, que si no me equivoco lo tengo por aquí, es de Black Adam, casi nada. Y ese trailer, ese teaser, o sea, enseñaron desde cantazo, te enseñaron a Darkseid.
Adelante. Me
imagino que creando uno de los planetas que él conquistó o algo así. Wow. Se ve bien interesante, me llamó la atención, me gustó, me dio la intriga. Vi el Batman, el Superman con el black suit, se ve espectacular, se ve súper nítido. Y le dieron un poquito más de, creo que le dieron un poquito más de protagonismo a Flash. ¿Viste que estaba como que entrando al Vortex?
No, al Speed Force.
Al Speed Force, pero en el Vortex de cuando él se va en el tiempo. O sea, que se vuelve como un círculo.
Ajá.
O sea, que enseñaron eso, como que él estaba en el círculo, estaba viendo como que dónde estoy, como que intentando interpretar en qué parte de la historia él estaba.
Por eso, mano, yo creo que esto va a cejar para Flashpoint. Lo van a adaptar de una forma que Flash va a viajar en el tiempo y van a tirar Flashpoint de ahí.
Y ahí me imagino que entonces será el reboot que van a estar realizando, porque esto me huele que es un Flashpoint, siempre es un reboot.
Obligado. Pero sí. Lo primero es lo primero. Según lo que dijo Snyder ahí, la visión de él era estos diferentes personajes en diferentes lugares, diferentes ambientes, tratar de unirlos a todos con un fin, con el fin de pues salvar la humanidad o pues vencer, whatever, ustedes vieron la película.
Sí.
La cuestión es que se nota que el ideal que él tenía nunca se terminó con este otro director llegando y cambiándole literalmente el mensaje de lo que él inició. Se ve que él hizo una película nueva completamente porque hubieron varias cosas como que no las recordé para nada.
No, hubo un montón de cambios. O sea, te presentaron hasta ¿viste lo diferente que se veía Steppenwolf?
Todo eso es contenido nuevo.
Era el mismo.
Todo eso era contenido nuevo.
Claro.
Todo.
O sea, que él hizo... el Snyder Cut es literalmente una película nueva.
Obligado.
Yo vuelvo... me llamó mucho la atención el trailer y se ve como de más calidad el CGI. So yo espero que él haya retocado el CGI del run original para que se vea como se vio ahora. Porque así no se veía la película original.
No.
Para nada,
pero me huele que esto es lo que van a hacer con eso. Van a adaptar a poner Flashpoint que salga de ahí. Porque enseñaron mucho Flash y estoy más pompeado con eso, ver más de Flash envolverse en la película, porque él no hizo mucho más que esa escena tan brutal que él tuvo cuando él estaba cogiendo por detrás de Superman. Después que revivió, que Superman le empezó a seguir la vista. Eso para mí fue una de las mejores escenas de la película.
Esa escena estuvo buena, sí.
Eso que va a tener un rol más grande de todo. Y
todo
quiero ver si el Darkseid cuando lo enseñan es una visión que ellos tienen de él o si en verdad él aparece. Tengo curiosidad con eso. Así que
yo creo que es realmente un personaje que él va a salir. Lo más probable va a salir, pero es como que mandando a Steppenwolf a la Tierra.
Exacto. Sí, bueno, él siempre mandaba a Steppenwolf adelante.
Sí,
Yo lo que tengo Yo lo que tengo intriga es que si eso, como tú me acabas de mencionar, si es una visión o no, lo de Darkseid, si es para completar la visión que tuvo Batman cuando él visitó a...
Sí, cuando Flash llegó y lo despertó. Pero
Sí.
fíjate, ahora me hace sentido lo que me estás diciendo, porque me acordé, vieron cuando Flash estaba corriendo y él se detuvo a mirar el área donde estaba, se veía bien similar a como se veía la historia cuando Superman estaba peleando con Batman en aquel momento. Y también se veía bien similar a lo que presentaron cuando estaba Darkseid. O sea, que es como un suceso que va a ocurrir, pero te dan como un tease en esta película. Y Flash viajó a ese suceso, llegó a ese suceso sin querer. Posiblemente cuando querían revivir a Superman, él, en vez de caerse como pasó en la película cuando la tiraron en el cine, posiblemente fue que fue tan rápido que rompió la barrera del tiempo. O sea, que son posibles cosas que se me vienen a la mente que puede ser
Alternativas
que puede ser que ocurran. Sí. Ahí estamos viendo un poquito de Flash de la serie animada la serie que están dando,
la serie CW.
La serie que están dando en CW.
No es por nada, esta serie es buenísima.
Es muy buena.
Pero buenísima.
Es lo que me molesta un poco es el exceso de fillers, porque intentan de hacer 20 y pico episodios por temporada. Yo creo que esta serie triunfaría más si hicieran 12 episodios bien hechos.
Pasa que los ponen en las temporadas largas.
Exacto.
Y al poner las temporadas largas, pues tienen que cubrir todos esos episodios.
Sí, tienen que hacer rating porque tienen espacios de televisión que no es lo mismo que salgan en streaming service.
Pero eso está cool porque también puedes desarrollar otros personajes como pasó con Arrow. Arrow tenía muchos fillers, pero realmente tiraban personajes y de ahí sacaron historia. O sea que con DC esto es algo que funciona. Porque son tantos personajes, tantas historias que ellos pueden utilizar todo ese largo tiempo para desarrollar esas pequeñas historias.
Mira, Juan.
¿Te llegó el coqui?
El coqui quiere hablar de Batman.
Se pompió con el Snyder Cut. Está gritando Snyder Cut. Snyder Cut.
Yo no lo escucho porque tengo los audífonos puestos, no lo escucho mucho. No hay nada que decir porque el micrófono está abierto, pero obviamente pues no lo escucho yo.
Bueno, pero volviendo al Snyder Cut, pues me llamó la atención el trailer. Estoy ya me intrigado.
Sí, se ve que va a estar chévere.
Vamos a ver qué pasa, cómo adaptan todo eso, a ver qué quede. Que impulsa lo que ellas quieran hacer, a ver si arreglan este universo por fin, porque en verdad que estos personajes se merecen mejor que lo que han recibido en películas.
Definitivamente. Bueno, en películas juntos, ¿me entiendes? Porque en películas separadas realmente han tenido su éxito.
Sí,
Wonder Woman,
Shazam,
Aquaman, Shazam, Superman, pues, tuvo su inicio. Pudieron haber hecho algo mejor, pero también tenemos la Superman de los 70 con Christopher Reeves, que fue en su época una de las mejores películas. Yo creo que la gente vio en aquel momento como que está volando, ¿sabes? Como que pues fue algo diferente en aquella época. Y Batman, pues obviamente pues Batman ha tenido su éxito aparte porque Batman ya todo el mundo lo conoce. Pero que ha tenido un run viejo. Batman lleva muchos años, mucho más tiempo que otros personajes en el cine y en la televisión.
Es más que desarrollado.
Es más que desarrollado, sí. Bueno, pero vamos a ver, en la película dura 4 horas, según tengo entendido.
Sí, bueno, sí, con todo lo que enseñaron ahí le tuvo que haber añadido bastante. Sí. Pero esas escenas que enseñaron ahí ya existían, ¿verdad? Él no filmó nada nuevo.
Varias de ellas.
No, algunas de ellas. Sí, porque hay unas escenas ahí que no salieron de Cyborg, que él está salvando al papá. Del papá cuando se fusiona con la...
Sí, pero me refiero que si después que le volvieron a dar el proyecto a Snyder, él volvió y filmó para hacer el Snyder Cut. Eso es escenas que él ya había grabado originalmente antes que la había sacado, entonces.
Sí, porque nunca salió como que... Mira, están grabando algo de Snyder. Digo también, él puede grabarlo si está en un estudio privado, nadie lo tiene que ver y nadie se tiene que enterar. Pero siempre hay un leak, ¿verdad? Sí, y claro. Nunca ha salido un leak. Pero según tengo aquí, dura 4 horas. Cyborgs va a ser el heart of the movie. no sé. Aquaman visita Atlantis. Martian Manhunter y The Atom van a aparecer.
¿Oh, sí? The Atom me sorprende. Y supone que salga un Green Lantern.
Sí, van a salir 3 Green Lanterns. The Flash va a viajar en el tiempo. Wonder Woman mata a Steppenwolf. Y Deathstroke.
Spoiler.
Sí. No, dice ahí. Y Deathstroke breaks legs out of prison. So, que parece que sí viene. Querían hacer el tease de lo que es el ¿cómo es? El Hall of Doom.
Legion of Doom.
Que es con Lex y está Cheetah, hay un montton de personajes que son villanos de la liga que se unen
no es nada con Cheetah ahora.
¿Se pueden unir?
Sí.
Claro. A mí
hay muchas razones detrás de este atraso para el año que viene.
Bueno, el coronavirus.
También la pandemia atacó.
Sí, ya que tocó.
Pero pero entiendo lo que quiere decir. No lo que se quiere decir. Está como llevando la historia a algo posible que va a ocurrir. No es que hasta que no pase Flash con su Flashpoint no van a hacer nada.
Yo creo que ellos aprovecharon estos delays, que creo que eso es lo que quería decir José, que aprovecharon estos delays para reestructurar todo cómodos, porque es como que no hay prisa, porque hasta que la pandemia no se acabe o algo así, pues no podemos sacar nada de este material que tenemos, pues vamos a aprovechar y vamos a reestructurar toda esta situación y hacer algo bueno. Tenemos tiempo, no estamos perdiendo dinero. De cierta manera sí, pero no está bajo su control.
Correcto.
Están aprovechando ese tiempo para eso.
Mira, mencionando dentro de todo esto, mencionando Batman, el Batman de Ben Affleck. Yo sé que él se quitó. Él se quitó y él supuestamente va a filmar como un last goodbye de su rol de Batman, ya sea en Flashpoint o, bueno, en esa película en todo caso, eso los rumores. Pero hay otros rumores que supuestamente HBO Max quiere crear una serie original de Batman con Ben Affleck, pero como que no se le ha hecho muy bien el acercamiento al actor y no se sabe si eso va a correr o no. Esos son unos rumores que están pasando, porque quieren atar series con películas y con un montón de proyectos que tienen para comenzando el año que viene.
No me sorprende porque HBO Max vino con una idea y la idea era crear este universo de héroes. Y si se fijan, muchas de las cosas que están ocurriendo ahora mismo en la serie, están tirando un tease de la serie de Flash que empieza ahora
el nuevo
season. Si quieres ponerlo, Javi, para seguir hablando luego.
Iris is my wife. I have to save her.
What are you? I am a product of your broken mind.
How much speed do you have left?
Enough for a few hours. I need your help to build an artificial speed force. That's how I can get my speed back.
I was an empath too, only I never held back. What did you do to me? Imagine what you'd become if you weren't so afraid. This time, no one is coming to save you. Not your friends, not your husband. There's only 2 options in this place. Survival or madness. Henry. You lied.
Yeah, I lied.
Oh, frack.
There's a supersonic jet about to crash over the city.
And the Flash isn't fast enough to stop it.
Eva can move anywhere, through any mirror in the universe, in the blink of an eye. She's faster than I am, and somehow I'm supposed to stop her?
Godspeed.
Sí, lleva saliendo hace como 1 o 2 seasons.
To liberate. We need a plan. We've all lost so much this year. Some things can't be taken. We still have our will to fight for those we love.
Keep watching. Keep trying to break me. Because I'm not afraid of the woman that I am today. But you are, Eva.
Team Flash needs as many hands on deck as possible. Well, now, Flash.
We go save Iris and our friends.
Get everybody back.
Season 7.
Ya tiene par de seasons ahí.
Ya veo, tiene ahí un par de cositas.
Es muy buena serie, es muy buena la serie.
Sí, es muy buena, sí. Como te estaba diciendo acerca de HBO, HBO Max está tirando esto de los superhéroes porque ellos están apostando en algo. Y salió la serie hace poco que me van a entender cuando mezcle todo lo que voy a decir. Salió la serie de Watchmen, que estuvo buenísima. Y fue una serie que te presentó a unos superhéroes que son de la época, como si estuvieran en la vida real. Están tirando ahora mismo la serie que empezó el domingo pasado. Ay, Dios mío, se me fue el nombre de la serie. Les digo ahora el nombre de la serie.
La de Lovecraft.
Lovecraft, gracias. Lovecraft Country, que también tiene que ver con superhéroes y tiene que ver con una historia de fantasía y tiene que ver el Chucluclu. De ahí es que viene el famoso Chucluclu. Y pues veo que sigue siendo una serie de HBO. Y va en la misma línea de
Watchmen.
Superhéroes peleando contra el mal. También va en la misma línea de Watchmen, de esa época tan difícil para las personas, ¿verdad? Afroamericanos.
De color.
Sí, que pasaban por unas situaciones tan horribles. Y al día de hoy, pues, sí, se sigue viviendo lamentablemente. Y vemos cómo HBO Max está integrando todo eso mezclando con los superhéroes de DC, que también son superhéroes que bregan con situaciones del día a día, con situaciones de robo, de muerte de un familiar, ese tipo de situaciones que afectan a los seres humanos regularmente. Veo que HBO Max está creando este universo de héroes que ayudan a esas personas que están en una situación real. Por tanto, si seguimos la tendencia que está yendo DC, HBO Max con los superhéroes van posiblemente creando la camita, como lo decimos así, de los héroes que nosotros conocemos de DC. Y posiblemente estas películas y estas series sean el inicio de algo que en un futuro va a ser súper grande. Y ahora que tú mencionas que quieren traer la serie de Batman, y HBO Max es quien quiere traerla, pues es bien probable que sea basado en integrando todas esas historias que ya están corriendo actualmente. So que veo el propósito de HBO Max uniéndose a lo que es DC y Warner Brothers. Y pues, creo que el HBO Max va a ayudar a crecer esos personajes y convertirlos en lo que nosotros estamos buscando que se conviertan. Unos personajes que la gente sigue amando, con una historia buenísima de background, sin dejar perder la esencia del cómic. No sé si entendieron, ¿verdad? Mi punto de vista.
Sí, no, yo lo entiendo, porque serían tontos no aprovechar el material y la representación que tiene ese superhéroe, y más en estos días tan difíciles que está Black Lives Matter y están muchos movimientos de la mujer y el feminismo, y tienen estos personajes que son una influencia tan grande que ellos tienen el poder de hacer lo que quieran con ella y no poder capitalizar en eso y traer un mensaje positivo y a la misma vez un contenido para los jóvenes y niños que están creciendo con esto ahora, que eso es lo que ellos están viendo. Porque para nosotros cuando éramos chiquitos pues veíamos las cómics y las series animadas, pero ahora pues ellos ven estas series y estas películas que son los que están creciendo y ven la representación de ellos. Pues HBO Max también quiere capitalizar en eso, ¿me entiendes?
Claro,
porque
influencial,
Watchmen en las cómics originalmente no se enfocaban mucho, o sea, lo tocaban por encima, el racismo a la gente de color, pero la serie de Watchmen era bien enfocada al racismo y a la gente de color, ¿me entiendes? Era una parte bien integral con el background story del Hooded Justice, que era, ¿verdad? un afroamericano gay que en sus tiempos pues, se ocultaba bajo una máscara porque no le iban a aceptar, y pues HBO está tocando esos temas delicados que mucha gente, muchos canales y muchos programas no quieren tocar. Con superhéroes, porque los superhéroes son una imagen y inspiran a la gente. Mira, va a empezar el panel de Black Adam.
Sí, ahora creo que Black Adam viene por ahí. Vamos a ver qué es lo que viene con The Rock.
Vamos a ver.
If you smell.
Ese es un poquito de fan. Wow, ese es el Batman original.
Sí, la guante violeta, la guante violeta.
La guante violeta. Ah, mira ese Superman que bello.
A mí me encantan los artes de Flash.
Es que Flash tiene unos colores tan llamativos. Esos colores llamativos se ven bien en una imagen. Yo creo que el traje de Flash, como dije ahorita, es más bonito. Pero lo digo porque es un traje que pega como que bien con todo.
Y es simple. Y es simple. Rojo y amarillo.
Sí.
Ya.
Y un poquito de azul.
¿Azul? ¿Dónde? Ponlo en mute.
Vas a regañar a José.
Ay, Dios mío.
Bueno, mira, ya empezamos.
Uy, vamos con Black Adam. Vamos a ver qué pasa.
Black Adam art piece in there? I wonder what else might be in the store for Black Adam.
Let's go.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Empezar con el trailer.
Very long time. This is the one. This is the one that's going to change everything. This is Black Adam.
El logo.
Wow.
Por fin tenemos el logo.
Wow.
5,000 years ago, Kahndaq was a melting pot of cultures, wealth, power, and magic. Yet most of us had nothing, except for the chains around our necks. Kahndaq needed a hero. Instead, they got me. I did what needed to be done, and they imprisoned me for it.
Súbelo un poquito, Javier.
Now, 5,000 years later, I'm free, and I give you my word. No one will ever stop me again. All right, what's up, everybody? And so happy to be joining you guys at the first ever DC Fandome. You guys are watching from around the world. You're excited. I'm excited. And I got to tell you, first of all, I got to give props to my two friends, Jim Lee and Boss Logic, who teamed up with me to create that really amazing piece that I was so proud to show you guys. Just to give you guys a little sense of the Black Adam movie that we plan to create and deliver for you. Now, I wish I could show you more, a lot more, but as you can imagine, we're still in the very early processes of this creation. But I can promise all of you this. All of you around the world right now watching, I can promise you this, I give you my word, that we are going to go beyond your wildest expectations. And I already know this because your expectations are high, so are mine. Look, at the end of the day, I truly have one boss that I aim to please, besides my wife and my daughters. And that boss, of course, is you guys, the fans, the audience. Always audience first in my book. All right, so I know you guys got a lot of questions. I'm gonna do my best to answer as many as I can. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. All right, the first question comes in from June Rodriguez of the United States. The question is, how powerful can we expect Black Adam to be? Well, great question, Jude. Thank you for asking that question. As we all know, Black Adam is one of the most powerful superheroes, anti-heroes, villains, whatever you want to call Black Adam. He is one of the most powerful in the DC universe. But as we all know, the superheroes, they have to exhibit a little bit of restraint when it comes to taking care of the bad guys, if you will, or taking care of the people who are opposite them, who are opposing them, who are in their way. But this idea that you could take all of Black Adam's powers and he does not practice restraint, that makes for a really powerful combination, and one that's explosive, one that's very dangerous, and one that is ultimately, I think, very likable, to me at least. All right, next question comes in from Jaden Marvel of Singapore. The question is, if you could take any DC character to join you in an adventure, who would it be and why? The number one choice on who I would love to take with me on an adventure would be Wonder Woman. And I'll tell you why. No, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, of course you do. No, look, Gal is my friend. She's a very good friend of mine. But the character of Wonder Woman is one that I have such a tremendous amount of respect for. I've always thought that this combination of Wonder Woman and Black Adam would make an incredible pairing. So this idea that we would go on an adventure together is something very cool. The other part to this answer is, you know, I always thought that it might be cool to hang out with Superman. That would be cool, right? I mean, we're kind of similar in terms of our powers, our strengths, our speeds. Because look, at the end of the day, you never know. Black Adam and Superman will become friends.
La cosa es que Black Adam tiene un historial de ser bueno también. Él perteneció al Justice Society por un tiempo.
Maybe we'll see.
Maybe
right,
we'll
this
see.
next question comes from Caleb Hammocks from the UK. The question is, out of all the characters you could have played, what is it about Black Adam that stuck out to you that makes him unique? It's a great question. Thank you very much. Caleb or Caleb, I hope I pronounced your name right. You know, as many of you know, Black Adam has been with me for a very, very long time. This has been a project that has been in development for a very long time, over 10 years plus with myself, our producer, Hiram Garcia, who's the president of $7 Productions. I mean, this has been in our DNA and in our wiring for such a long time. One of the main things that I always loved and admired about Black Adam was, number one, he was an anti-hero. He is an anti-hero. I love that. I love that the line is a little blurred. I love that he doesn't toe the mark. I love that he doesn't walk the line. I love that he has his own sense of Black Adam justice. I also love the fact that his origins are that of a slave. When the origins are that of somebody who is enslaved, his people enslaved, his family enslaved, and he's felt the burdens and the pressures of a larger entity holding him down until he can't take it anymore. And when you come from that place, it's just a different energy and a vibe, different mana that you have. So I've always loved that about Black Adam, which informs how Black Adam operates, how he sees justice.
Me pregunto si esto será un origin story o nada más brincarán a él en el presente.
Okay, this next great question is from Ayush Butola from India. I hope I pronounced your name right. So from India, thank you for this question. Will you stay faithful to the fact Black Adam, at the end of the day, is a ruthless keeper of justice and not a stereotypical villain or a hero? I love this question. And my stripped away, honest answer is yes. You know, as we all know, there's many variations and iterations of Black Adam that we have all fallen in love with over the years. Over the years. And what I can promise you is the Black Adam that I feel in my heart is the right one to root our story in the beginning, this origin story. This is a character that will possess all the qualities that we have loved, regardless of what variation of Black Adam you've loved, which he is ruthless. He's a ruthless keeper of justice. He is the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And he believes in an eye for an eye, and he will always do everything he can to protect his people, more so protect his family. So that is my answer, and thank you for your question. All right, so here we go. This next question, it's a video question coming in via video. All right, cool, roll it.
Yeah, hey, what's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? My question is, I just want to know how you're feeling about the fact that I'm coming for your squad.
Adam Smasher.
Well, you know what? Look, I'm glad, Noah, that you said that, because there's a difference between coming for my squat game, different than, Adam Smasher coming for Black Adam's squat game. It's a big difference. So you know what? I welcome it. Dude, good to see you, man. How you been?
Good to see you, too. I've been really good, man. Excited to be here. Excited to be a part of the team, man.
Man, it's so cool to have you be part of this team and to bring Adam Smasher to life, JSA to life, to bring this entire
Society
that we're going to come together to life. We'll talk a little bit about your workouts. I know you've been training hard, despite us being locked down. How has that been going? Let the fans know.
It's been really good. There's a lot of different precautions that we take now, but it's been a lot of training outside, on the tarmac or like on the turf, a lot of sled work. a lot of hypertrophy training, if you will. But it's just grinding. You know what that's like, man. It's just a lot of hard work and just trying to, you know, do the best that I can to be ready to come and deliver when it's game day.
Man, you're gonna crush this role.
Mano, Justice Society.
I love that you said that you're training on
bien ahora.
Right? So
porque él pertenecía a Justice Society.
Means it's about 120 degrees.
Well,
man, really quickly, I know that a lot of fans are super excited that we are introducing JSA after all these years. And what is it about Adam Smasher, which, by the way, is one of my favorite characters? Especially, you know, when you see him just grow so large and everything is like just so badass
Wildcat.
and powerful. What is it about the character that attracted you?
You know, man, I think Al, his real name Al Rothstein. I feel like he really has something to prove, especially with his lineage of where his grandfather was kind of a villain, and he's got quite a spirit to just help. And what I love about the character is that he goes through this transformation throughout the film, where I think he's not expecting the world of being a superhero, because this is his first mission. It kind of just like hits him across the face, and so it's this journey that he goes on of what it means to be a superhero, and he gets to really see someone like Black Adam, who takes a different approach clearly to solving a problem or fighting bad guys. And it's an exciting character. It's a young character. It's a new, fresh face. And I don't mind being the size of the Eiffel Tower or the Empire State Building. That'd be pretty tight.
You know, I've seen some of the early like previs and renditions, and I got to tell you, it's so cool to see Adam Smasher next to Black Adam, and how, especially when your character just becomes even more powerful and he grows. It's just such an incredible visual to see Adam Smasher just so big and badass. And Black Adam just reduced, but it's awesome, man. And I'm so happy you're on board. And I know you've been working your ass off. And personally, for Meteor, I want to thank you so much for working so hard. This has been a passion project, a dream of mine for many, many years. So I thank you. My heart is full of gratitude, brother, for all the hard work that you're going to put in. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to get on set with you, and we're going to crush this movie.
I'm so stoked, man. I can't wait. Thank you for having me aboard.
No me esperaba esa, la verdad. Fue un gancho. Fue un gancho.
So cool to see my boy Noah. I can't wait for you guys to see him in the movie. He's going to kick ass. All right, now, I tried to get through as many questions as I possibly could. There were literally thousands and thousands of them. And a lot of the questions were about the JSA, the Justice Society of America, and who from the JSA is going to be in our movie. Well, I don't want to reveal too much this early on, but I thought this might answer some of your questions. Take a look.
I have a knack for destroying bullies. But there are some who think I need help.
Hawkman! Oh my god!
Hawkman.
Oh my god. Dr. Fate.
And their new recruits. Cyclone.
Diablo, Cyclone también.
Adam Smasher.
Nice.
They call themselves the Justice Society.
An
organization that believes in fighting for truth and justice.
Wow. Dr. Fate.
Well, I'm going to teach them that the only beliefs I fight for are mine. Welcome to Truth, Justice, and the Black Adam way.
So as you guys can see, we are cooking up something pretty badass.
Eso está bien, esa era lo que están haciendo ahí.
We are all excited about to deliver to you guys. And I can't wait to show you more. But before I go, I want you guys to help me out with something. It's something that's pretty important. I need you guys to help me get a message out to some of the other ones. Some of the other DC superheroes. Let's let Flash, Shazam, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman. Let's let them know something. Things will never be the same.
Un crossover.
Because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
Oh.
Crossover.
Clase
pelea.
Este panel estuvo bueno.
Esto estuvo bien exagerado.
Wow, that was amazing. I'm so excited to see Dwayne Johnson as Black Adam. And with that, I'm going to hand this back over to Aisha. Take it away.
Thank you, Lily Cole. That was so...
Okay.
Nos acaban de tirar en la cara Justice Society ahí completo con Black Adam.
Y después,
y después crossover.
Exacto, el teaser que van a pelear al Justice League. Y mano, Doctor Fate. Wow, yo nunca pensé que iba a ver a Doctor Fate en película.
Ok, una cosa importante. Si te sale Doctor Fate, en algún momento tiene que salir Satana.
Oh, sí, obligado.
Porque sabemos que Satana es Doctor Fate. Pero, oh my God, eso estuvo brutal. Estuvo bien bueno, o sea,
Hawkman,
no esperaba eso, de verdad.
Hawkman, ver a Hawkman.
Estoy loco de ver esa película. O sea, ya vemos que va a ser como que un origin story.
Sí.
Y después va a llegar otra vez a Justice Society y va a pelear al Justice Society. Imagino que matará al Justice Society o algo va a pasar.
Acuérdate que él se une al Justice Society, es lo que está diciendo. Black Adam es parte del Justice Society.
Pero ya tú viste lo que él dijo. O sea, es mil maneras de hacer las cosas.
Pero yo creo que se unen a él. Porque Hawkman también tiene un lado de que las cómics se llamaban Savage Hawkman. Porque él tenía ese lado que era como más como Black Adam. Y Doctor Fate tampoco nunca ha sido uno de mucho honor ni nada, ¿me entiendes?
Especialmente él.
Doctor Fate, él tiene como sus propias reglas que es las que él se deja llevar y él no está aliado a nadie en específico.
Definitivamente todos los que presentó son superhéroes que pueden convertirse en villanos.
Exacto.
Porque
Adam
Smasher
también.
Exacto. Son personajes que se pueden convertir en villanos en un momento dado. O sea que sabemos que eso es posiblemente lo que va a pasar. Y si pasa algo así, se enfrentan al Justice League completo. O sea, ese crossover va a estar brutal.
Y mencionó a Shazam también, que Shazam en algún momento lo van a entrar al Justice League también. Ok, esto se puso bueno.
Esto se puso bien interesante. Ahora sí es verdad que hay que estar pendiente de lo que va a pasar con estos superhéroes.
Tú sabes que yo tengo una teoría de la película de Batman de Matt Reeves que van a enseñar ahorita, que es un Batman más joven. Yo pienso que ellos van a hacer lo mismo que hicieron con Superman cuando cogió el Flashpoint y salió New 52, que hicieron que a Superman lo volvieron más joven.
Sí, te entiendo.
Como que trajeron a un Superman joven al presente y mantuvieron al Batman adulto con su familia y eso en el presente también. Eso cogió en el Flashpoint. Yo creo que van a hacer lo mismo con las películas y traer el Batman de Matt Reeves, lo van a traer a incorporarlo a Justice League del presente, manteniendo a Henry Cavill de Superman. ¿Me entiendes? El Gal Gadot y eso, pero va a estar el nuevo Batman ahí por el cambio del Flashpoint. Por eso es que van a salir un chorrete de Batman en la película de Flashpoint.
En la película de Flashpoint, sí, tienes razón. Pues eso sería bueno que lo hagan. Entonces, porque traen un personaje joven.
Sí, porque no tienen a Ben Affleck ya. Ben Affleck ya no quiere tener que ver por sus razones. Él tendrá sus razones, no quiere o por lo que sea, y sus razones personales, whatever. Pero yo creo que esa es la idea. Entonces ahí van a tener un full Justice League otra vez para impulsar las próximas series, porque ya tienen planeado Justice Society con Black Adam, viene otra vez Shazam, tienen proyectos ahí, Aquaman 2 está por ahí.
Aquaman 2, Flashpoint mismo, Wonder Woman 84. Hay una película de Superman que la tienen aguantada y no han querido tirar nada de esa película de Superman. Así que tienen buenos proyectos. Me han dejado eso estuvo brutal.
Este panel dio mucho a ver para el futuro de DC sí. En Warner Bros. En las películas, en el mundo de las películas, claro, estamos hablando de lo que es el cine.
Y él mencionó que él lleva trabajando en este proyecto varios años. Sí. Si es un proyecto que le ha tomado tanto tiempo tratar de organizarlo, es que ellos tienen una visión demasiado inmensa para el futuro de DC. Y pues ellos están tomando los pasos poco a poco, porque con esta desorganización que ha ocurrido con las películas de los superhéroes como tal, pues están atrasando muchas cosas en sus proyectos para no tomar, ¿cómo es? Otro rumbo.
Sí, otra línea.
Otra línea.
están como que pegando las cosas. Vamos a ver.
Y esos dibujos de Jim Lee para representar esto de
Sí, eso
Black
estuvo
Adam.
bien nítido.
Sí. De manera perfecta porque te dio como una imagen concreta de lo que tú puedes esperar a través de su arte.
¡Wow! ¡Oh, my God! Vamos a ver qué pasa.
Sí.
Esto va a estar bien interesante.
Sí.
Vamos a ver qué pasa. Nada, el próximo panel es a las 7:35, que es el de Shazam. Corrido al de Shazam es el del juego, el nuevo
Suicide
juego
Squad.
que va a ser de Suicide Squad Kills the Justice. No, perdóname. Después viene Wonder Woman y Earth que van a hacer el juego. Y después a las 8:10 es Suicide Squad. Y después de Suicide Squad, corrido empieza Batman. So que let's take a break. Vamos
Nos reunimos para Suicide
vamos
Squad.
ahorita. Ya vi que Marcel escribió por ahí, que ya está ready, así que ya mismo venimos entonces con Marcel.
Ahora, porque se quedaron en Justice Society, pues se quieren unir.
Ahora que está. Si nos está viendo, we know you. Pero vamos a ver, esperemos que tenga luz ahorita, así que...
Mira, nos reunimos entonces de Suicide Squad.
Sí, nos vemos entonces... No,
Shazam.
No, Shazam.
Al de Shazam.
Sí, pues claro, hay que ver lo que viene ahí, porque tiraron Black Adam ahora y después Shazam por algo.
Hay un Aquaman panel también.
¿A qué hora?
Estoy pendiente. Porque no salió nada.
A las 7.
Ok. Bueno, la bien, nos vemos entonces a las 7. Cogemos un brequecito ahora.
Está bueno, entonces.
6 minutos.
Son las 6:30.
Pero espérate, ¿qué 7, Javier? 7 Texas, 7 Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, los horarios que estamos hablando de Puerto Rico, chicos.
Sorry, mi gente.
Ya.
Esto es en vivo.
Llevamos todo el día hablando del mismo horario. La emoción del Justice Society lo dejó aturdido, lo dejó perdido, no sabe la hora que es.
Es que esto ha sido un cantazo detrás del otro, imagínate.
Sí, la verdad que ha sido como... What?
Ok, pues, para el de Aquaman.
A las 7.
A las 7. Ok,
sí.
Ahí nos encontramos entonces ahí.
Déjalo corriendo por ahí.
¿Seguro?
Sí.
Ahorita.
Work from home, and we moved 86 dogs into foster homes. What was really amazing was the community that poured in to help. We got over 200 foster applications in a week, and usually we get 20 in a week.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's talk about Twix.
Yeah.
Hi, Twix.
We started working on protocols around contact-free meetings.
There he is, yeah.
We are having meet and greets, which are usually done in person.
Do you have any other questions for us right now?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm looking to adopt him, so.
Cool. We're doing those virtually so that new adopters can meet their dogs before they actually touch them.
So cute. Hi,
We were so excited because we did the interview on, I think, like on Monday or Tuesday, and then it was like hard to make it through the rest of the week.
It's okay, sweetheart. I'm scared. What do you think? It's okay.
I think like for a lot of people during this period, nothing exciting is happening. It's very mundane day to day. So it was nice to have like a whole new thing to explore over the past few weeks.
We really have honed in on every single step that could possibly have any contamination.
Here we go, baby.
We actually bathe the dog.
Hi, are you crazy?
Put on a new harness. We're all wearing gloves and masks. And then we have a leash that's newly laundered in a Ziploc bag that's been sanitized.
Wow, how's that feel? Great. Congratulations. Thank you.
It's really been so heartwarming to actually see the first time the new adopter actually gets to touch and meet their dog in person. Because we've done the rest of it all virtually. have adopted out 78 dogs since shelter in place about 3.5 weeks ago.
Happy birthday, Mama. Look, happy birthday, Mama.
It's a great time if you've been thinking about adopting a dog. It's nice to be able to wake up and not focus on the bad news and focus on having somebody there other than just your brain on fire.
Oh, yeah, good boy.
I really hope that as we move forward and move on from this crisis mode, people really realize that dogs are there for us. During these uncertain times, they're giving us love, and that ultimately we should always be there for them. My dream and my hope is that shelters will continue to be empty.
Middle of May. It's still 35 degrees out in the morning. Basically started with a customer who was looking to get her paper closer to her house because she was afraid to go out to the street. A couple days later, I happened to be standing in a supermarket and having her phone number still on my phone, I called her and asked if she needed anything. She was really kind of blown away by it. The story started from there. Next couple days, I decided she can't be alone. I delivered to 3 adult communities. A lot of people in there that are compromised. So I put out a note to all 800 of my customers. If there's anything you need, you name it, I'm happy to go shop for it and deliver it to your home for free. This is soap almond milk. 10 after 4, long day. Heading in the shop right to fulfill orders for 2 more people right now. You want to talk about a frontline worker? Marvin, the produce guy, is here every day. Awesome dude.
We appreciate you, Marvin.
We appreciate it. We want you to help. What's that? 5:15, delivering the first of 5 deliveries for the evening. I'll see you soon, okay? Take care of yourself. Thank you so much. I'll give you a hug. Give you a fist bump. You can see the excitement. It gives me chills. I've met just an unbelievable amount of beautiful, wonderful people.
He's fantastic. Wonderful.
I appreciate it. I got plenty more.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Thank you. It's honestly amazing how grateful they are. Picking up a handwritten list. This particular customer has issues with her eyes, so it's really hard for her to use email. Believe it or not, I can make this out.
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure. If you need anything else moving forward, please give me a call, okay? All right, take care of yourself. Good night.
Lemon rice bubbles away in a pot ready to feed 1,000 people. Across India, many daily wage workers struggle to afford food after the national lockdown stopped their incomes.
We are students studying in the UK, in Queen's University, Belfast. So
Mohammed and his brother Sultan had been studying in Northern Ireland. but when lockdown was imposed, they flew home to Chennai and started the initiative Feed the Needy.
So we were thinking about how to make a difference on how to use our experience, what we gained at the university. So we used that experience to pool a group of volunteers, and we are providing for 1,000 people on a daily basis.
It's not quite what they imagined they'd be doing right now.
So we would have been technically going for internships or applying for jobs, but yeah, that's life has brought us here now.
And it's lucky that it has, for the thousands here waiting in line for much needed food. Amidst the current public health crisis and the closure of more than 124,000 schools and countless businesses nationwide, many people now find themselves facing another kind of risk: going hungry.
We'll load those on and then come back.
Enter CNN hero Stan Hayes.
We got meals coming in.
This champion pitmaster has used his love of barbecue to feed those in need for almost 10 years.
You guys need any meals?
His nonprofit, Operation Barbecue Relief, usually responds to natural disasters, bringing the comfort of free, hot meals to affected communities.
Our model was based on scale and bringing together a large number of volunteers to be able to push those meals out. With COVID-19, we have actually had to rethink how we do things.
He rented space in his hometown of Kansas City, where a few volunteers were making meals for the homeless. But he knew more was needed.
We got to thinking about, well, why not restaurants? We could pay them to reopen and bring back employees to be able to do the meals that we need to do.
For the owner of one local restaurant, Stan's plan was a game changer.
The change in emotion went from not knowing what the next day was going to hold to one of hope.
He'd been forced to close one of his locations, laying off 40 employees.
In my 28 years of management, it was the most horrible thing I've ever had to do. When you're a small business owner, these aren't just your employees, they're the ones that are facilitating your dream.
Partnering with Stan's group for a few weeks let him put some employees back to work.
We're providing all the food to put the meals together there, the necessary supplies that are needed, and try to connect them in their community with organizations that are looking for food. If we can help them bridge the gap, it is our own little stimulus package.
And ultimately, it's helping those in need.
It has 2,500 meals going into a community, helping the seniors, the families that were already food insecure, first responders, and then the nurses, doctors, all the hospital staff at the end. Together, we're just feeding more people.
And in just a few weeks, Operation Restaurant Relief has expanded. Stan has been working with restaurants in South Carolina, California, and Pennsylvania.
The true advantage to the restaurant model is that it can be replicated across the United States. They're not all barbecue restaurants, but we're still providing that hot, comforting meal.
For him, this recipe is simple.
It keeps businesses open, it keeps people employed, and it keeps people fed. We can't do it all by ourselves. I mean, this is one of those things, we can do so much more together than we can divided.
From their dorm rooms in France, these young people are each giving a little of their time to help others. Meet Jessie. Like most 20-year-olds, she spends a lot of time on the phone.
Allô, Denise? Oui. Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
But on the other end of the line isn't a fellow student or friend, but a senior living in quarantine. Jessie may never meet them, but she talks to them regularly.
Quoi à la télé?
Oh, j'ai regardé des histoires du virus. J'ai pas regardé très longtemps parce que ça me saoule un peu.
They sometimes stay on the phone for more than an hour, a connection that fights the loneliness seniors are facing.
Je suis dans une bulle avec quelqu'un et j'échange. C'est plus ma petite maison pendant le confinement, c'est vraiment comme si j'étais à un café avec quelqu'un.
Jessie had never volunteered before, but the website Mamie Boom brought these two generations together. In the Aquitaine region of France, several students at the University of Bordeaux created a radio station to broadcast to nursing homes.
Voici mon petit studio que je me suis créé avec ce que j'ai pu trouver. Donc là, le micro relié à un pied de batterie un peu bidouillé. Vous écoutez Radio Libellule.
Un trait d'union entre les générations.
They talk about history, sports, and classic music.
C'est une très belle initiative. J'en suis très contente, ça m'a beaucoup plu. Et des fleurs capiteuses.
This young student reads to them.
On y distinguait un goût puissant de résine et l'âcre saveur des eucalyptus.
Ça nous fait passer un bon moment dans ces journées qui sont quelquefois tristes.
Ça, c'est mon temps. C'est pas bruit, là.
The radio station broadcasts every Wednesday, giving these seniors a much-needed break to forget about their isolation. Many small steps for this 99-year-old man, a giant leap for the NHS. A whole nation rooted for British Army veteran Tom Moore to complete a personal marathon, 100 laps of his garden before his 100th birthday, raising money for the country's health service. He crossed the finish line with a guard of honor from his old regiment. He set out to raise 1,000 British pounds, but ended up raising tens of millions.
Fantastic sum of money. It's unbelievable that people will be so kind.
The money goes to the organization NHS Charities Together, which supports the UK's health workers who are already sending messages of thanks. While his 100th birthday was still days away, social media was already flooded with birthday messages to thank Captain Tom Moore for inspiring a nation.
We as human beings, we grieve all loss, and grieving takes a physical toll and a cognitive toll, as well as an emotional toll on us. But we can do things to support ourselves when we're having these feelings.
The way that we all can deal with grief constructively is to do something positive, to take action and protest peacefully.
No justice! No peace!
Or reaching out to help someone in need. Just do something to make this senseless situation into something meaningful so that you can grow through this and deal with this in a healthy way.
Exercise, walking, shooting hoops, riding your bike. Getting physical is so important because it discharges the kinetic energy in your body that accompanies difficult emotions.
Relaxation, mindfulness, do some deep breathing, and try to manage those emotional thoughts. Try each day to feed yourself some positive inspiration or some wisdom.
The most important thing you can do is really talk. If you have a best friend or a therapist, you need to process all your feelings and get them out. Otherwise, they just stay inside and can cause physical harm, emotional harm.
Cuddle with your pets. Pets can be very nurturing and loving and supportive during this time. Continue your religious practices. Try to keep your routines as normal as possible.
If you're feeling sad today or depressed, it's going to pass. Grief is like the weather. It comes and it goes, and we have no control over it.
And remember that healing begins with you. Have a wonderful, blessed evening.
Don't allow yourself to be isolated during this time. As humans, it's so important that we connect to one another. Whenever we're going through a crisis, we're not meant to go through it alone.
I guarantee that Batman, Superman, Aquaman, and all the DC superheroes would bow to our medical service. Thank you so much for your bravery and your continued service.
Now let's take a deep dive into one of the biggest shows in the DC universe. Titans, yep.
The Titans are back! Nightwing, Robin, Beast Boy, Wonder Girl, Raven, Starfire, Hawk, Dove, Connor, and even the next big villain they'll be facing, Blackfire. They're all here! Plus, this epic cast is joined by executive producer Greg Walker to talk all things Titans, the past, present, and future. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone, I'm Damian Holbrook from TV Guide Magazine and TV Insider, and I am so excited to welcome you to DC Fandome, and you are watching the Titans panel. Titans are back, bitches! Woo! Let's introduce all of you along the way. We've got executive producer Greg Walker, Brenton Thwaites, who plays Dick Grayson, Tegan Croft, who plays Rachel, Anna Jope, who plays Corey Anders, Ryan Potter, who plays Gar Logan, Alan Richson, who plays Hank Hall, Minka Kelly, who plays Dawn Granger, our new guy, Joshua Orpin, who plays Connor, and Connor Leslie, who plays Donna, and then Curran Walters, who plays Jason Todd, and Damaris Lewis, who's coming in as Blackfire. We've got a list of some fan favorite moments. We're going to kick off with my choice, because I'm the moderator and I get to say that. And there were so many that I wanted to pick because there's so many great moments along these first two seasons. But the one I went with was Dawn taking down the meth lab in the second episode of season 2.
What the was that? Please don't kill me.
Where's your phone?
This is 911. What's your emergency?
There's a meth lab at 2751 Hollister Lane. It's being run by
3 complete dip.
3 complete dip. So, you better have someone come down and arrest us. Thank you for your time.
Your mother would be very proud.
I have to give it up to Orphe. My stunt double really does all the work when it comes to having to navigate those wings, because the weight of them just takes you. So you really have to learn how to move with them when you're throwing yourself around. It's a fun challenge.
The first fan clip that everyone kind of like came to was Donna breaking out the lasso for the first time.
Stop hurting her! Corey! Corey, what are you...
Stop.
Heck yeah.
I love the Corey and Donna friendship. It was something I remember reading about when I started doing some research. And so when I read that like they start off kind of rocky, I wasn't even mad at it because I knew that it would turn into this great friendship, and we kind of got a taste of that in season 2. So I kind of love that their friendship grew from this initial moment.
Don't all great friendships start out with a lasso around the neck? And
a little bit, yeah. Don't they all start off with like really kick-ass women?
Yeah.
Really? Can resist.
All right, let's look at clip 2 from episode 6, Jason Todd.
Why are you doing this? Why do you even want to be Robin?
Are you kidding? This is the dopest gig ever. Hanging out with Batman, kicking bad guys' asses, being famous, driving the goddamn Batmobile.
He lets you drive the Batmobile. Wouldn't you rather have your own name? Like Sparrow or Blue Jay for Jason?
No. The whole point is being Robin. Batman needs Robin. Why do you think it makes us wear those lame colors? Because we're drawing fire. Look over here! Then boom. The bat lands and starts trashing ass.
I think that scene describes it perfectly, the brother-stepbrother relationship, you know, in the build between them over the season. And season 2 even showed more. So I think that was probably the best scene that shows the relationship for sure.
I think that Dick is, you know, he's annoyed by that and he's frustrated by this kid, but essentially takes on the role of mentor and tries to inspire him, you know, to believe in the same things that he does and to fight crime in the way that Dick is learning to fight crime. And ultimately he fails in connecting with him. And that scene at the end of season 2 on the rooftop is kind of an example of Dick putting aside his problems and offering to open up that channel and you know, and kind of put it on the table as, you know, I'll help you and be a mentor.
They need your leadership, Jason. You need to set the tone. I'm not Robin anymore. You are.
The next clip is quintessential Jason.
All we know is that whatever the cause of the phenomenon, it appears to have been abated by this new group of masked heroes. So, apart from some dead birds, we seem to have...
Titans are back, bitches! Woo!
You're kind of an aren't you, kid?
Yeah, but you like me. Admit it.
Never gonna happen.
What's hard about these scenes for me, especially, I always love when it's Kurt and I, because he's, in real life, the most infectious, vivacious, effervescent soul I've ever met, you know? I mean, just so, always fun to be around, just, you know, doesn't have to be talking. You're like,
same with you, Alan.
Your review, you know? And so, you know, to always be the one, like, putting the lid on it, you know, in the scenes is actually tough.
This next clip is the scene with Crypto and Connor with the Luther strike team.
Everybody get down! Nobody move! Get down! Do not move! What in God's name's going on? You can't come into my house and order people around. Quiet! Hey! Shut up!
Stop that! What are you doing? What? No, stop that! Stand down! God damn it! I said stand down!
Dale, ya estamos en vivo. Cuando volvamos a hacer, pues lo añadimos.
I mean, let's be real. Like, Crypto is the MVP of that scene and probably of the episode. So whenever you're in a scene with him, like nothing can go wrong, man.
Okay, and then the last clip that we have is
Titans,
from episode 5
DC.
together.
Javi, bájalo un poquito.
Ahí está.
Ahí estamos. Volvimos nuevamente aquí con Brainstorm y el integrante Marcel. Llegó Marcel de Moa. Uy. Se había ido como que de momento y volvió ahora. Creo que está frisado.
Ahí estamos. Ahora estamos los cuatro. Marcel, quítale el mute.
¿Estás seguro? Bueno, no lo veo. No lo veo. No lo oigo.
Sí, está ahí.
¡Hey! Ahora sí, llegó el señor Marcel. ¡Uy! Papá upa.
Está frisado.
Bueno. Anyway, pues continuando entonces con esto. Esto es en vivo, ya ustedes lo saben, se lo dijimos, mi gente, a los que están viendo las intervenciones de Brainstorm para el DC Fandom. Ahora mismo están enseñando un poquito de las escenas que ocurrieron en el segundo season de DC Titans, que lo están tirando por DC Universe y ahora próximamente vamos a estar, va a estar saliendo, pero a través de HBO Max, igual que Doom Patrol. Es bien probable que presenten algo en algún momento del próximo season. Y ahora van a hablar de Aquaman. Este es el próximo panel que vamos a estar hablando. Llegó Marcel, está ahí.
Yo creo.
Llegó, míralo ahí, el cuarto integrante, el que faltaba, llegó.
Mencionaron el Justice Society, Black Adam, y aparece.
Llegué.
Pues para darte un pequeño catch-up de lo que ha ocurrido en DC Fandom, comenzó a la 1 de la tarde, hora de Puerto Rico, con lo espectacular de Wonder Woman 84, ¿verdad? Que va a estar saliendo, no se sabe cuándo, pero presentaron a Cheetah en su máxima expresión, como quien dice, transformada completa, y enseñaron un trailer bien espectacular. Después de eso pasamos a ¿cuál fue el otro? Al juego de Batman,
Gotham Knights,
que se llama Gotham Knights.
Marcel, yo sé que tú estabas pompeado para ese de Gotham Knights.
Ese
se ve
ya
bueno.
lo tengo separado ya.
Decía 2021, no se sabe exactamente cuándo viene. Pero sí se ve que es un juego que todo el mundo quiere meterle las manos, así que no somos la excepción, todos queremos jugar con esos personajes de DC Family. Después de eso, pues hicimos un receso y volvimos entonces para hablar de Suicide Squad, la película que James Gunn está dirigiendo. ¿Cómo es, José? ¿Se cayó el stream?
Estás en vivo, tranquilo. Él cae otra vez. Sigue.
Ok. Después de eso hablamos de The Suicide Squad, continuamos viendo lo que hay. Siguió después de Suicide Squad, ¿qué fue lo que vino? Justice League. Y después de Justice League, el Snyder Cut, que enseñaron una película completamente nueva. Y después entonces ahora salió el de Black Adam, que ya tiraron ahí, que aparentemente en Justice Society se va a presentar en algún momento dado con Black Adam, y pues tiraron, The Rock tiró un tease de que posiblemente van a pelear con el Justice League.
Hacer el crossover.
Se ve muy interesante.
Hay muchas sorpresas que han dado hasta ahora. Este evento ha estado bien bueno desde que comenzó. No me quejo, de verdad, me lo he disfrutado.
Sí, no, el evento ha estado bueno completo. Y ahora vamos entonces de Aquaman, luego de de Titans que está corriendo.
Pues llámalo, dile que le quiten esto. Dile que avancen.
Es que están por sketch.
No, es vacilando.
Todo esto es pre-recorded, nada de esto en vivo, de parte de ellos, claro.
Exacto. Ellos fueron inteligentes, no hay nada. Fue como que vamos a grabar todo antes. Pues,
evitando los ups.
Exacto.
Claro, sí.
Lo que estamos haciendo nosotros, pues ellos se lo evitan. como un cuarto integrante llegando a mitad de show, algo así.
Madre.
Oye, pero Marcel, ¿te has puesto al día? ¿Has visto bastante?
Mira. He visto los otros videitos que han posteado. El último que estaba viendo era el trailer de Snyder, que se ve, me pompié.
Eso te iba a decir, ¿qué te pareció?
Mira, no. yo que estaba, no, esto va a ser una porquería. Y mira, yo me pompié.
Yo te acompañaba en ese sentimiento, pero el trailer me sorprendió. Estaba como que yo dije, ajá.
Mucha diferente. Me pompié.
Y viste que la imagen estaba más clarita, claro. Se ve bonito.
Ya le dieron detalles al CGI.
Sí, lo detallaron mucho mejor.
El bigotito ya no está, so,
No.
no sé.
Exacto.
Ya con eso la película mejora, así que.
Pero estaba hablando con los muchachos ahorita, antes de que empiece el de Aquaman, que no sé por qué no he empezado todavía. Como que se retrasaron un poquito.
Va a empezar ahora, ya se acabó esto.
Ahora.
Cógelo suave,
6-10,
Juan.
6-10.
Nosotros estamos puntuales ahí. Ahora, no, pero estaba diciendo a los muchachos que yo creo que esto es una película completamente nueva con las escenas que estaban bien, que ya tenía y lo fue.
Sí, Black Adam como que me inspiró otra vez, dio luz a este futuro de lo que tienen planeado. Y The Rock se dejó entender que él conoce el personaje y que lleva trabajando este proyecto de tiempo. Pero ya empezar Aquaman.
Vamos allá. Ok.
Hello there, Patrick Wilson. Hello. Is that James? That is James Wan. How are you, dude? You look good. Okay. Do I look like I'm on the Starship Enterprise? Yeah. Wait, should I get a fancy chair? You look ridiculous. No, you're good. Aquaman is, what is that, Patrick? Is that the 5th film that we've collaborated together? Well, yeah, Insidious 1 and 2, Conjuring 1 and 2. And yeah, it is the 5th one. Seems like. So let me ask you, Patrick, how did you first heard about this particular project, Aquaman? I believe we were on the set of Conjuring 2. Yes. And you said that you had, I don't think you weren't really signed on yet, but you knew you were going to do this project, right? Right. And I think you kind of floated it out there about Ocean Master. Right? Or maybe it was through a text, and then we spoke the next day or something. Let me ask you, when did you think that I would be right for Aquaman? The moment I decided I was going to do it. Really? Yeah, that's early on. I'm like, you know,
Espero. Eso fue que dijo, espérate, déjame ver que pongo. Mira, está conmigo, pues vamos a ponerlo ahí.
The only guy that could go up against Jason, that, you know, at least to the level that I need him to step up to, was yourself. So I floated the idea with Warner Brothers, with DC, and they could not. They're like, no. No, they were very supportive from day one. So from the get-go, knowing who was going to play Aquaman and kind of knowing Jason a bit more and, you know, getting to know his personality, I felt that that part of the reason why I wanted to come to you was the fact that, you know, you guys are kind of different in a lot of ways. Physically.
Tengo que decir que esa película se botaron en la vestimenta. Todos se veían espectaculares.
That was a little bit different to who he is, so that way it helps to add to the idea that, you know, here Arthur Curry is an outsider to the wall of Atlantis, that Orm has kind of shaped it in his sort of in his look, with his sort of mentality, and kind of and vice versa as well, how Atlantis has shaped Orm in a lot of ways. And so definitely, you know, like in the same way I would write Arthur Curry to Jason Strength, I tried to write, you know, Orm/Ocean Master to Patrick Wilson. Patrick, let me ask you, speaking of comfortable, how comfortable was it to physically embody Ocean Master? As soon as you look at Ocean Master in the comics, I mean, he's just jacked. I knew that I wanted to push myself because I'd never done that. What we didn't know, and this will be interesting next time going through, is
que todos los personajes de cómic están así
the elephant in the room of being in a harness. Like, unless you're in a harness, you can't practice for that. Just doing that, being inverted, and then holding yourself in like that plank, and then trying to act like it's nothing and it's totally fine. I'll be, you know, just doing more sort of core exercises to get ready for that. So if I get out of jail. And if I can swim. If they're swimming. Is there swimming? If they're swimming, I'm curious to know what you
one, what changed, right? That's sort of part two of the question is what will be different about what you expected from shooting in these harnesses to what it actually ended up being. But could you visualize what these harnesses and what they would do and how they would help you?
Nothing in the underwater world was easy. One of my favorite
Eso tuvo que haber sido un dolor de cabeza hacerlo, ¿sabes?
Challenge.
Porque ellos están en harness todo el tiempo, como si estuvieran volando o nadando en este caso.
Dolph Lundgren was that we realized that we didn't actually have to.
Las escenas de pelea debajo del agua, todo eso.
Sí, tuvo que hacer un dolor de cabeza brutal.
A teeter-totter.
La ingeniería.
Chico, la visión para todo eso.
Exacto.
Sí, exacto.
But we'll do it in such a way that it looks fluid. So it looks like you're just sort of floating in space. Yeah, it actually worked out really well. And
it was Dolph Lundgren on a teeter-totter, which is, I mean, how do you beat that?
So believe me, yeah, I've learned a lot, and
I
know what to do.
La gente azul.
Exacto.
Patrick, would you say the virtual sort of
como dice, va a ser
process allow you?
O sea, al igual que el set de Suicide Squad, que todos eran un choque de payasos y chiste de los actores, simplemente estar ahí y ver cómo ellos hacían todo eso y recreaban todo y ver cómo ellos actuaban. Mira Orm montado en eso.
Mira Orm está montado.
¿Te imaginas? Yo no me aguantaría, yo me hubiera echado a reír en ese, vamos.
Pero ten por seguro que ellos están riendo. Mira eso.
Ya, todos los leyes.
Todos los leyes.
It was different than what I expected.
Ya,
the weirdness.
O sea, que estamos claros que eso es editaje. Por eso digo yo que hacer este tipo de películas de superhéroes es difícil, fácil. Los superhéroes de DC son un dolor de cabeza hacerlo.
Oye,
y más debajo del agua.
Sí, es un budget bien grande que tienes que tener. Hasta esos bastoncitos son carísimos.
Find yourself more attracted to work that's like, whoa, this is going to be big and flashy, or it's like, you know what, I want to be as
El bastón vale como $1 millón de pesos porque lo tienen que digitalizar.
As convincing as possible.
And one of the things I love the most about making this movie is showing this character that's never been done before, and this role that's never been done before, and seeing the the big screen depiction of this character and treat them to a visual.
No ha salido en.
Oye, pero eso que le está diciendo es verdad. Esto es algo que nunca habían hecho. Y hacer esto le salió bien.
Y que le saliera bien.
Y le salió bien. La película está
out there. And I'm excited
el vacilón es con Aquaman.
Habla con los peces.
Qué cosa, lo que era Aquaman antes, que era un chiste. Ahora es como bien badass y todo el mundo le gusta Aquaman.
With number two, and ultimately trying to find new things to do that I didn't get around to doing in the first film. That's what I'm always trying to do. Find something fresh. And I think, the second one is a little bit more, I would say a little bit more serious, a little bit more relevant in the world that we're living in today. And I think that's kind of where it wants to go. What are you looking forward to, Patrick, about number two? What would you be excited to see or would like to see?
I'm excited for some new worlds. Hopefully, I'm just throwing that out there because I know you love world building, and I'd like to see some of that. I'd like to see where else we can go because I know you're going to push that.
Yo estaría montando una madre de esas todo el día. Pedí ahí.
And I can definitely guarantee you in this next one. And I think you're going to be very excited with, you as an actor, what you're going to play with Orm.
Am I handcuffed the entire time? It's made of seaweed, right? I can just eat my way through it.
Own it now.
Entonces fueron sencillos.
Sí, era más bien enseñando cómo fue la. Digo, no sé si van a hacer algo más.
Aquaman, I feel compelled to remind you to hydrate. So, drink more water. Or whatever it is you have in the cooler. We have so much more excitement to come. Get ready for a fan Q&A unlike you have ever seen before. That's right. It's animated.
¿Ustedes vieron esa serie?
Yo vi un par de episodios, me hicieron reír con velocidad. Ella está bien al garete en esa serie.
De tantas series buenas que tiene el DC Universe, esa no me cautivó. Está buena, pero es que se me va, la siento muy over the top con con la violencia está como demasiado exagerado, no es necesario tanta.
Pero es muy gráfica.
Es bien gráfica.
Demasiado.
Sí, es bien gráfica. Es bien gráfica y es súper funny porque ella está loca para el carajo. Pero es súper funny la integración también que tiene y la relación que tiene con Ivy es buena. Tú te ríes con ellas dos. Una cosa, porque Ivy es como que bien laid back, bien tranquila, como que
relax.
Y entonces ella es como que vamos a hacerlo ahora.
Explosiva.
Tú sabes, esa relación está buena. Yo me reí un par de veces con ella. No he visto la serie completa. Pues son un montón de episodios también. Creo que el Season 2 ya empezó o va a empezar.
Creo que fue que dividieron el Season 1 en 2 partes y ya lo terminaron, creo que fue.
Sí, ya lo terminaron.
Pero, o sea, sí, bueno, el Season 1, pero ya confirmaron el Season 2, que eso me imagino que es lo que están ahora promocionando. Y... Ay, perdí el hilo.
Llevamos todo el día hablando.
Sí.
Tranquilo, llevamos todo el día hablando. Así que eso pues, pero el hilo se le va a uno por el momento. Fíjate, ahorita vuelve y lo coge. Pero volviendo a hablar de todo lo que hemos visto hasta ahora, la realidad es que estoy bien propia para Wonder Woman. Esa película va a estar a otro nivel, de verdad que sí. Tengo mucha intriga con el Snyder Cut. Sé que la película de Suicide Squad va a estar buena, va a ser bien funny. Porque los personajes todos se ven que interactúan de esa manera, como cargarete, todos peleando entre ellos. Y obviamente James Gunn, que después de Guardians, y pues lo que vimos de Black Adam, eso de Black Adam, yo no sé qué rayos, eso sí. Fue como que desde que empezó con la historia, ya te iban como que vamos a enseñar esta historia de este personaje, y después cuando empezó a integrar más personajes y después integró la Liga de la Justicia al final, pues eso lo llevó muy bien. Y tener a The Rock, que es un personaje que a mucha gente le gusta, también fue un hit para mí en esa línea.
Y se ve que va a traer mucho público, tanto de los fanáticos como él, como los que son fan de la cómic y del personaje de la cómic, de Black Adam. Pompeado para eso.
Marcel. Se les es más pompeado, lo ha visto completo.
No.
Marcel, ¿qué tú esperas?
Espero que salga de Rock y...
Salga vestido de luchador.
Exacto. No, mira, pero en serio, me asusta un poco eso de Rock porque él es como que está demasiado pegado y no sé si quiero pagar o algo, pero
como
lo que están diciendo
en la película de Fast and Furious, que Vin Diesel tuvo una pelea con él, una riña.
Exacto.
Por el screenplay, que uno quería estar más tiempo que otro y qué sé yo.
Por eso
pero no.
Ni me acuerdo de eso.
Sí.
Yo sé que ellos pelearon, pero...
Por eso tiraron Hobbs and Shaw. Y no tiraron a Fast, el número 218.
Exacto, esa misma.
Exacto. Fast número 275. Ya, tú sabes. Pero bueno, todavía falta todavía ahora el que viene ahora es el de Shazam. A las 7:35, después Wonder Woman van a estar bailando o jugando, qué sé yo qué rayo van a estar jugando ellos.
Exacto.
Y después viene Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, que ese es el juego nuevo que viene por ahí. Y por último, que este es el que Marcel tiene ansias locas, de Batman. Ese es el último que va a estar tirando. Yo sé que ese va a estar pompeadera, vamos a ver. Ya confirmaron que es el Earth 2. Eso significa entonces que el Flashpoint va a ir al multiverse.
Imagínate.
Y creo que van a hacerle así a ese
Reboot.
Van a hacerle así a ese Batman, lo van a traer al Squad, se van a ir volando. El Batfleck se fue. Por algo va a salir.
Reboot, Flashpoint.
Vamos allá.
Es como que, diablo, ¿qué es sí? Entonces, ¿cómo lo va a resolver? Tírate a Flash. Siempre hay un as debajo de la manga.
Vuelvo. Oye, y que lo voy a comentar ahora que Marcel no está ahorita para ver la opinión de él. Yo pienso que lo que van a hacer con la película de Matt Reeves y con Flashpoint es que van a traer Batman de Flashpoint, lo van a traer al Batman de Matt Reeves, lo van a traer al Justice League en el presente, porque ya no tienen a Batfleck y por eso van a salir tantos Batman Y yo creo que van a hacer eso porque eso lo hicieron en las cómics con Superman, cuando hicieron el New 52.
Sí, y ahí sacan a este y se quedan con
un Batman joven que es contemporáneo con Superman.
Y siguen la línea entonces de los otros.
Exacto.
Para que no tengan que rebotear todo, porque las películas de ellos, las otras, las que son standalone, están funcionando. Hace sentido eso.
¿Qué están hablando ahí de Wonder Woman? Por un momentito, a ver de qué es.
Mira, está Linda Carter. Hay que escucharla.
Por eso mismo, pues está Linda Carter.
Este es el juego.
And I was going to say it's because
No, el juego no es ahora.
very hard to replace and to be the new Wonder Woman, but there couldn't be two. It's funny how there couldn't be two more
la
real
celebración
Wonder
de
Women in
80
the
años.
world to play that role,
Okay.
and it's unbelievably unusual for both
Sabemos
of
que
you
Wonder Woman
to
cumple
be
80
so
años y sigue viéndose igual de
playing
hermosa.
this role. So I'm
Ponlo
so
por ahí que
happy to be here
quiero.
with you because this character has meant so much to me since the first day I ever heard about her. And like you guys have brought it to life for so many, and I'm so excited. Like next year, there's going to be a whole slew of things that DC Comics is doing and that Warner Brothers is doing to celebrate Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary.
Yeah, Wonder Woman inspires us, and our collective love for this character has endured for.
Es verdad, pero ella está haciendo excelente trabajo como Linda Carter hizo en su
We are
época.
so excited. She has endured.
Que by the way, Linda Carter sigue viéndose hermosa.
For 80 years,
Sí,
and there's a
92 años, mira
you
cómo se
have
ve.
given her,
No tiene 92.
and when we put her
Ella no tiene 92.
on television, she
Oye, pero
resounded, and
a lo
there
más
was
seguro se va a ver
amazing
así a sus
sounds, and
92 años, ¿sabes?
we are
Bella.
Cuando la entierren, va a ver así.
first look
Mira.
the
Ay,
official Wonder
Vaya,
Woman
precioso,
80th
precioso.
anniversary look. Oh
Ya dijo que
my
iba a ser-
gosh, I haven't seen it yet, but I
No,
can't
vieron eso.
wait to check it out.
Let's see it.
Ah, qué lindo está eso. Eso quedó bien bonito.
Happy birthday, Wonder Woman. You don't look a day over 29. Also,
Hablando-
there's many birthdays to
¿Se
celebrate
refiere a
this
Linda
year,
Carter o Wonder
including
Woman?
Joker,
Linda,
Flash,
a Linda.
to name a few. Happy birthday. Here's to another 80. Now, over to you, Gino.
Hello, my fellow DC fans. My name is Gino Killiamore. I'm from the Philippines. Now, I'm not just one of your global hosts for today. I'm actually also a mega
What's
DC
this?
fan 365 days a year. So I just really wanted to take this time to say thank you to Warner Brothers and, of course, to DC for creating DC Fandome. It gave us something to look forward to this entire year, and now we're finally here. Now, one of the creative geniuses behind this incredibly cool experience that brings us together today is he's kind of on my high of all-time cool people, but he's also on the list of really cool people in
Otra vez.
entertainment because he makes it his mission to include Asian talent from around the globe in the DC community of artists, writers, and a whole lot more. And just a little bit of trivia, everything that you see around you was actually created by him as well. So I can actually say it, I'm standing on a Jim Lee creation. Now, Jim Lee, as you know, is a world-renowned comic artist, as well as a writer, editor, and the chief creative officer and the publisher of DC. And everything that you see around me, once again, is a Jim Lee creation. Now, let's drop in on a conversation that he's having with the founder of Gold House. Now, Gold House, if you don't know what that is, well, you're about to find out.
Jingy está envuelto en un par de cositas.
Sí,
A,
estaba como...
a pesar de que cambiaron de posición en la compañía.
Hi, I'm Bing Chen. I'm part of Gold House. We're the largest collective of top Asian cultural leaders in the country, dedicated to ensuring the accurate representation and success of both the Asian as well as multicultural communities. It is such a spoiling treat to be able to interview one of the foremost Asian godfathers, as well as godfathers of comic books, storytelling, and art around the world. And that is, of course, the mighty Jim Lee. Jim, thank you so much for letting us speak with you today.
Hey, good to see you again, Bing.
Likewise, sir. Well, I'll get right to it because I know how busy you are with the incredible DC fandom that you helped engineer. And this will sound sycophantic, but you really are a legend. I mean, you've literally invented superheroes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you still have the Guinness World Record for the best-selling comic book of all time.
Yeah, it's like 8 million copies of a comic book I did decades ago. But yeah, it's still standing today. Thank you.
Diablo.
Era rock.
Diablo, eso mismo iba a decir, se echa para atrás ahí. Es como que,
so much
Sí,
is
está ahí,
different.
está por
I've
ahí,
been in
está por
business
ahí.
for over 3
Oye, él
decades
nos
now,
firmó
and
unas
so
cómics
I've seen
ahí.
quite an evolution.
Nos firmó las
Not
cómics
just
y
in
un
terms
litograph
of
de
the type
Batman.
of
Lo firmó en San
storytelling,
Diego Comic Con,
but
que lo
the
conocí.
creative
A mí me
community, the
firmó
people that
la
tell the
first
stories. Our fan
X-Men
base is
92.
que él
much
hizo.
more balanced out than it used to be. Back when I started, it was probably about
Que eso,
90%
los
male,
X-Men de la
10%
serie están
female.
basados en
The
esos X-Men
pantheon of characters predominantly white.
de la serie animada que
Living
En el
creo que
92.
out
Disney
of
sí, creo
New
que
York
Disney va a volver a
City or
tirarlo.
cities like Gotham,
Ahí están
Metropolis.
hablando para
And
traerlo,
what you're seeing today is
Para
that
traerlo
we're in
otra
a
vez.
global
That
business.
would be
I mean,
amazing.
you know, through the power of media,
Esto es
film,
para vender
TV,
juguetes, pero no me
games,
importa. Yo
our
lo voy a
content, our characters are global. You know, we have fans all over the world now. Like on my Instagram following,
no me importa,
you know,
Marcelo.
the third biggest country of followers is Brazil.
Marcelo,
And
te
they
juzga,
have
Marcelo, te juzga.
Brazil, but
El
not like a
intervention
ton
bajo,
of
¿viste?
content. And that just like shows
Oye,
speaks to
cállate.
their passion, their love
Mandé
for
a
our
pedir un
characters.
montón de.
They
¿Se
know our
acuerdan la lista que
mythology
yo tenía de
inside and
cosas
out.
que mandé a
So you
pedir?
just
¿verdad?
start
Me acuerdo,
realizing that
me
it's
acuerdo.
not
Pues,
just about
casi todas eran para septiembre.
just,
Pues
you
no me
know,
las adelantaron, ya me las
publishing
cobraron.
business.
Me
It's
las
around the world. That's the potential market and the reach. And so it's really exciting.
Vete, Gabino.
Seeing the evolution of this business
Así
move
que vienen
from
por ahí.
something that was really kind of small
¿Qué
and
va a tener? ¿Qué va a tener?
insular to something that
Tengo un
really is
montón de
kind of
juguetes que
taken
vienen
over
por ahí.
pop culture. Really, everyone on the streets wearing t-shirts. Back then, if you were the teacher,
Tengo que
you
hacer
would
parte de
know.
unboxing.
Yeah, exactly.
Unboxing y
But
después el
now today,
intervention.
it's like it's a badge of your fandom, right? It's like what you love, and it's no big deal. In fact, it's kind of cool, which is amazing. I feel like we live in an alternate reality sometimes.
I mean, it's so easy to say in hindsight because you've done it, but you know, you mentioned diversity in race and gender and geography and so forth, and the DC multiverse is certainly known widely for so many of these firsts. I mean, you have this insanely interwoven multiverse on the CW. You're the
Esa
first
otra
studio
viene
with
la
best
serie de
actor at
Superman
the Oscars for a
y
superhero
Lois.
and Joker, or really a villain, I should say, a supervillain.
Oh, sí.
I mean, I
Pero
could
está
go
para
on
este
and
año.
on.
Bueno,
hate
el
to
año
ask
que
it
viene
this way, but how do you
cuando
decide
reanudan,
which
van a
risks to
reanudar,
take, given you were the first
reanudar la serie
to so many, and what can
de
we
CW.
see next
Parte del
in the
CW.
DC multiverse?
You know, I don't think we
Primavera.
as a
La
risk,
primavera.
you know, I
2021.
don't think there's
Me imagino.
a
Creo
fear.
que
I mean,
están
I
tirando
think
para
there
enero.
was probably an old school thinking, like for example, like a female lead can't carry a movie, right?
Esa escena de
A
Wonder
lot of these sort of old school ideas of
Yo la
what
puedo ver
worked or
mil
what the
veces,
audience wanted
y
or
mil
didn't
veces me
want.
emociona.
And in
Es
many
como que-
ways, it's been transformed by the fact that it's become more global, that the audience has changed, and I think also data, right? Data is really interesting now because we actually have now direct consumer insights as to what they want and what they're looking for. And
Y porque yo no tengo
what they're
póster de
looking
eso.
for
¿Qué
is
pasó?
representation. They're looking for content that reflects the world.
Eso era
they
cuando
live
los
in.
tiempos
They
eran
wanna see
buenos.
themselves represented
Ay,
on the
no,
screen in the pages. of
Diálogo,
their comic books.
José.
And that is something that
Deprimió ahí.
Ahora estamos a par de meses,
Claro, no va a estar deprimido si ahora casi nadie después está el junto ahí empujándose para coger el
Están nosotros emocionados ahí, DC a esto, lo otro, y Madera con el choque de la realidad.
Sometimes negatively, but predominantly, I think it's really healthy.
Sacó la mano de la computadora y
It's not about taking risks. It's about feeding the appetite.
Vámonos en el
and the
viaje un
desires
ratito
of
más,
so many
vámonos en el
people
viaje
wanting to
todavía
see
un rato.
characters.
No
Now
nos
you're
podías
seeing
dar
people
esto,
want,
José.
you
No
know,
nos
can you
podías
make
dar.
a deaf character? Can you make a character from
Bueno,
a
esto-
novel? And then how do you tell these stories authentically? And that that means working with new voices, new talent.
Esa no la he
from
visto y
around
quiero
the
ver la,
world. So
la
to me, it's
de
not about risk, it's
Black
about
Lightning.
opportunity.
Y
And
supuestamente está bien
it's
buena.
really a golden era
A mí
for
me
content
molesta un
makers
poco que Superman de esta
definitely
serie
the
esté
world that
tirando
we
el
live
rayo
in.
rojo,
We need to
azul en vez de
create more
rojo.
diverse
El de los
Eso
ojos.
we need to
está
create
curioso.
more inclusivity
Está
online.
como que ¿por qué
And I've
así?
seen that gradually change, but it's really accelerated in the past probably 5 to 10 years. And
Me va a
the
tirar un
demand
chiste charro,
is
pero
even
verá.
more than ever before. And so I think it's a real responsibility
Tíralo,
on our
tíralo.
shoulders to
Tíralo.
address this
Ya,
concern, to
ya lo
address
dijiste,
this
zúmbalo.
Exacto.
appetite. And it's an exciting
Ahora,
time to be a
ahora va a
comic
ser peor,
creator.
pero tíralo.
Exacto, quizás ahora pues nos vamos a reír menos, te vamos a juzgar más.
It's not just a matter of race or gender.
Lo que pasa es que es azul porque él es de Jedi.
First transgender superhero on Supergirl with
Ahora
Nicole
sí.
Kidman,
Yes.
right? And so it's really everyone being
Vamos a llamar a
present.
DC para que apaguen ahí esto.
Voy a quitar la madera del stream ahora. A tumbar el video para acá nosotros tres.
forth. But it's been a while outside of comic books since we've had a real mythos that we can believe in and show us what we can do better. How do you think about taking a comic book and making it canon? Like, how does it become a real mythos for people? Because you've done this through characters.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting process. You know, when you get into comics, you're a fan, and you don't think necessarily about the underpinnings, the concepts, and the themes that are kind of, you know, that are connecting you to the material, right? You're just reading the story and you think it's entertainment. But a lot of times these stories are driven by, you know.
Lo habíamos hablado ahorita que me imagino que el Batfleck va a salir en la película de Flashpoint. Pero mira, hablando de Batman, me cago en eso, porque tú sales en todas partes, Batman. Me imagino que sale en la película de Flashpoint, porque no sé si lo vayan a como a matar o se desaparezca. No sé, algo va a pasar ahí.
Recuerda que cuando Batman v Superman, él ve a Flash en ese... no sé si exacto lo hagan ahí, y como tú dices, a lo mejor lo matan y entonces Flash va a buscarlo en otro lado. Puede ser.
Puede ser.
No.
Sí, tiene algo ahí. Algo va a ocurrir, obviamente, porque él ya lo dijo, no va a salir. No va a ser más Batman, pero obviamente va a salir el Flash.
Pero algo ven porque todo el mundo se había quitado. Él por lo menos se había quitado.
Sí, él era el único que se había quitado.
No sé si esta... Y también, Henry Cavill, había dicho que no, pero como que va a volver.
No, bueno,
no sé
él dijo, por un momento como que se vio que se iba a ir y después él confirmó que de parte de él, mientras se lo permitan, yo vi que él iba a ser iba a ser Superman.
Sí, él es buen Superman. Él es muy buen Superman.
Es que no han dado una buena película que luzca.
Exacto. Pero él es muy buen Superman. El Superman de él es muy bueno. A mí me gustó la escena de Justice League, que él por lo menos sonreía. En las películas de él solo no sonría, era muy serio. Y Superman es un personaje que se conoce porque su sonrisa, él siempre está sonriendo y viendo el lado positivo de las cosas. Era como que muy oscuro.
Es que él se fue, esas fueron las cosas que yo vi de Snyder, es que él se fue muy en el viaje de Dr. Manhattan, pero con Superman. De este conflicto de que es casi un dios y si él debe usar el poder. Y Superman nunca ha tenido esa mentalidad, nunca ha tenido ese conflicto. Él siempre se ha dejado llevar por lo que le enseñaron los papás y eso, y él siempre ha sido intentado de hacer un ejemplo, que no sé por qué se fue en esa vía de hacerlo Dr. Manhattan. No sé, eso como que no pegó bien con las películas.
Choca. Oye, Javi, tú conoces, no sé, ¿verdad? Si conoces alguno. ¿Algún libro que hable específicamente del multiverse? De DC.
Multiversity.
Multiversity.
Sí.
¿Eso es después de New 52 o antes
de New 52? Pues salió después de New 52, creo que fue por Grant Morrison, y es como una enciclopedia que te explica todos los 52 mundos, pero lo que pasa es que después de Flashpoint, la razón por qué se llamaba New 52 es porque se crearon 52 universos paralelos. Y ese libro de Multiversity te explicaba cada los 52 universos y que Superman había en cada uno, que Justice League había en cada uno, y se llama Multiversity.
Okay. Sí, es bueno para poder entender el multiverse de DC, porque ya el multiverse de Marvel como que no está tan... Bueno, aunque vamos a hablar claro, en DC tenemos a Flash, como que algo se está dañando, Flash. Y en Marvel tenemos algo se está dañando, Spider-Verse. Y pues se arregla todo. Que parte y parte. Pero no, el multiverse de DC es mucho más grande que el multiverse de Marvel.
Tiene más fans el multiverse, porque tienen varios mundos que los han adaptado en cómics y las cómics pegan, sea
yo vi uno que lo enseñaron ahí cuando tiraron el New 52. Hubo un cómic de Action Comic que salía Superman de Earth 9 y era un Superman negrito y fue un buen cómic, fue un tremendo cómic.
Ese fue de Earth
2 no, fue en Action Comics que salió, el First Appearance fue en Action Comics. Sí, fue en Action Comics número 9, si no me equivoco. En Earth 2, él sí tuvo él entró, porque en Earth 2 mataron al principio de la historia. Creo que en el cómic número 1, Superman, Wonder Woman y Batman se mueren.
Exacto.
Y salen otros personajes. Que esos cómics son... Sí, esos cómics son buenísimos. Los cómics de Earth 2 de New 52 son muy buenos cómics. Muy buenos.
Y ahí introdujeron el Superman que es negrito.
Exacto. Pero él salió en Action Comics. Fue que él salió.
Espérate, nunca había puesto a buscar cuál es El first appearance.
De
ese Superman como tal.
Earth 9, búscalo, sí. Búscalo.
I love being involved in, and having someone like John who has the creative chops to be able to pull off a story that's really meaningful and is going to impact the rest of the DC universe is something that is going to be huge for us next year.
Sí, ¿verdad? Se les cayó un jato. O es que o no estaban escribiendo a nadie. Porque para lo que veo están saliendo los mismos. Se les glitchó o dejaron de comentar. Pues llevaba rato que no estaban saliendo.
Yeah. Last question is cheesy, but we have to ask for those who don't know, who across the pantheon of your multiverse are your favorite superhero and why?
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I liked the real oddball characters just because they're so unusual. And certainly when I was like 8 or 10, it's just more whimsical and it just appeals to, like, you know, if you ever interact with young kids, the things they find funny or interesting are very different than like a teenager or adult, right? And so there's a character called Matter.
Sí, Action Comics número 9. Ya había existido un Superman negro de Earth 9, pero este Superman, que es el que yo estoy hablando, en la First Appearance fue en Action Comics número 9, New 52.
¿De qué año es ese?
Esta salió en el 2000, 2011 fue el Flash. 2011, 2012 tuvo que haber salido este. Okay. Yo lo tengo, la verdad que, pero y no es Earth 9, es Earth 23. Es Earth 23. Es que lo estaba confundiendo con el 9. Es Action Comics número 9, Earth 23 Superman.
And I always like kind of sharing his story because he's not very well known.
Ahora hay un Superman que es un conejo, si no me equivoco.
Big screen. And let me tell you, that is really a skill set in and of itself. You know, you look at James Gunn and he's doing Suicide Squad. He went deep into the DC catalog of characters. And
mira lo que yo le estaba diciendo, que buscaron los personajes más escondidos de DC y los metieron en Suicide Squad. Para matarlos.
And they're gonna kill them.
These obscure characters of
y parece que se fastidió el chat.
Sí, está cayendo otra vez.
Se está repitiendo.
Pero no me está malo ver esa foto de Dr. Fate, se ve exagerada.
Sí, se ve brutal.
Estoy pompeado con verlo. ¿Quién será el que hará el rol de él? El actor que escogerán. Porque ya escogieron, ya deben tenerlo, porque si tienen ya a Aaron Smasher, imagino que hicieron el casting, porque por lo que estaban en la conversación, al chamaco de Aaron Smasher lo tenían alzando pesas.
Entrenando.
Sí, porque Aaron Smasher
es bien fuerte. De hecho, el traje de él enseñando los brazos.
He doesn't gain weight. He's
Exacto.
not skinny. He's
como un
tank
top.
I don't know where it goes. And you know that's an
bueno, que lo entrené de Rock, porque mira que ese hombre es una bestia.
Bueno, parece que él tuvo que ver el entrenamiento porque se lo comentó. Le dijo, veo que le está dando el entrenamiento, como que le tiró ahí la pollita, como que está siguiendo el...
Se lo enseñó de aquí para abajo. A ver y se para y sale.
Thank you, Big. It's a tremendous pleasure. Thank you.
Ahora viene...
Nos fuimos con Shazam.
Sí, ahora viene Shazam.
Ahora viene Shazam. Han retrasado. Era las y 30. Tiene como 5 minutos de delay.
Pero que yo... Pero Juan, que yo...
Ya,
ahí, al palo, le va a tirar, mira, le va a tirar un hashtag ahí a DC Fandom. Están atrasados.
Juan, escríbelo en el chat de ellos.
No se va a ver, sigue subiendo.
And then the 5 different islands that kind of float around it. So there are 3 statues of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, and then this giant kind of auditorium behind.
Pero yo entendía que eso era algo como que tú podías explorar esos diferentes áreas. Esto no, pero no ha enseñado nada, lo que está es esto de holofilms.
Que no vaya a ser que después de esto
no,
sea eso.
No, está para septiembre 12, que es el que...
el de septiembre que va a salir.
Es para todos los demás paneles.
So that kind of inspired in my head.
Yo pensaba que iba a hacer eso hoy.
What if we made it a 3D model asset, and then we could kind of rotate the camera around and enter through the windows and do all sorts of crazy things. We started with the concept designs done in pencil to inks and then to color.
Y el dibujo todo eso.
Habilidad, papá.
Detalles, esos detalles.
Gave it a really cool silver and gold palette.
Ah, wow, es como si fuera la torre de ellos.
El satélite.
I was completely blown away. The actual floor of the hall is like one giant canvas. It was really flattering and really cool to see the art blown up in this gigantic
Oye, siempre he entretenido esa canción de Man of Steel, para todo.
We knew that we wanted to have a space that was not confined by our imagination. We wanted to run amok with these crazy ideas, point to walls and spaces and things which should materialize and appear out of nowhere, and give us the ability to throw to different hosts or to different scenes or different panels at a whim. To make every element within this space active and alive. We were able to literally beam in hosts from all around the world, and we could place them in this virtual space. We could customize every facet of the production and put the art anywhere and everywhere we wanted it to be. And that's really kind of the fun of what you do as a comic book artist. You're creating an immersive world on a 2D piece of paper. This time it was kind of brought to life in really a unique, one-of-a-kind virtual space where anything and everything is possible.
Tuvo que haber estado buen tiempo diseñando eso.
No te creas, porque yo he visto él dibujando en vivo y como en 40 minutos te hace una cómica.
It's time to go back to you guys, the fans, for more questions. Now, this fan might look familiar to some of you guys.
Mira, Jake from State Farm.
Hey, it's Jake from State Farm here. The Amazons really inspired me, so I just decided to train myself to be a warrior. Do you have any tips?
Yeah, well, you definitely need strength and drive and discipline and coordination, kindness and courage. That's a starting list.
Oh, check. Yeah. And if I want to try to compete in the Amazon games, just checking, it's still all Amazons on the Mascara, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for you. But keep up with the training. You never know.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I could just like be there to give a helping hand or some water, maybe a towel, throw a sword if they drop it, maybe. Okay. All right, then. Cool.
Exacto.
Ahí está, ya estamos.
I'm so excited to share with you guys 24 hours of unprecedented geekdom with everybody here today, and to introduce, of course, the DC Fandome Shazam panel. Now, the 2019 movie was not only groundbreaking as a superhero movie with something for everyone of every age, but it was everything you and I wanted from Shazam and the Shazam League. Now, the star of this movie may be just as big a kid as he is on the inside as the character that he plays, and he's the first to admit it. So if you want to know more about the next movie, all you have to do is say this word: Shazam!
What's up, fam? Welcome to the Shazam 2 panel. I'm Zachary Levi, here to talk about our bonkers awesome sequel. And, you know, answer as many of your questions as I can. Listen, you've been getting a lot of hot exclusive content from a bunch of other DC joints, you know, poster reveals and sneak peeks and motion comics and cast announcements, and I'm a little bit kind of limited in what I can talk about. But I can share my excitement and how thrilled I am about Shazam 2, which may or may not be the title. Because again, you know, just a little limited in what I can talk about. Let's just get to your questions. I think that's probably that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Get to my iPad over here, and let's just dive in here. From Nora in Canada. What's up, eh? Will there be a DC cameo in this movie? Nora, that is an awesome question that I unfortunately I don't really have an answer for, because again, ever so slightly hamstrung in what I can reveal to you, the fans. Let's look at some other questions. I can't talk about them. Like I said, I don't really have an answer. I can't actually look. Ultimately, as you've probably picked up on, I can't say about
Please do not.
Squat. Listen, here's fucking, right? I mean, we all know that these panels are just ridiculous clown shows where they trot out a bunch of actors to sell something out of nothing. So the real question is, how am I, Zachary Levi, supposed to fill 6 minutes alone? without squat? Well, the answer is boom. Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Faith.
Hi, guys.
Listen, okay, so guys, what is all this?
That is an awesome question. It's a Shazam 2 panel that we're now going to all do together right now.
Okay.
Wait, does that mean I can talk about the secret cameo?
No, you cannot talk about that stuff, Asher Angel.
Well, what about all of the new villains?
Villains, singular, plural. Yeah, who would possibly know, Megan? Because, it's all a mystery. It's all a mystery. Okay, listen, they're very nice, giving people at the studio. They won't really let us say much about our movie, but here we are, nonetheless, trying to provide the fans here with some exclusive content.
I can draw a poster for our new movie.
Yeah, that's super cute, Faith. Why don't you knock yourself out?
I'm pretty talented.
You're super talented. Absolutely. I think you're going to do a bang-up job, whatever you do.
Oh, Zach, what is that you're drinking? Is that a Flow Subs protein shake?
As a matter of fact, Jack, it is. Check's in the mail. This is the salted vanilla caramel protein.
Oh,
Listen. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson gets his tequila. Jason Momoa gets, his water in a can. Look, I'm not trying to get you drunk, and I'm not trying to sell you something you can get out of a pond, okay? I'm trying to improve lives.
Okay. I feel like we've gotten a little bit off topic, so
I have an idea. Since we can't say anything about, the actual movie, why don't you, the fans out there, tell us what you would want to see in Shazam 2?
a new member should join the Shazam family. Should probably be a unicorn.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, totally. And we should give them rocket packs so they can fly with our characters.
Okay, yeah, that's all usable.
Well, Zach, is there time for us to maybe get, CGI'd into the Justice League Snyder cut, possibly? Maybe? No? Yeah.
Sure. Me likey, thinking way outside the box. I don't know if this is the right time to drop this on y'all, but I've been working on a little kind of Zach cut of my own from our first Shazam movie. I just goosed the energy a bit, brightened up the color palette.
Sorry, you recut my movie?
David, Sandra, our illustrious director. Hi, how are you?
Hey, finish the poster.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah.
Wait. Faith, is that Sinbad the comedian?
Hang on a second. I'm just trying to call in here. Maybe that's Adam.
What?
Sinbad.
What do you look like, y'all?
It looks like you. Hold on a second. Sinbad, are you in Shazam 2?
Well, you tell me, John Krasinski, am I? Because everybody thought I was in Shazam 1 before it even existed. Google it. I'm number 3 on the Mandela list, all right?
Oh, I'm so confused.
Man, you confused. You try to live in a world where everybody, my family, everybody thinks you started a film called Shazam when it didn't even exist.
Wait. Do you mean Kazam?
No. People think I started in that one too. Shazam, all the Kazams. I'm relegated to the false memories of it. I'm just right now to rectify that situation. Once and for all, with a big prominent role in Shazam 2. Thank you very much.
I'm not so sure that you can just demand that.
I got range, man. I can play like anything. I can play a good guy, bad guy. I can play Shazam's trainer. And great news, David. I already started working out for the movie. Check this out, man. I'm gonna look so good. I'll even do nude scenes. Not a lot.
Faith, don't draw that.
Hey guys, sorry.
Adam! What the heck, dude? Where have you been? Things have been getting crazy in here.
I clicked the wrong link. The plot for Kazam 2's, it's crazy, by the way.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm gonna be in that one too.
Oh, Sinbad?
Okay, guys.
Okay.
Is that the title of our movie? Shazam Theory of the Gods?
For real?
That's the title?
Yes.
No
No squat. Exclusive content!
Starring Sinbad.
Well, I guess they didn't have much to say. Except the freaking title! Guys, we got the title! Yay! Now, our fans are flying high with some incredible costumes, so let's take a look at some of the best of fan hero cosplay.
Sí, porque Juan los está juzgando. Tienen que cortar ahí.
Theory of the Gods.
Fury. Digo, Fury of the Gods.
Fury. Ok.
Tengo muchas preguntas.
Bueno, si lees el volumen que está cogiendo ahora de Shazam, como que pues ya sabes más o menos por dónde va la línea.
Por eso, pero que no sé.
Yo voy a poner la música de fondo porque los coquis están bonitos, pero ya me vale el video. Están pompeados con el panel de Shazam.
Se quedaron ahí.
Desde Black Adam están.
Oye, están avisando lo que está pasando una tormenta ya. Recuerda que son el morning.
Están activos por eso.
Our game today, Werewolf 9084, has a
El
DC
juego de Wonder
twist.
Woman. Después de eso viene lo de
Work
Suicide
to
Squad,
capture
¿no? El juego,
unsuspecting
sí.
civilians. A superhero tries to
estamos
save the day,
llegando
and a
casi al final
detective
ya.
works to discover who the bad guys
Ya se acabó esto casi. Como dijo Juan, se fue así.
Se fue a las millas, sí.
Sí, les dije que se iba a ir rápido el tiempo porque estamos entretenidos. La verdad que ha sido muy bueno. Ha estado bien entretenido el DC
Welcome
Fandom.
everyone to the first ever game of Werewolf 1984. A wonderful game filled with laughs,
Van a hacer el juego ahora.
and eliminations. Was that a howl? Is that a howl?
I'm trying to get the moral
Get
here.
the feel of it.
Exactly.
So let's jump right into the game. It
Porque
is
Chris
a
Pine está tan
beautiful
serio.
summer night in the 1980s. We are gathered in the most exquisite museum for an annual gala.
No
Long
quiere
ballroom
jugar.
gowns,
Cómodo,
very
como
chic.
dice.
Se ven
Everyone is enjoying their
comodísimos.
night with a wonderful glass
Míralo,
of
míralo ahora.
champagne, maybe even some rosé, in their hands,
Apretado.
and some tab colas for those driving. It's
Está en el contrato,
glamorous, dreamy music is playing. Everyone is having an amazing time. However, unbeknownst to the guests, there are some villains who plan to capture some of you. So everyone, please close your eyes and let the night begin.
Okay.
Everyone, please wake up. So, the party.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. The party did get
Okay.
sour.
Me
The
imagino,
villains,
Marcel. Vamos arriba.
unfortunately, have been able to capture Pedro. And the superhero was not able to save Pedro in time. So
I'm
Scout,
out already?
please. You're out already, and you're the first one. You were so excited about the game.
I'm so afraid I was gonna win.
You're done.
All right, bye.
That's
Ya,
You guys should
Chris
deliberate
Pine debe estar
between
diciendo,
each
llévame
other. I'm
contigo.
gonna give you like 2-3 minutes.
I know who one of the villains is. It's
Ya lo
Chris.
está bien,
Okay.
bien.
Yes,
Chris.
you got me.
Ahora,
It's Chris. Because
I love you're really good at defending yourself, Chris. You're going to be really good.
something in the middle because he had his eyes open and he was watching. And this is how it happens.
See?
This is how
How do you know that he had his eyes open, Patty? I thought
we all have our eyes closed. You're clearly doing something, and he responds to what you're doing that none of us can see. So one would only respond.
Was that his voice? I did hear somebody's voice.
Someone was speaking, isn't it?
But how do we know it was Chris?
Pastrami,
Is that true? I can't believe I'm out.
All good. So how do you think it's Chris?
I'm positive.
Yeah.
I don't want
Well,
Chris to leave the game.
Él está comiendo bien
That sounded
pichado.
just like Chris, and whoever it was accidentally talked in the middle of
Él
their
está me importa un poquito.
So they had to have their.
It is interesting that Patty,
Patty is so
Chris, you were the first person to talk, so maybe you have something to hide because
Now, does protest too
Chris,
much?
it was a man's voice. And how do you know it was Chris?
I've played this game many times, and I'm telling you, I'm surprised you all did. If all of us have our eyes closed, somebody is ruffling, and then they go, "Oh, I see." They have their eyes open.
Chris, do you mind saying OIC real quick? I'd love to hear it again.
Oh, I see.
I don't think it was that clear. It was fun.
We start all over again, fresh.
Yeah. Thou doth protest too much. That's Shakespeare.
Can I just say one quick thing? Connie, I do actually think is a villain because before we started, when she was asking about the rules, she goes, "So you just BS?"
But you wouldn't say you just
That's
BS.
a good one.
You're a civilian. You'd say, so you just tell them you're actually a civilian.
Or I am empathic. I am extremely empathic, which is, Patty will confirm, I am so empathic that I continuously put myself in the other person's place, and that is what I was doing. I am
Yo también, yo estoy perdidísimo. Yo no sé exacto.
Do we all want to unanimously
Súper
vote?
perdido.
I sadly say vote on Chris because it's the only person I'm sure about.
I think
You guys, and you guys, yeah.
I'll hop on board with that.
Okay, 2 votes for Chris. Jesse, you're voting for yourself, Chris?
Oh.
Bien alto de odio, sí, whatever.
Who wants
Acaben
Connie
esto.
to be voted out? 1, 2,
Kristen is
3.
not
And who
voting.
wants
Chris is-
Patty to
Chris-
be voted out?
Chris can't vote twice. I think. Look at Jesse. Vote twice. That's literally. They are straight up anarchists. He is. Look
Okay,
at Jesse.
Listen.
It's the same way I play poker.
And the only one who has gotten 5 votes is Chris. So unfortunately, Chris, you are voted out. Do you want to reveal who you are to the public?
I'm a sandwich-eating villain.
Oh, so let's jump into round 2. The night creeps up again. Everyone, please close your eyes.
Are deciding who captured this. So ellos escriben quién es el que se va a
¿Quién es el
All
que?
right,
Exacto.
everyone, please
¿Quién es el
wake up.
villano?
We have an eventful day ahead of us. It is upsetting to say, but the party did in fact get sour yet again. The villains are out there, and they captured Gal. Gal has been captured by the villain.
La sacaron.
Wow.
Who must have done these horrible deeds?
Ravi looks very concerned. I was doing a breathing exercise during that time, just kind of multitasking.
I will say one thing, Ravi. I did hear that sort of static during the night. That is
You
on
felt
your
like that was my
line.
static?
Yeah, there's static on your line.
I gotta tell you,
that
that's
when my eyes were closed.
I think we can all agree that's a bit of a reach, and that.
No, I heard that little laughter, and then I heard the static. Guys.
Look, guys, I'm just an everyday art collector. I'm at this.
Now I know he's definitely.
I'm a big Bears fan.
I vote Ravi.
Ya no es por nada, podemos hablar otra cosa.
This is unbelievable. Now we know Kristen.
Me quedé pensando en lo de Shazam realmente.
Está malo.
Me quedé pensando en lo de Shazam. No sé si es que.
What was specific to me about the static?
No sé si es que lo vayan a convertir en villano.
¿A
Shazam?
No.
No.
I didn't notice that very astute.
A los que están con él, a los personajes que están
Fix
con
my static. If you look at the chat room.
¿A la familia Shazam?
Ajá.
Why don't you check the records?
¿Cómo lo podrían?
Rob, just keep on
¿Cómo podrían? Porque son.
¿Cómo va la historia actualmente del cómic? Ponlo en pausa, Javi. Yo me pongo el film para
Vamos a poner los coquis. No, bueno, se van, las cómics ahora mismo se fueron a explorar más el aspecto de magia en el mundo de Shazam, y entonces ellos se van al realm de donde viene el mago que le dio los poderes. Entonces está dividido en múltiples realms que están reinados por diferentes entes de magia. Por ejemplo, hay uno que es como de carnaval, son nenes chiquitos nada más lo que hay ahí. Hay otro que nada más viven animales y son civilizados. Hay otro que es de muertos. Entonces, todos esos realms están conectados a la magia de Shazam. Y el villano, que me imagino que es no sé si se acuerdan el final de Shazam 1, que sale como un gusanito asomado en la prisión.
Yep.
De esto, pues ese gusanito es el que quiere abrir todos los realms para él absorber los poderes, y también mezcla otras cosas que pasan y eso, y por ahí es que se va eso, porque son varios. O sea, él no es el que le dio el poder a Shazam, no es el único, son como 7 magos que pueden hacer eso, y por ahí más o menos va la historia, todavía está cogiendo.
Porque me imagino que por ahí entonces va a ir la historia de Shazam. Me imagino que eso es lo que van a hacer.
Sí.
Porque no creo que todavía vayan a conectar algo con Black Adam. Porque el poder de Black Adam es el mismo poder de Shazam. O sea que eso de Wrath of the Gods como que me sacó de la línea. Como que no sabía, no lo vi venir. Pensé que iba a ser otra cosa. Pensé que iba a ser más un link con Superman, con los superhéroes, que realmente explorar más de lo que es los poderes de él. Porque veo que van entonces a explorar los poderes de él. Es lo que van a hacer.
Sí, porque acuérdate que Shazam es un superhéroe que nunca ha podido ser desarrollado bien por su controversia legal en la vida, por el problema del nombre y quién adquirió los derechos y compartir el nombre de Captain Marvel. Nunca lo ha desarrollado y ahora es que por fin le están dando como un buen background. Entonces se están enfocando mucho en de dónde vienen sus poderes. O sea, se están yéndose por esa línea y dándole como una base buena al fin a Shazam para poder impulsarlo. Porque antes habían los volúmenes de Shazam que salían, pues tampoco eran que indagaban mucho en su pasado. Se iban mucho con el crossover y él siempre estaba como de personaje extra en el Justice League. No tenía
por eso digo yo
no era estelarizando.
Era más, o sea que lo que están haciendo es convirtiendo a Shazam en un personaje más importante en la historia para poder hacer otro tipo de películas, otro tipo de cosas con él. Y pues fíjate, hace sentido, sí, hace sentido que lo vuelvan un personaje. Lo que pasa es que tiene los poderes similares a los de Superman. La diferencia es que él es no más poderoso que Superman, pero sí le puede ganar a Superman porque Superman es weak por la magia. Sí. Tengo dudas con eso. Eso va a estar buena, hay que ver. El próximo panel que tenemos es el de Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, que es un juego nuevo que viene. Vamos a ver cómo lo van a hacer, porque realmente no han enseñado nada de eso, lo que sea un póster.
Hay rumores de que sea tipo Fortnite.
No puede ser, de verdad.
Sí, que va a ser un gas game, pero eso es básicamente como Fortnite, que pienso yo que la intención sería pues que tú puedes crear tu personaje de Suicide Squad y pues estás ahí, te tiran a un mapa a pelear. Cazar el superhéroe.
Oh, well.
Digo, ese es el rumor, ¿me entiendes?
Prefiero entonces el de Batman.
El Gotham Knights.
Eso se puede comparar.
Pero ese también es de Montreal Games, no, ese no.
No, ese no.
Ese de EA.
Este es...
¿No han anunciado casa productora o sí?
Sí, claro.
Sí,
eso es lo primero que dicen.
Sí.
Marcel, tú llegaste a ver el trailer de Gotham Knights, ¿verdad?
Sí, me pompió. Vamos a ver. Rocksteady. Coño, lo acabo de buscar.
Ya lo sí, estaba pensando en otra, porque son reconocidos, ¿viste? Rocksteady hace juegos buenos, pero...
Sí, pero si tiran algo así, como que...
Es diferente.
Sí. Es una manera bonita de decirlo que es diferente.
Sí, para no asustarnos.
Bueno, beneficio de la duda hasta que podamos verlo.
Van a enseñar todo, o sea, va a ser un full reveal ahora. Vamos a ver de qué se trata.
¿Cuánto es el panel? ¿Media hora?
3 horas.
Bueno,
3 horas parece que está durando este juego.
Sí, está bueno.
Mira Chris.
Dura una hora.
El de Batman es a las 8:30.
Creo que es 20 minutos el de Suicide Squad y 30 minutos el de Batman, algo así.
Sí, algo así.
Entonces el juego sería announcement, posiblemente gameplay. Y fecha de salida.
Y lo mismo que lo del otro fue announcement, gameplay y fecha de salida.
Oye, pregunta, no sé si ustedes hablaron de esto, ¿qué creen de Kristen Wiig haciendo de villana en esta película?
Pues, exagerado.
¿Están pompeados?
Sí, yo estoy pompeado. Me encantó ver la fullita.
Sí.
Se ve espectacular y las escenas de pelea parece que están buenas.
Vi un par de escenas y se ve buena. Pero estaba curioso porque Kristen Wiig siempre está haciendo películas cómicas y siempre ese Nelson.
Y ese es mi conflicto. Como que no la veo a ella todavía de villana. No sé.
Hay que ver cómo la ponen porque realmente veo que sí que eran como que Partners. Acuérdate que también Cheetah es un personaje que era una doctora, si no me equivoco, un explorer. Creo que
una doctora.
Es doctora, ¿verdad?
Hey.
Pero él hacía lo mismo que Diana Prince hace en las películas de ahora, que es curar las imágenes y las cosas viejas y ponerlas en museo. Pero parece que ella es como su némesis en eso. Y a la vez se vuelve su némesis convirtiéndose en Cheetah.
Sí, porque han cambiado la historia varias veces, pero ellas tienen como una amistad, pero cuando ella encuentra el curse ese de Cheetah, pues su mente se va manipulando de cierta manera que se vuelve una villana.
Sí.
Bueno, en todo caso se corrompe.
Exacto, esa era
Exacto,
creo que mejor descripción. Ella se corrompe, pero no tiene control sobre eso, y por eso Wonder Woman, aunque la pelea y es su archienemiga, siempre está buscando cómo ayudarla en vez de detenerla.
De hecho,
por eso fue cuando vieron la escena y ella le dice, bueno, si vieron el tease ese.
Sí.
Pero zumbaba, sí.
No,
ella lo que le dijo es
por eso la trata de Bárbara, no la trata de que...
Sí, ajá, no le dice Cheetah, siempre le llama de Bárbara, es verdad. Y le dice, Bárbara, ¿qué has hecho? Y eso.
Sí. De hecho, hay un par de veces que ellas se han ayudado. Ellas dos se han dado la mano. Pero, pues...
Pero ella siendo
de
Cheetah.
Oh,
really? Awesome.
Y creo que hay una cómic que salió, déjame ver si fue en Rebirth o fue en... No me acuerdo cuál fue, creo que fue en Rebirth, porque fue cuando ella estaba explorando su parte amazónica, que está buscando cómo regresar a
sí, eso fue Rebirth.
Fue Rebirth, ¿verdad?
Fue Rebirth por Greg
ella
Rucka.
se encuentra, exacto, que ella se encuentra con Cheetah en un bosque, porque ella está buscando como una cueva que le da para llegar a Themyscira, y ella es quien la lleva, como quien dice, a la cueva, y hacen un par de cosas, están un tiempo juntas. Han tenido su espacio de continuar la amistad, pero la riña y la pelea siempre ha estado. Cheetah yo creo que es uno de los personajes que más ha peleado con Wonder Woman, por así decirlo, porque yo creo que otros personajes ella tiene villanos.
Max Lord, que sale ahí, desde la que sale Doctor Poison, creo que se llama, que es la que salió en la primer season. Hades, siempre Ares, el dios de la queja, que fue el villano de la primera también. Ese es otro que ella siempre está peleando.
Ese es el más que lo que es Ares y Cheetah son los villanos conocidos, que más se enfocan en las cómics. Algunos.
Yo lo dije ahorita y lo repito ahora, yo vería a Giganta peleando a ella.
Giganta es otra que predominó, pero lo que pasa es que era como para los tiempos que eran más inocentes de Super Friends y eso, pues la utilizaban más. Ahora es como más difícil adaptarla porque las cómics hoy día es como más para adultos.
Sí.
Sí, ya nadie se agaja de la mano y canta.
¿Sale todavía en las cómics? No me he puesto el día a leerla.
Salió en Doomsday Clock.
Ah, bueno. Está bien. No es verdad.
Pero la usa para cositas sencillas.
Oh, cierto es. Doomsday Clock. Ella salió.
Las tengo ahí las 12. Tengo que leerlas.
¿Has leído eso?
De la 1 a la 5.
Esa última cómic está tan espectacular.
Sí, que Death Metal son los que conectaron todas esas historias de Doomsday Clock, Rebirth, Flashpoint. Todo eso lo conectaron en Death Metal ahora que está cogiendo.
Tengo ahí las de Death Metal también.
Este revolú todo este trayecto que comenzó desde Rebirth, ¿Death Metal va a ser el que lo va a finalizar o todavía hay un proyecto adicional que conecte todo por completo?
No, ese es el proyecto. Death Metal está conectando todo desde Crisis on Infinite Earths. Creo que están ellos conectando todos los Crisis. Están dándole sentido a todo el historial de DC Comics para impulsar otras historias, pero no han dicho qué es lo que viene después. Están como bien callados. Yo pensaba que hoy iban a decir algo, pero no, aparentemente no.
Sí, nos dejaron con la duda.
Acuérdate que ellos tuvieron hace poco una serie de despidos
Sí.
La compañía está
A la reestructuración.
se está reestructurando completa. Desde DC, incluyendo hasta la gente que está en HBO Max, todo eso. Acuérdate que Warner y HBO se unieron y están haciendo
con AT&T.
Están haciendo su reguero ahí. Sí. Es interesante esto. Está interesante.
Sí.
¿Cómo va a seguir la cosa?
Sí, los coquis allá atrás tienen una discusión bien seria.
No, lo que pasa bien que los coquis, cada vez que se va el negro a la pantalla, ellos seleccionan quién es el que se va a eliminar después.
Exacto.
Para eliminarlos más rápido.
Que los eliminen todos de un tiro ya, fíjate eso. Ni los mismos actores quieren estar ahí, míralo.
Sí, están con cara de que
especialmente Chris, mira la cara
que empezó.
Yo creo que Pedro Pascal era el único que estaba pompeado y lo quitaron al principio.
La pata. Bueno, quedan tres.
Mira, estamos testando. Mira. Está como que aburrido está esto. Ya, apestado. Pero quedan tres todavía, me cachín.
Sí, por eso yo estaba preguntando si nosotros podemos participar, escribir un nombre o algo.
Está como lentita la cosa ahí.
Están malgastando tiempo. ¿A qué hora es el próximo panel?
Ya mismo, 2 o 3 minutos. Ya esto se supone que se acabe ahora. Pero que baje un de revoluciones para todo lo que enseñaron ahora. Pusieron esto.
Enseñaron
para después traer el juego Suicide Squad y
a menos que este sea el water break.
Acuérdate que todo está pregrabado, no hay water break. El water break sería de nosotros, que llevamos desde la 1 de la tarde conectados.
Por eso, el water break de nosotros que se llevó para el de snack, ir al baño rápido.
Por eso me fui casi ahora.
Estirarse.
Water break.
Ay.
Tú sabes que mucha gente estaba refiriéndose a la canción.
Se acabó.
Oh.
Ya se acabó. Gracias, Marcel, gracias.
Oye, estoy pendiente ahí. Estoy pendiente, había hablado bien y yo sí.
Estaba loco porque se acabara ahora.
Falta poco que se quita la camiseta.
Ay, Marcel.
I think we should share the killer news with you. And who's going to do it?
Okay.
The one and only Will I Need.
Ow! Son of a bitch, that hurt. Golly. DC, you have the cheapest teleporters. That hurt. All right, Fandomers. I think I know why I'm here. Check this out.
Wow.
Tirado el trailer adelante.
Dímelo.
Vamos a ver qué es la que.
A ver si despertamos después de ese panel anterior. Ese es Brainiac, ¿no? Sí.
I've got eyes on the target. Air support is getting cut to pieces. Where the hell are you? I'm going in. We lost the target. Repeat. Task Force X has lost the target. Damn it. Argus 3 is taking heavy fire. Get to Park Ridge ASAP. Don't worry, boss. We got you.
Bien.
Hey, Boomer! Lay down suppressant fire!
Keep it down, Hal. The ears are still ringing after that last Barney.
What is that? Australian for hangover?
I believe I can translate. Boomerang has a concussion from the enemy you missed in our last encounter.
Guess those teeth are sharper than your eyes, Shark Man.
Nice.
I
Never miss.
Never miss. Yeah, we bloody know. You never shut up about it.
Task Force X. Alpha target is in the open. Get your asses to the Metropolis Grand Hotel and engage. Before I have another reason to blow those bombs in your heads.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm in trouble national underground. Stop the ground. Like a million elephants, the silver back around. Can't stop a train. Who wants to don't come home prepared. I'll be there, but when I leave there, you get up so lame. When the man comes up, it ain't no rain. So now we sit in a drop top so cool. In the suit, try not to sweat. Hit some of us without the net.
Smooth.
Well, that should knock a few years off the old sentence.
That's reminding me of something. Oh yeah! Waller's stupid alpha target. Who we supposed to be killing again?
Okay.
Whoa. Look, it's Superman. The mighty Superman has just rescued that pilot.
What a show off. Beat it, Spandex! We're on a top secret assassination mission here.
No.
Uh-oh.
Ya lo Juan, parece que tú tienes razón.
So, figure out who we're killing yet?
Ya lo falta.
¡Wow!
2 añitos.
2022. Todavía está pie sexto y es 5 y Xbox Series 6.
Wow. Okay. Very dangerous. Yeah, that's more dangerous than they said it would be.
Confundido.
Come on, get me out of here, please. Hello.
Oh, I got someone!
Okay. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Harley freaking Quinn, fartface. Who are you?
Wow.
Hey, Jax, come here.
Hey, who is it? A new lawyer? You gotta help us, mate.
No. I'm sorry. No, I'm not a lawyer. Although I probably played one once. But no. I'm Will Arnett.
Will Arnett? I'm your biggest fan. BoJack was the only thing that kept me going in Bel Red. Every night. Starved. Tortured. Experiment.
Wait. An actor? Great. Hang up, Quinn.
No. Wait. Hang on. Don't hang up. Look, what? Maybe I can help. What seems to be the problem?
It's Waller. She wants us to kill the bloody Justice League. We're way out of our depth here. We need to get out of this insane mission.
Speak for yourself. I can see the headlines now. Harley Quinn finally kills the bat.
Okay. Well, there you go. That is the can-do attitude that I'd expect from a group called the Suicide Squad.
That moniker does not bode well for our chance of success.
All right. Well, I tell you what. Why don't you just give me the rundown? Who are you guys? What kind of powers you got? I mean, what are we working with here?
Captain.
Sure thing, William. The name's Harley Quinn, and you could say I'm the leader of our little task force. I like baseball bats, explosives, dead superheroes, things that go kablooey, and the Great British Bake Off.
I'm Deadshot, team leader, world's deadliest assassin and most dangerous marksman alive.
And I'm...
You may call me King Shark. I am a demigod, the rightful ruler of the seas, and therefore, the true team leader.
And last but not least, the one, the only Captain Boomerang. I'm what But don't try calling me the leader of this sorry lot. No, thank you. Leaders are the first to get their heads blown off.
Okay, so what? And forgive me, you throw boomerangs?
Exactly. Don't know why it took everyone else so long to get it.
Aw, sweetie, we just didn't care.
Okay, well, I mean, does anyone have laser vision or like a kryptonite-powered suit or?
Well, you might have us confused with Lex Luthor.
Well, there's gotta be a way. I mean, the world is depending on you guys, right? When I look at you, I don't see a drunk or a killer or an evil clown lady or a giant monster.
Hey, who are you calling a giant monster?
No. You see, what I see heroes.
You must not have heard of us. We ain't your heroes.
Okay, fine. Criminals ready to pay back society and earn themselves a full pardon.
Full pardon?
That ain't bad.
Well, do we get to kill them all? Even Flash?
Yes, the mission is literally called Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That is kind of the whole point.
Ooh, do I get to, like, devour them and gain their powers?
I don't know, is that a thing? I mean, I can't see why not.
All right, screw it. If we're gonna die on a mission, might as well do it paying back those self-righteous pricks.
Then it is decided. Let us do it for acclaimed actor Will Arnett.
Yes, thank you. I do what I can with my looks and my steely soft voice and of course my looks. I don't know if I mentioned that. Nothing? Okay. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Have fun with your mission.
Take care, Will.
Huge fan, like literally the biggest one.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Yeah. I have a feeling that things are about to get really messy. Would you please get me the hell out of here?
We're not doing this, right? Not a chance.
That still stings. I mean, it beats the subway, but... Whew. Oh. Hey, you must be Sefton.
I am indeed. Hi, Will.
Hey, man. Sefton Hill from Rocksteady Studios, y'all. Sefton, how'd you get here? Did DC also teleport you into the cyberspace?
No, they just sent me this green screen for my house.
Is that got a green screen? Good. That's neat. Lucky for you. DC actually teleported me into the Fandome, which really hurts, but good. Green screen. You're lucky. Cool. Good for you. Okay, well, I guess, look, the cat is finally out of the bag here. This is Rocksteady's new game, and there is a lot of anticipation behind it, right? And the Arkham games are extremely popular, and buzz has been building behind this new game. So, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm really excited and proud to be able to reveal Rocksteady's Suicide Squad. You know, it's a unique new franchise for gaming, and we've been able to put our own spin on it and create something really special that I think gamers are going to love and enjoy. Obviously, it's brought to you by the team that created Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight. And in fact, this is a continuation of the Arkhamverse, so a lot of the through threads and the storylines you're going to see come to fruition in this game. So we've been able to combine all of that core DNA with some really great, unique innovations and create what we think is going to be a totally original gameplay experience.
Okay, well, that's awesome. But let me just ask you this. Why this game? Why Suicide Squad?
Well, when we're starting any game, Rocksteady games are all about a character-driven game. You know, it's all about that kind of heart and soul of the characters that we want to bring to life. So we worked with DC, we looked at, you know, all the different properties, all the different great characters that they have. And Suicide Squad really spoke to us because of how fascinating these flawed characters are and the fact that it's fusing all of these characters together. When you're creating a game, you're creating a universe and you want to build it with real heart and soul inside it. And that's what really inspired us to make the Suicide Squad game because, you know, DC have this fantastic roster of villains, and being able to actually play these villains and see the interaction and life between them is something that got us really energized and excited.
I guess for me, my biggest question, and really probably everybody's biggest question that they want to know is, and no offense, but what is wrong with you? man. Why are you making a game about a group of bad guys taking on some of the most beloved heroes of all time?
Well, I think for us, we always want to put our characters in interesting and exciting and dynamic situations, and it felt like the Suicide Squad naturally really lends itself to that. You know, even just starting with their boss, Amanda Waller, you know, she's part protagonist but also part antagonist. You know, she's stuck these nanite bombs in their heads and she's forcing them to do this impossible mission, this mission to take on and kill the Justice League. And I think that's where you always find, I think, the magic is when you can put characters in these situations that are absolutely impossible. And then to a certain extent, these things kind of write themselves, because once you've got that premise, you just let that live and breathe and you think, right, well, how the hell can the Suicide Squad kill the Justice League? How can that even happen? And really, that's the genesis of the game. And then it's down to us to take the player on this journey and tell this story of how that could even be possible.
Hearing that, let's get into it. Let's get into the nitty-gritty, the stuff that the hardcore gamers like me want to know. Exactly what kind of game is this? What am I doing in this game?
So the game is a hybrid of Rocksteady's experience in bringing characters like Batman to life, that superhero empowerment, combined with really powerful, awesome gunplay. So the superhero empowerment, I guess supervillain empowerment here, is looking at each one of the individual squad members and looking at what's unique about them and transferring this into this really powerful gameplay and using, again, those skills and techniques that we've learned over the years, but actually adding more richness and depth to each of them. So each one of them has a richer move set, more things you can do, and more skill required to master them than you even had with Batman. So to do that across the spectrum of Suicide Squad members has been something that's been really enjoyable, and I'm really proud of what the team have achieved there. And then you can combine that with the gunplay, you know, the awesome weapons you're developing over the course of the game, combined with the melee weapons that you have, like Deadshot's wrist cannons, Harley's baseball bat, Shark-wielding twin cleavers, and special enhanced traversal moves you can use, like Deadshot doing a fuel dump and setting enemies on fire. You know, so it's really about creating a whole spectrum of possibilities for the player to use and just letting them loose and enjoying them as much as they can.
Wow, that sounds awesome. Let's take a couple questions now. We've got a question from Altair from the UK.
No me ha dicho nada todavía.
What has been the most exciting part about working on this new game?
Well, I think one thing we were really excited about was to bring Metropolis to life. So Metropolis itself is really the fifth character in the game, and it's something we've treated the same with Gotham, Arkham City, Arkham Knight, giving this city life beyond just kind of bricks and mortar and making it something that really speaks to the player and being able to realize it to a level of detail that's never been done before in any medium. So we created this open world over which the game takes place, and I think it's really a love letter from us to DC fans. I think they're going to love it and really enjoy it, and it's something that I'm really proud of. Team have done a phenomenal job with that.
We have another question here, also from the UK.
Parece que similar al de
You're
Avengers.
from the UK, and both questions are from the UK, so somebody do the math. But Ellis from the UK wants to know, with the Suicide Squad game that's coming up, will we be playing as every character from the squad or just one? And if it is just one, which character is it going to be? Because want some help killing Superman.
Well, the game itself, the structure of the game is it's a 1 to 4 player co-op game. So if you want to play single player, you can totally play single player. I mean, our mantra has been that you play this game how you want to play it. So if you play single player, you'll still have a full squad with you. You'll have 2 players, 2, 3, 4 will be filled by bots who will fight along with you and really join in the fun and obviously give you that squad experience. But if you want to play multiplayer with your friends, that's still absolutely great. They can join in and take the role of the other squad members. And the great thing is that that's a dynamic experience. So you can play some of the story single player, some multiplayer. The whole game is accessible, single player, multiplayer, in and out of those 2 modes, however you want to do it. So it's really something that we just want to give up to the fans and let them choose. And of course, if you're playing single player, the other cool thing is you can even switch between the characters. You're never locked to any particular character for any particular section of the game. So you want to play as Deadshot, jetpacking around, sniping enemies, you can do that. And then boom, just instantly switch to playing as Harley, swinging around and flying into enemies with a baseball bat around the head. So there's so much freedom in the way you play the game because we really wanted to get across that feeling of being a whole squad and not just one person going on this mission.
Lastly, I'd like to know, if it's okay with you, if can I be in the new game? I'm not saying Task Force X, I'm just saying maybe just like a random handsome guy who's, you know, hanging out in Metropolis, just being handsome and dodging chunks of debris.
I think we can maybe make something work, Will.
Great. Well, then it's settled. That's awesome. That's the contract. Thank you for joining us, Sefton. It's the game looks absolutely spectacular.
No estoy
and it will be
convencido.
made even better by the appearance of me as an NPC.
Sure thing, Will.
Hay que ver, porque todavía es para 2022, pero se me parece que es bien similar al de Gotham Knights.
I've made a huge mistake.
Are you kidding me? That game looks insane. Talk
Ustedes
about
piensan.
turning the tables.
Se ve lindo.
I
Se
am
tiene una
right
manera-
there with this game. It looks so awesome. In fact,
Hasta
you
que
know,
no vea
I
el
officially
gameplay.
challenge you
Exacto.
to a game. I mean,
Estoy
we've
con
been hanging
Marcel.
out with the fans all day.
Pero
but we also have
Rocksteady le
fan
mete.
questions.
Sí,
I
sí,
have
son buenos
so
juegos.
many questions,
La
Sam, but
cuestión
I'm
es
actually
que
going to hold them for
esto es
Matt Reeves,
2022,
who's
hay
going to be
que
joining
esperar al
us here
gameplay.
very soon.
Okay, great. I tell you
Sí.
what,
Que
why
se-
don't we go
que
and
se
talk
ve
to
confiado
James
todo,
Gunn and
pues
see
se
what
ve
he has to
confiado.
say when I asked him
Se ve
my question,
espectacular,
which was,
se ve lindo.
if you
Y es en
could be a
Metrópolis,
Suicide
que es
Squad
open
member,
world.
which member you
Lo que nos
identify
dieron
with the
fue un
most, who would it be
concepto
and
nada
why?
más del juego.
Sí.
Probably
Eso
identify
sí.
with Polka Dot Man
Sí.
because he
Y
is
no sé, no estoy
completely
completamente
an
convencido hasta que vea
outsider
gameplay
who's a
también.
mess, who doesn't know what's going
Y me
on.
intriga,
eso,
me
no.
intriga
I-
el aspecto que él
I
dijo
wish that I could
que esto
be,
es dentro del universo de Arkham, de los juegos
Sí.
Arkham.
I guess
So,
I
tengo
wish I could be
curiosidad
Ratcatcher
cómo va a
too,
ser
because I
Ty
think
a
she's the
Arkham.
only character that has any sense of herself and any
Hay que ver.
grounding in sort of
Pero hay que
a
esperar el
human sort of
gameplay,
way.
como
So I
ustedes
really
dicen.
like
El
Ratcatcher
2020,
too, if there's one
para
I
el
want
año
to
que
be.
viene, no van a enseñar nada. So.
Para
Okay, that's
DC
it for
Fandom
me.
del año que
Let's
viene.
head on over to Aisha to end the show. Bye.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was killer.
Bueno, vamos al main
Guys,
event.
there is no place that I would rather be than right
Ahora me
here
voy a
with
dar
you
hambre.
right now in this hallowed place where we all get to come
Aguántame.
together to celebrate us, the fans, and all things DC. And I've got to pinch myself right now to make sure I'm not dreaming because we have the man who is starring in the next feature film incarnation of
ahí
one of
está.
DC's most popular characters of all time.
Vamos con The
We're talking more than
Batman.
80 years here,
Cedric
guys.
Diggory.
So ready your bodies
Exacto.
because here is the Batman, Robert Pattinson.
No hablemos de
Vamos
su
allá.
papel de vampiro, por favor.
No, por
Pues,
favor,
tengo que decir
gracias.
algo.
¿De
Ese
vampiro
dibujo
qué
de
pasó?
Jin Lee, ese dibujo de Jin Lee está bien exagerado.
Está exageradísimo.
Concept art.
Oh my
Déjame escuchar la
God.
musiquita.
As many of you probably already know, we were in the beginning stages of production when COVID hit, so now I'm very anxious to get back to work and continue to form this beloved character. I've always been a massive fan. I'm not really allowed to share anything, so I'm going to hand it over to the great Matt Reeves, who's somewhere around here, and he can determine what can and can't be talked about. But I do know that if you stick around till the end, there's a cool surprise, so I hope you enjoy.
Ya, qué motivado.
Súper motivado.
Matt, I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So, as Robert said, it's super early to tell us much about the movie, but I think what's exciting about where we are with DC and with this franchise specifically is that there's been a multiverse of Batman, right? And now you're taking over this particular iteration of Batman. What made you want to tell a Batman story? I mean, this is a heavy lift. What was it that drew you to this character in this world?
Look, I love Batman, and I've loved Batman since I was a kid. And I never even imagined, when I began making movies, that I would do genre movies because I just loved certain kinds of movies that were very character based. And it's really interesting that as I got deeper into genre, I realized that that was a way to do very emotional stories, but under the guise of these sort of great mythic tales. And in particular, what excited me and the thing I related to in the Batman story was that he isn't a superhero in the traditional sense. He might have a cape, but he can't fly. He's like you and me, but if he has a superpower, it's the ability to endure. And not only the ability, but the kind of compulsion. And so that idea of being that driven by your past and by the things that you can't quite resolve in yourself, like he's a very alive character. And to me, to tell a version of Batman where, again, it wasn't about how he became Batman, but it's about the early days of how he is Batman, and he is so far from being perfect, and watch us sort of see him becoming what we all know about him and see it in new ways. I felt like that was a way to do something that hadn't been done, and that was really what I was excited to be able to do in this iteration.
you have said that all of us imagine ourselves or have imagined ourselves to be Batman. And I know that's why I love those stories from the time I was a kid, because he didn't come from another planet, right? He doesn't have magical powers. He's just a guy that wants to do good.
And that's the thing. The other question is, what is good? One of the things that I think is interesting is learning how to be Batman. You know, the whole idea, this is all an experiment in the movie. The idea is that we're in year 2. It's the Gotham experiment. It's a criminological experiment. He's trying to figure out sort of what he can do that can finally change this place. And in our story, as he's in that mode, that's where you meet him and you see that he is charting what he's doing, and he's seeing that he's not having any of the effect that he wants to have yet. And that is when the murders start to happen, and then the murders begin to describe sort of the history of Gotham in a way that only reinforces what he knows about Gotham, but it opens up a whole new world of corruption that went much farther. But as that story starts to come out, without being an origin tale for him, it ends up being something that touches on his origins. So you start to see that as it starts to describe this epic history of corruption in Gotham, that you start to understand, well, where did my family sit in that? And that sense, I think all of that is a way to take a story that is a detective story, a very point of view story, a mystery. It's got, of course, you know, action, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of it, it also is incredibly personal for him, even though it is the story in which he's trying to understand and unravel this mystery.
It's so layered. I'm really
idea de combinar.
Speaking of what we know about Gotham,
Me gusta el concepto que él está trayendo.
Some of the characters in this story, and the casting is just extraordinary.
They're amazing. I mean, you know, we have, you know, Paul Dano plays a version of the Riddler that no one has ever seen before, and it's really exciting. He's such an incredibly creative actor, and so what he is doing, I think, is going to blow people's minds.
Sí, lo habían confirmado. Eso fue hace tiempito ya.
You know, her iteration of Selina Kyle. Like, to me, that's incredibly exciting. You have an iteration that you've never seen of what she's doing, but it touches on all these kind of iconic sort of things that people know from the comics. So it's always about trying to square what you sort of know with what also is new. And that is really part of, I think, the exciting sort of process of making a Batman movie, which is to find a way to make it your own and to find a way for the actors to make it their own, and yet still connect to all of these things that people also go, oh, that's my Selina. I know who that is. And I guess the one thing about the Rogues Gallery is that it actually, in a weird way, is the origins of a lot of our Rogues Gallery characters. So, like, Selina isn't Catwoman yet. That's actually part of the journey. Oz is not yet the Kingpin that he's going to become. He's the Penguin, in fact, doesn't like being called the Penguin. And the Riddler is just emerging for the first time. So that's all incredibly exciting. And then we have, like, you know, to have Andy Serkis, who is, you know, I work with on the Apes movies. He's one of the most beautiful actors. And he is playing an iteration of Alfred that I feel like people have never seen before, which is really exciting to share with people. And then we have an incredible, for me, like, I just think that Jeffrey Wright is just one of the great actors, and to be able to work with him in a totally new iteration of Gordon. And then we have, you know, the amazing John Turturro, who's going to be a Carmine Falcone, who, again, I think in this iteration, you've never seen that version before. And how all these characters connect, I think, for me, was one of the challenges but also exciting things about the creation of the story, which is that in going on this sort of desire to solve, or the urge and the compulsion to solve this series of crimes, you touch on all of these iterations of the beginnings of these characters, so that the whole movie is like, it's like a snowball rolling. You can just feel the momentum building and building, and that's the attempt.
It's exciting to be able to talk to you in the middle of making this, you know, this incredibly rich undertaking. And you're an incredibly busy man, not just this film. It's just announced that you're going to be working on the Gotham PD series you're developing with writer Terrence Winter.
How are these two
projects going to dovetail? How are the series and the film's worlds going to overlap or connect?
Yeah, totally. I mean, for me, the idea of this story was a story in which Gotham, which has this sort of depth of corruption, and then the idea that we could actually do a series that is going deeper into an aspect of it, which in this case is the corrupt police department, the corrupt inner workings of the city. And the way we're going to do the series, which is, I mean, I'm incredible. I mean, Terrence Winter is just like an incredible writer. So the idea that we got him to do this, I mean, just is literally a dream. And the idea is we go back to year 1, And year one is the beginning of the emergence. It's the first appearance of this masked vigilante that starts to unsettle the city. And you start to see the story through the point of view of these corrupt cops, and one in particular. And the story is actually a battle for his soul. And he's a cop over generations. And the history of corruption in Gotham is enormous and goes back many years. And the story is like, as you realize that there's this myth building in the background, you're actually in a new place where you've never seen these characters before, some of which we'll touch on that you may have seen from the comics, but others totally new. Then you can go down an avenue and go into detail that you couldn't do in a movie, and to go into these sort of rich places and meet entirely new characters that Terrence is going to create. I'm incredibly excited about it.
That's awesome. I mean, like I said, it just dimensionalizes that multiverse that much more and adds that much more depth to it. Now, as you know, Matt, here in the DC Fandome, it's not just a celebration of all the superheroes and the villains that we love, but most importantly, it's a celebration of the fans. So we have some questions for you straight from the fanverse, okay?
Okay, cool.
Here we go. All right, this question comes from Arvin in the UAE, and he asks, when it comes to costume design and the collaboration processes behind it, to what extent were stars able to implement their own influence within the design?
That's a good question. You know, actually quite a bit. I mean, we have, of course, an incredible costume designer, Jacqueline Duran, and the bat suit was designed by Glyn Dillon, and they're geniuses. I mean, it's great to work with them, but one of the things that's really important is being able to work with the actors. Like Rob had a very important part in designing the suit in that he had to be able to wear it, he had to be able to fight in it. And one of the things about this bat suit is that it's very practical. The whole idea is that he's made it himself. And so we needed to be able to sort of see how it would fit on him in these ways that he could move, but also looked like it was something that was still evolving. And even the idea of the story, he's in year 2, so he's been wearing it. So like, he goes every night looking for trouble. So you look at his cowl, and you can actually see there are gashes in it. And all of that detail was an incredibly exciting sort of dialogue between me and the costume designers, and then having Rob involved. And so, yeah, I mean, the actors have a lot to do, because you always do a dialogue with everyone so that we can arrive at the thing that feels the most grounded, the most honest, and the most character-based.
I'm just hoping everybody got pockets.
You know what? I will tell you this. One of the big things that Rob actually talked to Christian Bale, and Christian Bale was like, just make sure you're going to be able to relieve yourself. So all of that sort of was actually part of what was important to him too. It's like, okay, he needs to be able to put it on. He also needs to be able to live as a human being.
Okay, here's a video question from Pedro in Brazil.
Hi, I'm Pedro from Brazil, and I believe that one of the most important things about the whole Batman mythology is not just the characters such as Batman or the Joker. It's Gotham City itself. So I wanted to ask you, what should we fans expect to see from Gotham City in this film? Thank you.
You're absolutely right. Like, it's just as important as any of the Rogues Gallery. It's sort of like the nature of what this place is and the history of it is critically important to our story. And one of the things that I really wanted to do, because it is the center of this story, especially the history of corruption in the city, was I wanted to present it in a way that was really fleshed out. I wanted it to feel like an American city you'd never been to. I mean, other iterations have, you know, obviously the Burton one had very, very theatrical, beautiful, beautiful sets. And Nolan had the version that he created in Batman Begins, and that was a particular thing. And then parts of Chicago and parts of Pittsburgh. And what we're trying to do is create a version of it that you haven't seen before. So some of the locations that we've chosen, the idea is to take, let's say there's like we have like a Gotham Square. So that's like Times Square, right? Now, if we shot it in Times Square, then you'd be like, oh, I guess Gotham is New York. But in our case, it's actually going to be Liverpool. And the idea is to go to Liverpool where there's all the sort of the foundation of the Gothic architecture, and then add all of the more modern structures through CG, but in a way that you're going to, when you see the movie, now that I've blown it, of course I've told you what it is, but you'll be like, hey, where's that city? Where did they shoot it? So the aspect of Gotham and realizing it has been, for me, one of the great pleasures in getting to mount the movie.
That's amazing. Evla from Germany says, it's already known that the movie is going to explore Bruce's second year as Batman. How do the citizens of Gotham perceive the vigilante?
Oh, that's a good question. Because it's still early and because he is a vigilante, which means he takes the law into his own hands. I mean, if you were in a city and there was a guy who dressed up as a bat and showed up out of the shadows and sometimes confronted those people and beat them up because he felt what they were doing was wrong, so that he could sort of put the fear of God in them about the crimes that they're committing, I think we would wonder, well, gee, that guy sounds a little dangerous. He's not yet the vision of the character that he becomes, where he becomes a symbol of hope for the city. He's earlier in the trajectory, and so they're afraid of him, frankly. He's kind of a growing legend. I think there are some people who are wondering, does he exist? How exactly does he exist? And that legend is building day by day and has been since he made his first appearance about 1.5 years ago as we were in year 2. So yeah, the public is afraid of him. I mean, that's one of the things I think that he will confront in the course of the story, and that Rob has to sort of deal with in playing the character, which is the idea of how he's perceived.
And speaking of Rob, Aditya in Indonesia has a video question.
What was the best part of Robert Pattinson that he was chosen as the new Batman?
I mean, the thing about Robert Pattinson is he's an incredible actor. I feel like the work that he's done in the last, I don't know, 6 years has been incredible. Like a friend of mine made a movie called Lost City of Z, and Rob appeared in that movie, and I was like, who is that guy? He had just such charisma, and Rob in the movie has this incredible beard, and you're like, who is that? And it's Rob, and Rob in The Rover, and Rob in Good Time. He is like a chameleon, and he's just such a gifted actor, and he's been working on his craft in this really incredible way, and he also happens to be a tremendous, passionate sort of fan of Batman the way that I am, and so it was an incredible thing to be able to connect with him and to share our excitement about the character and to work with him. I mean, you know, he looks like Batman, but more than anything, he has the soul of someone, I think, that can play a Batman like you've never seen before.
Andy from Australia asks, how long did it take to build the Batsuit, Batmobile, and Batbike? And did you have to build a set to create the Batcave?
You know, it's funny. It's like stepping into your childhood in a certain way, because, you know, obviously the first thing you have to do is you have to craft a story that you think is worthy of the character. But then once you've done that and it becomes like, oh yeah, we're making this movie, one of the things you have to do is you have to design a Batsuit. You have to design a Batmobile. You have to have a Batcave. You have to have Batbikes, all of the things that he's going to have. And so, you know, for me, that's been one of the exciting things. And that happened even before we were quite done with the last iteration of the script. You know, we'd already gone through passes, and it was quite clear what the vision of the world was being. While I'm writing, I actually already have a production designer on, and so he would be sending, as I'm writing scenes, I might send stuff to James, and he's like, oh, well, what about this for a Batcave? And so, yes, we had to build a set for it. But I think it's an incredibly original and different set. I think it's going to be really fun for the audience to discover what version of exactly this Batcave is going to be. The Batmobile and the Batsuit, they took a long time. You know, I mean, Glenn came on quite early, and we worked in the designing of it, again, as I was writing, and the idea of him being able to fight in it. And so they started illustrating, and I'd say we spent easily a year to do the Batsuit and then to get into the Batmobile. And that, of course, that part's a dream. I mean, you know, the idea of getting to do your own version of the Batmobile is like, you're just kind of like, what? That's the incredible candy, right? Like the telling of a story is the hard work and trying to make sure that you're doing the right thing. And then when you get to dive into the idea of this car that again feels connected
Pero
to
está
this
interesante lo que
version
está
of the
hablando.
character,
No,
Estoy
sí,
juqueado
eso es
aquí.
lo brutal, que está todo el mundo juqueado con él. Es que está interesante lo que él dice, como él está contando la historia, crea esa tensión que hace falta.
So much fun. Alejo from Argentina asks, what will be the main difference between this Batman and the other incarnations from previous films?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think, you know, as we said, it's not an origin tale, and you're meeting him in the early days. And for me, what's really important about this iteration is that, you know, a lot of the other stories are very much about how he had to master his fear and master himself in order to become Batman, and that in that Batman state, he's sort of in his best self. And I think for me, what was exciting was not doing that, not doing the origin,
Eso
not
fue algo que
doing what
ayudó
we'd
en la
seen
Batman
done
del
so beautifully in other
89 de
movies,
Tim Burton,
but instead
que
to
no fue un
meet him
origin
in the
story.
middle of this chronological experiment, to see him in the becoming of Batman, and to see him make mistakes as Batman, and to see
Pero
him
curiosamente,
grow and
Batman
fail
Begins
and be
funcionó
heroic, do
porque
all
sí
of the
te
things
dieron
that we associate
una
with
cierta
Batman, but in a
perspectiva
way
de eso.
that
Se
felt
enfocaron
very
en eso,
human
en
and
esa
very
película y ya.
flawed.
Pero
The
dieron una
biggest
perspectiva
fantasy,
que
of course, as a
muchas
kid would have
películas
been
de
to be
Batman no dan.
Batman, and so
De
the
cómo él hizo
idea
los
of putting
gadgets,
the
cómo él
audience
consiguió
in
la
the
cueva,
shoes of
cómo él
that
consiguió
character and make
cómo
the
hizo
audience
todo.
feel the way that he feels.
Usualmente brincan
I
de
think
cuando se
that,
va a
to
Gotham a
me,
cuando ya es
I
Batman.
hope is what's different about what we're
O sea
doing,
que
is
lo
to
que
try and do
pasó
it in
con Dark
exactly
Knight,
that
con
sort of manner. And then, of
la
course,
trilogía
the
de
things
Nolan,
that are from
es
the
que él lo
earlier
hizo en
history
tres
of the
actos.
comics,
Exacto.
like him
Begins,
being the world's
Night
greatest detective and
y
how he
Rise.
got there. you know, those things have been touched on, but I don't know that they've been as central to the
Pero
plot
esa es la idea
as they are
aquí,
in this
right? Es
particular
una
Batman. So
trilogía, por
there's
lo
a
que
lot of things I hope that will be
escuchado.
totally different.
Pero él la está atacando
Cliff from
diferente, él no se está
Australia
enfocando en el
asks,
origen
"What's
ni nada de
one
eso.
Está
Ya está
enfocándose en
más
otro
allá.
punto
fans
de
might be
vista.
surprised to see has inspired the Batman?"
You know, for me, because I wanted to get into the mindset of the character and I wanted to think of the psychology, for me, I think one of the cool deep dive ones was Darwin Cook's ego. He's confronting the beast that is Batman, and it's kind of, there's a kind of duality. I mean, there's a lot in what, you know, I was trying to do in the story about him confronting the shadow side of himself. The degree to which you have self-knowledge, you're able to understand your motivations, but he's broken, Batman. So while he's doing all of these things for the reasons that he thinks is right and that have a heroic sort of grounding in them, there's also many things that are driven by the parts of himself he doesn't yet know. And so I would say that that kind of sort of psychological, Jungian shadow side, that sort of version of it is very much connected to that vision from Darwin Cook, from Ego.
Yosef from Bolivia says, which non-Batman movie were Matt Reeves, yours, inspiration for the Batman?
Oh, well, because the movie is a detective story, because it is a, you know, a thriller in the sort of cop world, and because it's about corruption, we're treating this Batman story as if this could have happened. I mean, the idea is that, as I said, Batman doesn't have this sort of the ability to have sort of super heroic powers. He just has super heroic focus and super heroic drive. And so for me, you know, a lot of movies like Chinatown was a key one, because Chinatown, Jake Gittes, in investigating that sort of the series of crimes that were part of that story, he discovers the depth of corruption in Los Angeles. And so in that way, it's like a classic noir. And that's very much this series of murders that Batman is investigating are very much in that mode. So Chinatown was a really big one. And that idea of that kind of gritty, flawed, this humanity of it, that was very much inspired by those kinds of movies, by like French Connection and other sort of cop movies like that. I would say even a movie like Taxi Driver, the description of a place and very much getting inside of somebody's head. And I guess a lot of really sort of 70s street grounded stories.
So, Matt, one of the exciting things about the Batman as a character is that he's so layered and so kind of intense that you can dip into his life at different points, and none of these different characters, these different iterations of the Batman or Gotham or the entire kind of Batman universe as it was, will tread on the ground that others have already covered.
Oh, totally. I mean, for me, that's exciting. Like the idea of the history of Batman, like just the idea of the actors who have played Batman, like Adam West, when I was a kid, like Adam West, that was like, when I was 5 and watching him as Batman, like that blew my mind. I wanted to be Batman so badly. And then I remember when I was a little bit older and then Keaton came onto the scene with the Burton movie, I was so excited they were going to do a theatrical version of that. And then the iterations that have followed, like so many incredible people. I mean, Bale was amazing. I mean, incredible. Everything that Chris Nolan was is astonishing. And I personally, I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I thought he was incredible. Like an iteration again that we hadn't seen. So like, in fact, I'm really excited because I know that they've got, Zach is going to be doing the new Justice League cut of his that he didn't get to do originally, and now he's getting to do it, and I can't wait to see that. So for me, the idea that there are sort of, first of all, to be a part of history like that is an incredible thing. And I do think that that's one of the things, it's kind of like the comics, you know, when you look at the comics, there are so many iterations of Batmans. There are so many different people's Batmans. There's Neil Adams' Batman. There's, you know, of course, there's Bob Kane and Bill Finger's Batman, and there's Frank Miller's Batman. There's so many Batmans. And so to me, that's one of the joys of being in the kind of comic book world, is to try and say, hey, what can we do to put our spin on this so that people can find a new way of looking at that character that they love.
I remember when the Dark Knight graphic novels came out when I was a kid, what a radical departure that felt like, how exciting that was.
Oh my God.
But it didn't erase all the ways that I had connected with that character previously. It just made the world richer and, you know, more exciting. So.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's this strange thing of wanting to be able to find a way to come at it in some new way, and yet it has to be connected to that thing that you love. And that, for me, being part of that history and being part of all of that is sort of almost unbelievable. You have to pinch yourself.
So, Matt, before we wrap up, I think that what the fans really want is to get just even a tiny glimpse of what the film is going to look like. And, you know, This is a fan experience. I'm hoping you brought us something we can show them.
It's Fandome.
And you know,
Comic-Con and all of that. You don't come without anything. And, you know, look, we've only shot 25% of the movie, 25-30% of the movie, so there's so much. This is just scratching the surface, but there was no way that I could come here and not bring a look at the movie. So, yeah, I'm incredibly excited to share what is just the first tease of our movie, and I hope you guys like it.
Vamos a ver. Ya los activó el chat.
From your secret friend. Who? Haven't a clue. Let's play a game. Just me and you. Any of this mean anything to you?
You're becoming quite a celebrity. Why is he writing to you?
If you are justice, please do not lie. What is the price for your blind eye?
The hell are you supposed to be?
Anda.
What?
I'm vengeance. This guy's crazy.
Yo.
Wow.
No pensaba que iban a enseñar tanto.
How am I part of it? You'll see.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow. Espectacular.
No pensaba que iban a enseñar tanto.
It's amazing that you only shot, you know, a quarter of it, and it's already feels so
Y eso es 25%.
Sí, eso es lo que está diciendo ella.
No pensaba que iba a verlo en el suit. Y menos
Estuvo
peleando.
brutal. Fíjate, ¿viste la escena de la pelea? Siguió dándole puño el tipo.
Pumped for the Batman.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and I'm really excited that we're going to get back to making this movie so that you guys can see it.
Y está en una escena del crimen caminando.
Huge thank you to the fans
Estuvo brutal. El DC Fandom, de verdad.
Honestly, for being the inspiration behind the whole DC fandom itself. We literally would not be here if it wasn't for you.
Ya, mató eso de Batman.
Sacaban
y Batman.
Stay tuned for the Wonder Woman
Me
panel as our
fastidiaron hoy.
DC fandom show
Yo no
starts
duermo.
from the top in just a minute. That is right. The same amazing programming and this incredible Hall of Heroes coming your way. So if you took a bathroom break and missed even a minute, do not
Yo
move, because the
necesito
show
ver
is
eso
gonna
otra
go
vez
on.
por escenas.
This is your opportunity to get exclusive insider information and special looks at your favorite characters.
Ya el chat está volviéndose loco
Don't miss
con
the
Batman.
amazing art submissions and cosplay costumes
Todo
sent by
bombeado.
you, the fans.
Brutal.
On behalf of all of our global
Otro
hosts from
nivel.
around the world, I'm Aisha Tyler, here with my co-host saying thank you so much for watching. And if you're just joining us, there's so much more ahead. So, stay right there.
Honestamente, yo estoy sin palabras. Yo estoy aquí como que analizando.
Brutal. Bueno, mi gente, ese fue el DC Fandom. Hasta aquí, pues, lo que es el show como tal. Vamos a hablar un ratito de lo que vimos ahora de Batman, para entonces hacer un wrap-up de lo nuestro. Pero esto ha sido un roller coaster de información. Han dado un montón de cosas espectaculares desde el principio con Wonder Woman y terminaron espectacular con The Batman. Se acaban de enseñar una escena que el productor McGriff dijo, llevamos solamente de un 25 a un 30%. Y si esa película va a estar a ese nivel, al 100%, olvídate, esa película va a estar espectacular.
Escucha los coquí.
Están
Están super hype. Está coquí.
No, pero hablando en serio, quiero un par de cositas antes de cerrar ¿verdad? La transmisión del live que estamos haciendo. DC Fandom va a recomenzar ahora desde un principio para entonces dar todo nuevamente hasta obviamente el día de mañana con un evento de 24 horas. Quiero tocar bases de cómo el productor, cómo el director ha hablado tan bien de todo lo que quiere hacer, de todo lo que está realizando con esa película. Me gustó la idea de que no es una película de origen, o sea, no es un origin story, por fin, no es un origin story. Se me pareció mucho, y tengo eso en mi cabeza desde que dijeron que Robert Pattinson iba a ser Batman. Se me pareció mucho cuando en el 1989 salió la película de Batman de Tim Burton. Había mucha gente que estaba como que muy escéptica y ha sido una de las mejores películas de Batman que ha tirado. Y esta me da la impresión que va en esa línea. Sabemos que Robert Pattinson no ha tenido como que las mejores textos de películas, pero no es un mal actor, es un buen actor.
Bueno, él tiene un par de películas que han salido recientes que están sólidas.
Están espectacular. Estamos hablando de Twilight, sabemos que no es una buena película.
Pero esa es la única versus como 5 que él tiene buena, ¿me entiendes?
No, eso es lo que quiero decir, a eso voy. Es un buen actor. Que no se debe juzgar al personaje por el actor, porque a veces la gente rápido dice, ay, es que Robert Pattinson y que Batman del break. Y como este director lleva las historias, Cloverfield es una película excelente. A mí me encanta Cloverfield. Él es el director de Cloverfield.
Claro.
Y como él lleva las historias poco a poco, de verdad que me gustó. Otra cosa que me llamó la atención, y le abro el foro a ustedes, porque si no sigo hablando, que por fin enseñaron a Batman en una escena del crimen, caminando con los policías. ¡Hello! Eso es algo obvio, él es el mejor detective. Confirmado en el mundo entero, era el mejor detective y nunca había salido una escena así. Siempre salía solo en las esquinas. Aquí salió en una escena completa y el Riddler jugando con él, con su cabeza como siempre lo ha hecho. Así que abro el foro. La película parece que va a estar muy buena. Todavía no la han terminado. Esperemos que no la dañen. Y que sigan el mismo hype. Abro el foro a ustedes y DC Fandom espectacular.
Dale, Marcel, que estás explotando.
No, yo no puedo. Yo estoy un poco mío. Oye, by the way, escuchamos por ahí a Andy Serkis, ¿verdad? ¿Qué se llama?
Sí.
Lo escuchamos. Y otra cosa que faltó, que me imagino que lo van a poner después, a Colin Farrell, que es el que va a ser del pingüino.
Él habló de él.
Él habló de él.
Pero no salió en el trailer, es lo que digo. Pero sí. No se ve. Estoy pompeado.
Yo no creo que el Penguin tenga un rol grande. A lo mejor para cuando se esté acabando la película él adapta ese aspecto del Penguin, porque se va a enfocar mucho en el Riddler y obviamente Catwoman sale, tienen una escenita ahí que pelean.
Exacto.
Yo personalmente tenía expectativas altas y ahora están como bien over the top. Estoy bien pompeado ahora. O sea, a mí siempre me gustó el concepto de esta película, desde que dijeron que se iban a enfocar en su aspecto detective. Yo siempre quería verlo adaptado porque es una de las cosas que más me gusta de Batman cuando yo leo las cómics, cuando se enfocan en su área detective, que él se va al crime scene y él saca todas estas cosas que él tiene y explora todo el scene. Eso a mí me encanta, y el ver que él lo va a adaptar por fin a alguien, eso va a estar bien exagerado. Y ver ese punto de Batman, siempre se enfocan o bien cuando él es bien joven o cuando él está viejo.
Ya tiene todo.
Exacto. Este es uno que todavía está como desarrollando y buscando su lugar en este mundo de superhéroes y de lo que él quiere hacer. Y estoy bien pompeado.
Van a abrir el multiverse.
Estoy pleased con lo que es esto de Batman y me sorprendió. No esperaba que se le diera con el suit y verlo ahí con el suit ahí un par de veces y peleando y de todo. Olvídate, me mataron. Estoy bien contento con eso.
Tiene que 25%. No les voy a extrañar mucho. Tomen ahí.
Ahí está. Yo quiero ver el otro 70%.
Es un tease.
Casi me dio infarto. Se me gestaron 3 años de mi vida ahí.
Yo lo que quisiera decirles es que me encantó la psicología del director. él se ve que sabe lo que hace, él se ve que le dedica tiempo a los detalles, a los más mínimos detalles, y me imagino que los tendrá que aplicar aquí, porque si es una película con base de detective, muchas de esas cosas tienen que sobresalir. Lo otro es que él se está enfocando mucho en los detalles de la historia. So, él no va a brindar, me imagino como otras películas, un comienzo, un desarrollo, un final, así de sencilla en la película. Este es Batman, vamos a aniquilar los villanos y todo felices. So, esto va más allá. Esto se tiene que desenvolver en más de una película, es muy obvio. Y para este comienzo, es como Javier dijo, las expectativas están muy over the top. Demasiado. Y yo de verdad me gustaría decir un montón de cosas, pero es que estoy como que con unos sentimientos tan mixtos, como que, ¿qué rayos yo acabo de ver?
Sí, nos han dado mucho.
Hay que darle pausa a todo.
Exacto, nos han dado mucha información hoy. Hay que sentarnos a dejar que el cerebro absorba todo esto.
Absorba. Porque de verdad que, empezamos desde la 1 de la tarde sin parar, non-stop hasta ahora. Son las 9 de la noche aquí en Puerto Rico. Me ayudó la luz, Laura no me llevó la luz, por lo menos, gracias a Dios. Así que logramos terminar el show, hicimos un excelente show. Los felicito, Javi, tremendo trabajo con lo que estás haciendo. Marcel, gracias por llegar a última hora, nos hacías falta.
Wow.
Gracias.
Oye, pero llegué.
No, óyeme, no te llegaste. No te esperaba, realmente no te esperaba.
¡Yo!
Qué bueno que llegaste.
Ahora sí me voy.
Yo ni contaba contigo.
No, para nada. Todo lo contrario. Marcel es el link que los une así toditos juntos. Realmente sí. Así que gracias por llegar y compartir este redito, porque la verdad que las de Batman había que compartirlo. Los 4 teníamos que estar viendo ese tipo.
Yo no me podía perder
esto. Me hubiera gustado que hubiera estado en el de Gotham Knights, porque yo sé que tú te hubieras pompeado como yo acá.
No, pero está bien, llegaste.
Pero sí, llegaste cuando tenías que llegar.
Fíjate de eso. Y José, de verdad, gracias por todos los comentarios, por todas las cosas super cool. El tease que hiciste para hacer como que el intro, eso te quedó súper bien. Así que nada, vamos a cerrar ya. Muchas gracias a las personas que estuvieron con nosotros, ¿verdad? Sigan dándonos like, sigan dándonos share. Ya saben nuestras páginas. José, dile todas las páginas de nosotros. De memoria.
Estamos en Twitter, estamos en Instagram, estamos en YouTube, como nos ven ahora mismo live. Tenemos nuestros podcasts en Spotify. También síganos en nuestra página oficial brainstormpr.com.
Así mismo es, mi gente. Estamos en todas partes, como el arroz blanco. Así que hasta aquí llegamos. Facebook, Brainstorm, ¿verdad? Viste, me falta uno. Siempre me falta uno. Estamos en todos lados. Donde quiera que nos ventilen la piedra y sale Brainstorm. Así que muchas gracias por acompañarnos en este especial. Vamos más adelante pues a desmenuzar toda esta historia. Hay mucha información corriendo en nuestras cabezas. Estén pendientes para nuestros próximos shows que vamos a estar realizando. Siempre todas las semanas hacemos un showcito nuevo. Y nada, hasta aquí. Nos vemos.
Que no, a las 11 de la mañana, que siempre pueden esperarnos en Facebook y eso.
Exacto. Se va a hacer se va a subir, este link se va a subir nuevamente para que las personas que quieran revivir todo el DC Fandom junto con nosotros. Y vamos a poner, ¿verdad, Javi? Vas a poner creo que los minutos que eran los cambios.
Sí, les voy a preparar, compilar lo más importante y les voy a poner un índice para los paneles que eran los que les interesaba, pues brinquen ese minuto y vean, no tienen que ver todo el video si no les interesa, aunque les soltamos que lo vean porque enseñaron un montón de cosas extraordinarias en el DC Fandom. Como fan de DC lo deben ver, pero si no tienen el tiempo o algo así, pues pueden brincar esa parte y ven lo que más les interesen.
Y también déjennos saber en nuestras redes sociales qué opinan del DC Fandom, qué sintieron, qué les gustó, qué no les gustó. Y nosotros
gustó este estilo.
Exacto, nosotros vamos a estar en el back and forward con los comentarios con ustedes, o que los esperamos.
Sí mismo. Así que muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Hasta la próxima. Nos vemos.